Sorry, bit late. It's time. It's EMEA time. You we ready? Sorry, I was just watching. I don't know if any of you have seen it. The Yay video. Someone, you know, the like meme where the highlights videos. Someone did one of Yay's first half highlights on Split playing Viper. Tough. Thoughts on the Heretics favoritism? Good question. Now, this is an interesting topic. So, for those of you who don't know, this is going to be an online game, as far as I can tell. Because one of the Heretics players, Rienz, I think, hasn't got a visa. And so he's playing from his home. And a lot of people are kind of like freaking out about it because it's like there's been, you know, like similar sort of situations before. You know, you think of last year, like Liquid had to play with Harmy at one stage. I think because Safe was ill. You think of like Masters Reykjavik when Fnatic had to play with 2 subs because they couldn't get visas, and FBX couldn't go because they couldn't get visas. You know, like, so a lot of people are kind of freaking out, like saying, why are Heretics getting this kind of like exemption or, you know, like kind of like leeway, let's say, when back in the past, you know, we've seen rulings that haven't really, you know, gone this way, and they haven't been that lenient with teams. My opinion is kind of just like, you probably don't have all the details. What the hell's going on here? We probably, like, we don't have all the details. What is going on here? Is this about Masters Madrid? Is that what they're... No? And what is that? What did I just watch? And so, like, my thing is that I'm not really, like, that bothered, to be honest. Like, I don't really care, like, if FUT are fine with it. I don't really think it matters that much, to be honest. You know, because, like, maybe this situation is different, right? Like, we don't know all the details. You know, so it's kind of tough. Madrizen. How do you Madura Zero Den. Mud Zero Den. Thanks for the 5 months. Do 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 do. Have I watched Team Secret versus DFM? No, and I will not. DFM, because you didn't win a game, they're on TMV timeout again. I'm not watching them. If they would have won a game, we would have watched it. But I'm not watching. I'm not watching that. Day 1 tech pause? Yeah. Yeah. It's coming. Like, here's the thing, right? We saw it in Pacific and Americas. Big tech pause day 1. Relatively good from then on. Right? Neo6750. Thanks for the 4 months as well.
Free money is free money.
Yes, free money is free money. So thank you, Neo. My EMEA pick'ems, I went with Giantx and Heretics.
We're VCT EMEA. Of course we're the best region in the world.
I'm passing the phone to someone who's 5'2". Did I do it right?
We're VCT EMEA. Of course we're gonna take home all the trophies.
We're VCT EMEA. Of course we're not afraid of tech pauses. We're VCT EMEA. Of course we have the best venue in the world. Guys, come on!
Wait, it's gonna be cursed. It's gonna be cursed. You can already feel it. Oh, I like the General Mate's jersey though. The pink. That's kind of sick.
This is Valorant.
Omesto with the 12 month.
Oh look, VCT is back on.
We can fly.
Why did BBL get the separate one? What?
Hello.
Enjoy your
everyone,
new
and
badge,
welcome to
Omesta.
the opening day of VCT.
Welcome to the Red
Coming
Badge
to you
Club.
Live from the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I'm your host Sue, and it's my pleasure to be here with
Okay,
all
this
of you
looks
as we celebrate
cooler,
the start
I guess.
Of a new
Cooler than the old
chapter in
desk they used to have in
Valorant.
the EMEA,
Of
I think.
course, I cannot do that all on my own. That's why
And toes
I
are
employed,
enough.
the help of my lovely
Continue
and
their
amazing
sub from
analysts for
Prime Gift
today,
to
Kakuka
tier
and Ash.
1.
Welcome back, 2024.
That's
new
what we
season.
need.
I mean, it's been over 200 days since we had LCQ. Of course, we had some international events and some off-season, but you know, we haven't seen the teams for so long, and there's so many new faces, including Ash. Welcome to the show.
Always
Yeah,
tough.
new kid on the
Always
block,
tough
but
when
I'm
you're.
so happy to be here just as
What
jump
do you
skip
do
and
with
hop
your
across
hands?
the pond.
It's always the
and
tough
it's going to
question
be
when you're
a
standing.
great season
Like, you
of
know,
VCT
Yinsu, it's
EMEA.
easy.
Yeah,
She's
you
got
made it
cards
to
in
the
her hands. It's
superior
easy for
region,
her.
so,
But
we
when you
love
don't
to
have
have
something
you
in your
here.
hands,
Of course, we're
tough to
standing in a
know.
brand
What
new
do you
studio,
do with
everything's
your
great, but
hands?
we also have a
You know, it's tough.
brand new format coming into this year. We're going to start everything with the kickoff tournament as teams make their ways to Madrid. But the important thing here is the winner
You
of
saw the desk?
VCT EMEA for the
I
first
don't know.
time ever, Kakuka, will be earning championship.
I think the screen looks cool though.
Exactly, and those
Oh,
points, as
look
you
who it
mentioned, are going
is.
to be
Your
important for
boy.
the entire year, and
Elevated
especially making it to
Speaks.
that last
Gave a
event. So,
gifted
you know
sub
how
to
we're sending two teams to Madrid, and not only
McDoopy
you know, getting
69.
those actually getting those extra 3.
Is there
and
any
winning the
reason for
entire
that,
thing.
Elevated?
To have them security over the years, you can see things are going to be happening fairly quickly. Kickoff into Masters Madrid, stage 1, quickly Shanghai, stage 2, and then champs at the end of the year.
Yeah, you love to see the fact that you get to reward some of that consistency when it comes down to that league play. But focusing back in now onto kickoff, not only are they earning those 3 points at the end of this event, it's also that potential for the seeding going into
Elevated is
Masters
just in time for the
Madrid.
best
I mean,
region.
let's take a look at the groups and the schedule and stuff because
You
it's going to
read
get brutal.
Poopy
We've seen what
McDoopy is
things
worth
can
$5.
happen, you know,
Well,
with
thank
100
you,
Thieves and
Elevated.
Bleed as well across the pond. And Ash, which group are you most excited for?
I
By the
mean,
third
I
hour of
think
the tech pause, they'll be
undeniably
sitting on the
Group C
floor.
looks the most intense when you're looking over towards Fnatic.
I mean, this is the
Vitality
thing.
and
I'm meant
Gentle
to.
Mate,
I
some
might
of the squads who have
maybe
retained
be
the most of their
meant to be on a
rosters going
podcast after
forward.
this.
And also, I
A
don't know,
podcast
those
you might have
Vitality
heard of
changes looking pretty good.
Yeah,
after
the other two groups
EMEA,
are gonna be
but
exciting as
that
well.
said
We're gonna be
podcast
seeing
might
them
be
over the next
cancelled if
couple
there
of
is a
days.
big
And
tech
speaking of that, the
pause.
schedule for today, as you can see here, will be FUT versus Heretics to kick things off for us, and then Giantx versus K-Core as well. We got lots of 3 game days coming up as well, so make sure you guys stick with us. But it's not just the format that is new. We have some more new,
And
interesting
this is
things
not
coming into this.
Cosmic Divide.
as
Wait,
well.
Floritus.
New agents too?
Yeah, I mean, pretty exciting, right? ISO, the newest one. I feel like I don't have to say much there because we're not really going to expect
Floritus
to see
with
this
2
around. Our eyes
gifted.
are on Deadlock, though, because
A very
those
interesting.
traditional
You don't often
retro
see the
Forces
rare
is
2
all
gifted.
magic coming
different
again.
take on
But
that
thank
kind
you
of role,
nonetheless.
a bit more of that
And
proactivity
Sam
that you can have.
Horstcraft
I think she's really going to shine
is back for the
on
3
the
months.
attacking side, especially into the post plant with those buffs to
The thing is
barrier
with the
mesh coming
MEA,
in, and I think you can do some
as
fun
we've seen in
creative things
Pacific and
with those
Americas,
Sonic
they
Sensors.
got their
Maybe
tech
try to
pauses
use
out the
a little
way,
bit like
and
that
then it was
Sensor
kind of there
Cam
chilling.
flashbang.
I mean, and not only that, we also have
But
the changes
then,
in the
in
existing
EMEA,
agents that
they were
might,
never
you know,
chilling.
reshape the meta as we know it. We've seen some funky things already.
They were never
in
chilling.
Americas
They were
and Pacific,
constant.
but of course we have to mention them here. The Killjoy turret that has now a smaller degree of the angle that she covers, also combined with the Cypher buff where his trapwires are
CMV,
going to
do I
need
bail
to be
out of my team
destroyed in
scrims?
order to be taken out. You know, they
I have
really
at 5
with those
PM to
potential
watch the
lurks. And also
VCT
coming
here.
in the initiation side. Sky
yes.
with that huge
Yes,
nerf
you
where
do. At
she's
the
not
very
gonna be
least,
able
you
to
keep on a second
retrieve that
screen.
flash.
Or just
It's
in the
going
background.
To, change the
Just
way
keep me
that
running.
the teams gather information and when to gather it. Also, combining that with
Noodle
the fact that he
in a bowl
regains
with the
that
7
ability
months.
Navi
much
is gonna
quicker.
win champs
You know,
3 to
we've done some
0,
testing
mark
in the
my
past, so I
words.
don't see why
I mean,
not
that's
again.
bold,
I mean, we
Noodle,
can't forget the new
to say
weapon
that,
as well,
but
the Outlaw Kakuka.
I'm for
Exactly.
it.
As you're
Let's
mentioning, the
do
last
it.
thing that we
I'm for it.
have
I'm
to
for the
mention is
Navi.
Outlaw.
I feel like Navi, certainly popular with my mods.
Especially in EMEA, with the half
And Ollie TLV as well.
They have to take into
Converted
consideration.
a Prime to a Tier 1.
I mean, surely there's nothing else is going to be new, right? We got
Well, I mean,
new
I guess that's
agents,
kind of good
new
for me.
weapon,
See, it's
and a
weird.
new map.
I didn't
Oh,
realize, you know, the
I
new
mean, we had to
Partner
say
stuff that they're
goodbye to
doing?
two favorites,
I thought that
think,
was already
in
out.
Eden
It
and
turns out
Valorant,
that's
but
actually
now
coming
we're
in
saying
May.
hello to Sunset,
Now,
which is
I'll
a brand new
easily get the
remaster
60-40. I mean,
within
even during the
Valorant.
off
Then you've
season,
got
I
those
was I would get
changes
enough
on
for the
Lotus,
60-40.
and
So
two old maps coming
That's
back into
fine,
the
but I
fray
think
with some changes, mostly looking towards
with a
Xbox is
big
my
with a
personal
big
favorite
push,
there, but you can't not mention Breeze.
I could get
Actually, I'm
to
glad you mentioned Breeze there, because we
70-30.
do have a man on the ground to break a little bit more down of what's going to be happening on Breeze for you. Please give a warm welcome. His first time ever here in VCT EMEA. It's Steel.
Well, thank you, Sue. I'm over here on Breeze. It's nice, hot, and sunny out here. And what we're going to see is actually a few different changes. We see the holes. They were closed off for a little bit, but now they're open back up. So we're going to have to see the Cyphers placing their trap wires on the wall here again. Otherwise, they will have to figure out another way to deal with the pesky lurks. But we also see that the door is going to be accessible again over here. So making sure that these three-pronged
Imagine if it
holes are
opened
gonna
when
be
he
dealt
pointed
with
at it.
is
That
gonna
would
be
be
a priority
fucking-
for the defenders.
that would
And
be
speaking of
fucking
three-pronged attacks,
hilarious.
we're also going to see changes at middle. So we're going to see that down at the bottom of middle here, we're going to see this area is closed off here. This is going to allow the defenders to be able to move down and be a little bit more aggressive, but at the cost of the attackers being able to move down as well and move up without the 50-50s. So over here, you know, nice open pathway that they can use
He's
to
very
get to
brown.
middle to A, but then they're also going to be able to look over here, over the window, and see into the window, over somewhere around here, actually, but you get the point. And then over at A main, we're going to see it wide open at shops. So much room for activities. So it's going to be nice to see the aggression here from the defenders. We're going to see that there's less 50-50s. And over at B, the sidewalks open up, which means that we're going to see these boxes over here. These are going to be for post plants with the attackers looking to spawn and tunnels. This segment was a Breeze. Now for some news.
Welcome
they got
to
a
the
desk.
Valorant News Network EMEA, your most trusted source for all things Valorant.
Coming to you live from Berlin.
I'm Yingsu Collins.
And I'm Mitch McBride.
Our top story of the day, Team Liquid's request for a rebrand has been denied by the VCT Commission. The proposed names included Fnatic Academy, Fnatic 2.0, Budget Fnatic, Fnatic Rejects, and Team Liquid X.
Yeah, I can see why. In foreign relations, concerns have been raised over the effectiveness of the American education system. After Artis' stint in NRG, he's lost the ability to recall basic facts, such as the names of Billy Gaming's players, and he only remembers the letters F and S from the alphabet.
Well, thank God he's home now. In science and technology, Team Heretics have been accused of plagiarism after unveiling their latest invention, the Brother Buff, featuring Boo and Mini Boo. A representative from K-Corp commented, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, there could definitely be some mini boo-boos along the way for that roster. Now to the French news. Il y a plus d'équipes françaises que jamais en VCT. K-Corp, Vitalité et maintenant Gentlemate. Mais soyons honnêtes, elles ont pour tous les éclater.
I'm sure whatever he just said was 100% fact.
Some of you will
Speaking of
understand
facts,
something about
BDL
Enzo.
have won an award for their contributions to bettering the environment. Their new recycling scheme named Plus Pora, Minus Pora, Plus Pora, Plus Elite, Minus Elite, Plus Elite has revolutionized the industry.
Although rumors suggest that that isn't their final product. Next, a wholesome story coming out of Turkey. FUT esports have captured the attention of well-known philanthropist Professor Charles Neddington. His latest charity project finds him teaching Backpacking 101 and giving a seminar on how to dodge English language interviews.
Good guy, Charles. This just in. Legendary ex-Gambit coach N has made his return to VCT. I repeat, N is finally back.
That's it? There's no joke?
Mitch is N.
Nice. Well, in that case, we asked you to vote for who you think should be the Estonian Player of the Week. And we're so excited to reveal that Team Vitality's Kix has taken the honors.
Make sure to vote for next week's Estonian Player of the Week and see if Kix can win it again.
For the Valorant News Network, EMEA, I've been Mitch McBride.
And I've been Yingsu Collins.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much. Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye. Yes. I hope we get to see the Estonian Player of the Week in action, of course. That's going to be tomorrow. But for
Wait, was that
now,
live?
let's
Was that
talk
all
about the
live?
opening game of today as I make my way back to our lovely analyst here. Of course, Team Heretics will be taking on FUT Esports. Let's start with FUT because they had a fantastic year last year. They defied expectations. Kakuka, are they going to repeat that? Are we expecting
Fuck
that to
it,
happen
we'll
again?
do it live!
Definitely the changes that they've made are probably looking in that direction, right? They already, as you mentioned, had very good results. Remember that for 2022, this was the team that would have ascended if there was an ascension back then because they were the winners. So after what they did last year, bringing in Jet2J and seeing it has to be, you know, that push again that not only takes them to international events, but to the next level.
And speaking about
Now,
Zenit
if we get
as well,
boring
they're
maps,
looking
boring
over towards
comps,
the fact that
I'll be
he's
walking.
replacing Kiwi on this
Hey, I'm
roster, who
walking
had
over
really
here.
good
Hopefully it
results
doesn't
last year,
break my
but
mic
lost
like
a
it
little
did
bit
last
of that
time.
stability. Now we're expecting this previous 2021
Looks like a nice day in
champion
Berlin.
of Valorant to be able to bring that experience to the table, but also is a little bit of a redemption arc for him because he didn't look quite at home on Navi.
Yeah, and as good as FUT looked, it didn't look like they were championship quality yet. So maybe this change to having CNED come in, maybe get back into some good form, bring some of that experience.
Still having
get them over that little
flashbacks.
hurdle.
I mean, for Heretics
Sees
on
the
the
name
other
Cena.
side, you know, they didn't have
Flashbacks.
the great season
They,
that FUT,
in fact,
were
how are they
having,
not
last
asking
year,
Steel?
but Kakuka,
Steel, when
they've
you
also
played
made
against
changes, and
CNED
surely
back
that's gonna
in
be the
Champs
key to
2021,
turn things around for
I
them.
believe that
I
you
think that
came
we
up
have
with
two
an
different types of
ingenious
teams that
strat.
have made changes. There are
Avoid
people that have
CNED.
leaned more into picking up, you know, like for example, Team Liquid picking the Apex core, and some other teams that have gone with the youngster, with the young guns, and actually training new players to become the stars of the future. Probably Heretics is looking
Thoughts
in
on
that
100 Thieves,
direction.
Sam?
As you said, last year wasn't
My
the
thoughts
best.
on
This
100
year has to
Thieves.
be better, right?
Oh, that
and
was
I think
after
a
Steel
major
was
point we have
kicked?
to
Oh, was
mention
it?
here is that their star player that they picked up.
Oh, was that
in the
not-
Aussie,
that was
young,
after Steel was
Turkish
kicked.
rookie Reigns will not be
It
playing
gets
on
confusing
stage
that time
today.
with
He will
100
be
Thieves.
playing, in an office due to a visa issue here. And
What do I
still,
think
as
of
an
Senna
idea
100
of someone that
Thieves?
played this game, how big of a difference is that going to make
I
for
think
the players on
both
stage?
teams.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be something
I think
interesting because
you know
he's not
my
gonna be
thing
part
about a
the
lot of
game,
NA
he's not gonna be
fans
part of the team huddle. He's not going to
is
be part of everything that's happening here, doing all the activities together.
you know, there's a
So
lot of
there's
hype
gonna
for a
be
lot of
different
mid.
vibe or
I was thinking
energy.
about this
The
really.
team, when they
There's
went around,
like at
they
any
wanna
one
celebrate.
given
Well,
time,
he's in a
there
different
is
room.
only
He's not gonna
one
be there
good
for that
NA team.
celebration. So the energy's gonna
Has
be
there
different,
ever been a
momentum's gonna be
time where there's
different,
actually been
and
two
maybe there's
good
gonna be a
NA
little
teams
bit
at the
more
same
pressure on
time?
these guys.
Yeah, especially the IGL Boo we're talking about, Ash, because he's got a mini Boo there now. His brother's in the team.
I love that their names synergize in that
Yeah.
kind of sense. But speaking about these two, I mean, there's a big age gap between them as well when you think about it. It's an 8-year age gap, and then you also have the fact that they haven't played together since for 945 days, I want to say, since they've been in a VCT event together. But focusing back on that difference in age,
Except,
I come
God,
from
you
a
know
big
you're
family.
fucking
I have a
reaching
lot
when
of
you're
siblings,
going for
and I feel like that
accept.
dynamic can really
That just
change. You
tells
can
me
have more
that
of
tells me that I'm right.
mentorship aspect, or you can be best friends, and I wonder how that translates into the server, how that affects the dynamic for the whole team.
Yeah, and I wonder how much they've been cooking in the off-season because we do have
God, you're
Matt
reaching.
Vito's in here, Giantx and Neil. They've been working hard behind the scenes.
Exit had to cry to Riot to get them to overturn a game that they had already lost just to lose again.
Changes, Sunset as well. Maybe we're going to get some nice surprises on day one. So let's take a look now from the picks and bans. Of course, we will be starting with the bans. I think Heretics are meant to start with the bans today with the veto, so we're going to find out shortly. But of
Matt
course,
Vito,
they
fuck.
have made changes, but they still have
this is gonna.
comfort zones we've
It's
seen
too
in the
late.
past,
It's up.
and it looks like we're going to go
Lotus behind Icebox. I mean, I wouldn't have got it right anyway. None of you reminded me.
I'm super excited for the Lotus with the changes that we've seen made to.
I mean, I wasn't gonna get it right anyway, but
the Gecko
whatever.
that we saw from last year and testing.
Remind
in
me for
some
the
of
other one.
teams.
I did.
Also
Shut up.
with, you know,
Does
Flo
Loud
having
count?
an
No, they're not
specialist
NA.
on KO. I wonder how that
This is what I mean, though, right? There's been a ton of NA
we're
teams
not
throughout the
seeing
years
Breeder
that have
Sunset in
gotten
this pool, so
that
it's
had
gonna
a
be
lot of
interesting to see
hype.
what the teams have
But
put
there's
up
only
because
ever
these
been
are
one
more
good
of
NA
the
team at
stock
any one
maps,
point,
so,
right? Like
you know, these are
when
more
EG
familiar
got
to
good,
play.
NRG decided to be
Lotus
shit.
as well. They are brave, but
And actually,
players, they are ready,
you
and
guys
it's
actually
time to bring them
were
out.
trying to bring up
Team
fucking
Heretics
Exet,
and FUT
and you forgot that
walking out for the
Master
first time
Tokyo
to
NRG
the
finished
brand
fourth, I
new
think,
anthem of EMEA.
and EG finished second. Like that would have been the answer, but none of you said that. You were all bringing up the guard and Exet.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA.
Bienvenue au VCT EMEA.
VCT EMEA'ya hoş geldiniz.
God, it's like a fucking... I don't know if they do that. You know what? I don't know how your countries do New Year's, but here in the UK, like, it'll be New Year's, and then you'll just get this horrific, like, voice going, like, welcome to London 2024. And then the fireworks will start or whatever. Reminds me of that. What the hell's this music? This is better music. Hey, Benji Fishy, Benji Fishy, Benji Fishy! Feels a bit surreal, to be honest, with the ever constant changing music and like just the silence. Why is it silent whilst they're walking out? It feels so like...
It is a new year, a new scene.
Like, why would
Everything
it
that
just felt
happened
like...
last year does not matter.
Yeah, just have Yintu talk over like when they're coming out.
As well, and anything can happen. We do have to say, Heretics OG, one of the royalties back in the days of G2 Valorant.
I mean, I swear, like, they're in a new arena, and this is the same place where they do the LEC, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it makes a lot of sense for Neil to pick this player to be the
But
sub.
last year, all they fucking talked... I don't know...
Circumstances, we know that last year Weber even had to sub in.
Do you remember last year, at the start of last year,
and I'm actually very
how
happy
much like EMEA like
very happy indeed. But let's talk about
hyped
that
up their
map
venue? Like
that
was like the thing that they were like, you know, like that was the thing that they were like, oh, look at our venue, it's so cool, our venue is so cool.
It's not the same map as we saw last year.
Yeah, and
Warm Acto with the 40 months.
It's going to help both sides a little bit. We're going to see, obviously,
You with TMV has big brain and you changed to Warm Acto.
But there's going to be a little bit more 50-50.
God, this is Martage in 2K to final moment 1 levels of awful.
The blue room, we see that at middle of B, we see that at C, at the enter of
Boo.
C site. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams are going to kind of adapt to this new meta. And we have
Rev
seen
Hook,
played in
Rev
other regions,
Hook.
nobody plays like EMEA does.
Reva
When it comes to the agents, like
with the tier 1, thank you.
They like
Tier 1. Solomon. No, not so. Is that Solomon? What the fuck? Somolom. 08. You weren't born in 08. If you were born in 08, I'm banning you. Even though you just subbed with a prime. Tell me you weren't born in 08. Get in chat right now and confirm that you were. Post a picture of some identification in the chat.
Hopefully they would go back to the tried and true here for
I was born in
CNN,
03.
but I think also
Still too
when they
young.
added 50/50,
But
that
at least
skill
it's
was
not
talking
08.
about those concusses could actually be really helpful with clearing out one of those angles to help you take those fights.
I can't be the only one that has PTSD from seeing CNED on Omen on Lotus, but I hope it doesn't happen again. Still, I want
A frailty level with the 12
on
months.
him, you know, trying out the Euro, trying out different
It is
things.
1 whole
And,
year.
you know,
Thank you.
going back to this Turkish
Enjoy your
environment
red
that he
badge.
actually thrived on back in the day.
Yeah, it's going to be, honestly, Heretics is here to kind of impress us right now.
Oh,
because
6
we
people
haven't really
rise
seen
up.
too
Oh,
much from
7
them.
in
We have
there.
seen a little
You're
bit, but
close.
it's a
Yeah, I
new
mean, I'm
offense, a new
close to
year,
banning you
and
straight
I think
away.
FUT
I'd be
needs to
careful
really
if you're
put their
typing
foot
in
down
06
and
or
stop this
07.
matchup because they are the ones that didn't really make. I mean, they made a couple of changes, but they are the ones that are expected to.
I should
do
start
decently well,
banning
middle of the
everyone.
pack type of
4
thing,
and
and they're
06.
trying to exceed that and do a little bit better.
Yeah, and let's not forget, as I said, from the other
Who's
regions,
older
you
than
lose
me in
2
here?
games
Who's
you're
older?
done
Who's
with your
26
you
or
don't play
older?
anymore. And FUT are not one of those teams.
I know
that
if
people think
Elevated's
about.
here. I know
I don't
he
even wanna think about
Elevated is
innovation
probably
when
the
it comes
fucking
to
oldest
them,
person in the
because I
chat
don't
if
see
he's
a
here.
world where they don't at least contest for that Madrid spot.
It feels so weird, right? Because last year when we were here in EMEA, it was all about the split. We didn't have that
Okay, we do have some people who are
and
actual
feeling like we're gonna
adults.
say goodbye to
It's good
teams
to know.
too early because
It's good to have you around.
Things from them. What we can say is that there won't be any hiding, anything that they're going to keep for later matches. I feel like it's do or die, and also you have to test in officials everything that you've been cooking up.
It really is sink or swim, and when you're looking at the Heretics
He's
roster,
afraid he will become
they're
Tarek?
known to be, okay,
I
they talked
don't
about
know
it, they
how- I
tweeted
mean, I
about
just
it,
don't-
more developmental, but you don't have the time to make those
Just on
adaptations
this empty
here
chair.
for kickoff
I just don't
and
have
at
the-
end of the day as well. There's also the fact
That's a bit
that they
weird as
didn't
well, isn't
have
it?
that
Sitting
great
up
performance.
further
they were
away.
bottom tier in EMEA last year in 2023, so they're also playing with a
yeah, I
lot
just
less
don't.
to
I
lose
just
in that
I'm
kind
just
of sense.
not down
Might
with
give
the
them an
kids.
opportunity
What can
to
I
be a little
say?
bit more loose in the server.
Honestly,
Haven't
that's a
unlocked
great
this
point
player yet,
because purely
unfortunately.
because looking at the map vetoes, they've got a
Still hasn't been
through.
unlocked.
Heretics
Also,
had
why
Bind.
is
They did
Minibu
not
sitting
play
on the?
Bind
That's his
one
fucking
time
brother.
last
There's
year.
an
It was a
empty
permaban.
seat right
Didn't
by
like
him,
it at all.
and his
is this
fucking
feeling
brother.
like a new team?
But it has to be
Look at
different,
this.
right? It's
This
only
is
you and
Minibu.
Benji staying
And
on
there's
the
a
old roster
seat
with
missing
all the
here.
changes
Sit
that
by
you
your
made. You have
brother.
to look at maps differently. Also with the changes, I'm looking at what is going to be if we're going to see the sky, as I was mentioning. How are you going to divide the information that you get? Because it's not going to be so recurrent to you. And if you're against a team that masters KO the way that FUT does it with cracks,
I know the
I
Rienz
think
is
that they're
playing from
pretty
home.
ready for this best of 3.
Yeah, speaking of Sky, yeah, not having that pre-flash to be able to use for info or to be able to stagger that flash with the dog to get
Yeah, I picked FUT this game.
info throughout the round to
My
know what's
pick was for
going
today,
on,
FUT.
to sell fakes on the attack side,
Giantx.
on defense to be able to move around and play a little bit more proactive.
I know a lot of people
move around,
picked
push up
Garmin
for the
Core.
flanks or over rotate to get the gamble stacks going off. But we did see Gecko being played a little bit last year on Bind, so it's going to be interesting to see if teams start to shift over for the more Gecko mainstay.
How's that work with the ping?
Or
This
if
is an
teams are
online
gonna
game. They
run
aren't
the
playing
Sky, but
online.
Just have that little bit of an adjustment period.
So obviously, obviously, it's an online game.
could be
They're all
good.
right next to each other, so you would assume that their ping is gonna be probably the same.
Well, we might see something different because
cracks?
Apart from obviously
I
the
mean,
one
Ash,
player,
come on, you can
who's
weigh
probably
going
gonna
to
have
here. I feel like if he doesn't play KO, I'm going to be extremely surprised.
60 something
I
ping.
mean, but it also is Lotus as well. You don't see KO coming out that frequently on this map. It is more of a niche pick depending on the particular team
What are we on?
composition that you're going to see. But that reinvention is, of course, again, necessary, especially.
Do I think Prime Fnatic is more dominant than Prime Gambit? Yeah, I think Fnatic last year were the most dominant team we've ever had.
Last year, but with all of the changes, with the 40% turnover in
I think that
players
they were
within this region now, you've got to get creative.
Yeah, and if we think about that Lotus,
Just
and
clearly
especially
better
about
than
last
everyone
year,
else,
we know that
and-
FUT played it a ton. They loved this map. The problem with that is that it became too repetitive from them when it got to the end of the years. Look, people had already figured them out, but with the changes in the map and the changes in the lineup,
Heretics are
I
from
think that
Spain.
JDA not having to switch roles and stay in that position, because I think that even him being a rookie, I feel like his incorporation has been a little bit shadowed by CNET going into the team because of the bigger name. But it's also a new hurdle for him, and I think that we need to see that push from FUT that is like a stable right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing as we head into
Okay.
Agent Select.
Whoa.
CNET.
I mean, we're kind of cooking over here as well.
Guys, do we
Neon.
like this? Do we like the CNET Yoru coming back?
Look, we can
Solo
talk about
Yoru.
the scene at Yoru, but we could also talk about the vibes. I think that, like, okay, when I was looking at them on the player cameras, they looked happy, they looked energetic. If we're talking about CNET,
Whose pick was this?
CNET didn't really have the greatest year last year on Na'Vi and wasn't looking as happy as he is now. So
This
maybe
is Heretics pick.
it's like, oh, the Yoru pick, that's looking a little bit
Yoru
sketchy.
Gecko
But it's also
with a
about like
breach.
environment. So maybe like he's gonna be
Cracks.
set up properly with the
Yeah,
breach
Gecko
and the
player.
Gecko. Maybe the team runs the game plan a little bit more different than Na'Vi did.
I think that's the thing. It's thinking about that comfort coming back home here now to a Turkish
Okay,
team
I
here
mean-
for CNET. And then when you're also looking at the general composition,
Cracks has played, he
FUT
played
right
Gecko
now,
before
there's the
last
Astra there
year for them on
Mr.
Halo.
Fallen. I think with the Gecko and the breach as well, there's
Maybe
a
they
lot more
just love
opportunities set up
Cracks
actually
three
for that
map,
Yoru play, those
three site
in
maps.
towards
Cracks,
deep
you're
spawn,
playing
into
Gecko.
backside, and kind
I'm
of just-
interested
but
though.
that
We got
also,
double
again, has
Gecko.
a lot of that
I'm honestly
comfort.
surprised there has been this much Gecko. Like obviously, I expected some, if not more, Gecko, but I'm surprised it's
And I was just like,
as
CNET,
much
you
as it
know
is.
better than this. I am sure. I could only imagine, Angel screaming in his ear, but I know this is a new season.
For the casters, I have no idea yet. It'll probably be Pansy or Hyper, Mitch or Mitch and Tom, or
Neon, no Neon.
I don't know
what's
who the
gonna
other
happen or not.
EMEA
And
casters are.
Minibu did lock it in. Steel, what do you think
That must
about
be a
their comps
third
as well?
set.
Yeah,
At
I
least.
think that Neon works really well, as we touched about it at the pregame, is that, there's a lot
Who
of
are
these
the other
50-50
EMEA
corners.
casters?
The wall's going to get a lot of value, and I think taking space explosively, not necessarily rushing the areas at the start of the round to contest areas early, but also just being explosive
yeah,
at the choke points, being able to pivot and flex with, you know, pivoting from,
I've
oh,
lost
let's
that.
go towards C. Nope, we're actually going towards A, and doing it in record time is going to be something that's interesting to see from the Neon.
I think that is also
No,
something that I'm
Ender's
looking
in,
towards as far as Miniboo versus
Ender's
CNED
in NA
in
now, yeah.
these interesting duelist choices coming out the gate here for
Pavlos,
Lotus.
maybe, yeah.
The fact that you do have that opportunity to try and get behind the enemy team here for CNED, and then there's the timings that are so key, I think, when you're looking
Will I ever be
towards
there
Miniboo
watching the
on
games
that
live? So
Neon
last
pick,
year,
that
I'll tell you what
high
happened,
gear, that
basically.
ability to
Last
really
year, they just
super
asked
quickly
me,
cut
like,
the
oh,
team.
do you want to come?
CNED,
Here's a
that
bunch
hit
of
in
dates
Yoru
that you could
should,
come.
in theory, be
You
able
know,
to
do you want to
counter
do
that
it?
in that kind of sense
And that
with
was
that
it.
rotations as well. But it
So,
depends,
and I
again,
assume if they were going to do that,
Yeah,
you know, they would do
you're
that
gonna
during the
love
league
this,
season. That's probably when it makes
double
most sense.
We're just going to start with that.
But-
Gecko. I think that we're going
Yeah.
to
Until
see
I
very
hear
interesting
about it,
lineups, the way that they're going to be, you know,
I don't know.
rotating and
I
how the
haven't heard
other
about
team,
it
you
at
know,
this point.
because when you play
but-
with the Gecko, you also know where the weaknesses are, and you know how to attack and be like, okay, we have this and this on our attack. Let's see how we
Does
can
counters
counter.
attack
And you
pulls?
have already, well, you should have already thought about that possibility and how to counter it. So that is also very exciting, and I'm really, really looking forward to what Miniboo is going to be able to do. I've been watching this kid for a very long time back in Spain. He was playing in KC, and everybody was saying the same. This kid is going to make it to VCT, and now he's finally here.
Yeah, and speaking of just like focusing on the attack side specifically, it seems like Heretics is going to be more of like a fluid team that's kind of just going with it.
Away
There's
from me
no
and Mika
set
against the
timing
Champs
intervals that they're
25
going to go
finals.
for, because with the composition they
casting,
have with
not
the
my
Neon,
strong suit.
They're running the Viper as well. They're going to be able to just like move around back and forth, but we're going to see not the same thing from FUT. They have to do things more calculated. It has to be done in stages and intervals. It's not going to be like a fluid, like throughout the round, anything can happen.
Champions
It's gonna be
Birmingham, I
something's
can't
gonna
wait.
happen now, and then something's
I
gonna
can't wait for
happen in
Champions
40
Birmingham.
seconds
You
from
know,
now.
Birmingham
We're not gonna
City
see
Council
just,
is like 1.2
constant
billion
movement and activity.
pounds worth
Yeah,
of debt or
exactly. And
something.
not only
I read.
that, I'm also thinking about, you know, the
I don't
Sentinels.
think
I'm thinking
Champions
about the
Birmingham
Killjoys.
is coming
So we were talking
anytime
about, for
soon.
example, with the nerf of the turret, it cannot cover, if you put it on the box and B, it cannot cover both angles.
Wait, it's
coming
got
from
them
C
playing
and B. So,
Yoru.
you know, there's also going to be adjustments to that. And also in the defense, that super famous entrance to C is not going to be as easy to
Did
cover
they mix
with
that
those
up?
nano swamps. And I feel like there are a lot more answers to those problems.
Yeah, and of course,
Did they mix
some
it
of these
up?
players, it is their first time ever playing
Like,
on a
is
stage
this-
like this, making their debut here.
Cor- is this correct? Have we got cracks on Neon?
Owning everybody when the
I mean,
game,
FUT played a
first
lot of
came out,
Neon
of course,
last year
very
on this,
prolific. Omen player too. What kind of
One of
advantages
them's
do you think
wrong.
a player like Paddytech will be bringing to a team like this? Especially, like I said, day one, there's a lot of nerves. You have a player who's not even with you here. We spoke a little bit about Boo here, but I feel like we have to think about the fact that Paddytech's been doing this for many, many years.
Yeah, exactly. I think he brings the experience, and I think that he's a good addition to the
Bro, I'm
situation
so
that
confused.
Heretics is in
Right.
now.
What
have
are
a
you
player
playing?
from
You're
home,
playing
someone
Neon.
that cannot play just
Okay,
yet,
so
but
the thing
everybody
is
will
all
be
wrong.
Very excited to see
Mini
the
Boo's
future of
playing
FUT.
Neon.
But,
I'm pretty sure that's what we just saw, right?
The piece,
So,
especially with the
FUT
experience
are
that he
playing
also has with
Yoru,
Neil,
if that's the
in
case.
time, he's the perfect fit for this.
And the
situation.
picks behind
He
them are
also
just
talked
wrong.
about it within a highlight that Team Heretics did on Twitter. They showed a video where he was talking about how the fact that he thinks it's great that he can bring the experience to the table for these young bloods coming in for Team Heretics, but he's also taking pieces from them. They have a fresh new look here within Valorant, and he's able to glean from that in that kind of sense. And then on top of that as well, I think something we have to remember is for Paddytech, again, there's a counter until he's done playing, until they need a sub again here on Heretics. This is his
This is a
opportunity
tech
to
pulse, by the way.
shine
There's no
and
way
prove
it's not.
himself if he does want to get picked up later in the season.
I mean, we saw Kamek do it last year. He had to sub in for Fnatic for a couple of weeks. He did amazingly. He's gone on to playing Ascension
People
this
are not
year.
going to remember that because we could barely notice.
Yeah, he was great though. He had to fill in for a role he wasn't even playing. So I definitely think actually this could be a time for him to prove himself. But also on the side of FUT, as a captain last year, he was the rookie. He was the one that came in and had a lot to prove. Everybody realized how big of an impact he could make pretty much right
Well,
off
he
the
didn't
bat. But
fire
this
everyone?
time around, he's not a rookie anymore. And again, still on a team where they have some newer players, he's going to have to step
Okay,
up.
maybe
But
the
for
fist
now,
bumps means to
it's
start.
time to move the vibes to a different room. It's the casters. It's the return of Mitchman and Tombiz.
There it is, your boys.
Thank you so much, Yinsu. Yes, we've got the players down on the stage, at least most of them, with a young Heretic still to be molded.
Okay.
That clay, we don't know what shape it's going to take,
Yeah,
but
this
it's
is-
in your Turkish roster on the other side.
CNED's on
Certainly
yours.
solidified
Okay, so
themselves
we
at the
got
top of
that.
the
Big
game.
Richard
Tom, you're
29
expecting to see
with the
same
4
result
months.
as
Thank
most
you.
people here. I imagine I saw the predictions go out earlier on.
Okay,
FUT
let's
to take the series. Is
see it then.
2-0 or is there competition?
Yoru
I would lean
breach.
towards a 2-0. I'll be honest with you. I think FUT have come in as one of my favorites to do some real damage this season. I think they're in
Let's see what they cook with
in terms
Gecko.
of the upgrades that they've made. And Heretics are brand new. Like, they've got a lot of very, very young players.
Looks like we got lineups already.
One so young he can't even
I'm
play.
digging this.
And we are now into our pistol round. Some
Bring out
unique
some aggression.
comps we haven't really seen before. And I'm excited to see what these guys have got planned.
Now already you're seeing the B side under a lot of pressure. His FUT put in a decoy. CNED claiming the space, and they've taken it right off the back. Breach stun still.
So they tap the spike,
and ready
open
to
the
be
door,
used. B isn't their
and they're
final
running into these.
destination. They're moving all the way around. A site challenge.
What the fuck
Benji
is this
Fishy
round?
loses his utility alongside his life. And Patatek
Are they gonna
now
come
is
back?
sort of isolated up there on top A. They might be forced into a retake.
What did you buy?
Now, you're going to manage to do too much here. Patatek left blind already. Is going to be able to hold on to some of the space. That's the main thing here. Just having a little bit of ground so they can fight back in. The rotations coming through. But the main
buy a
man I'm
ghost for
looking
someone
at,
else?
well, it's Mr. Farland. If he has anything to do in the late round, Mitch, because they've already lost another member.
Yeah, they've already thinned out those numbers pretty efficiently. For Team Heretics, a way back in is looking unlikely, but well, it's a pistol. You're always going to try it. Mr. Fallen sending out that long play to end the game. The rest of his team just needs to buy time. Hold on, he's been spotted, but that doesn't matter.
So yeah,
Clean
FUT
shot
just-
by Mr. Fallen. Crack's taking advantage of the chaos, and it is going
just,
to be a
aimed
flawless
it.
start from the squad of FUT.
Flawless from FUT. I mean, a
Five
weird
ghosts,
round. So it looked like they wanted to
starting
come
the
to
round in
C.
their hands and
Heretics
ending
then
the
go
round on the
for
enemy
this
team.
kind of aggression out. So they
Absolutely,
cancel that. They
flawless
come
to
to
kick
B.
off the game, and
Tap the
honestly,
spike. Bait
it's not
rotates
the
in,
start
break
you
the door,
want.
come
Like,
to
if you're a
A.
young team, you wanna get
Risky
hyped, you
because
wanna
they
get
didn't know
going
that someone
really
hadn't
early on
pushed
this
out on
match.
A.
Give yourself a
Right?
little bit
Possible
to
that someone had
celebrate,
pushed out here.
For kind of shutting that down very early on. And this is one of the risks. It was said by Sue on the desk, like picking into a map that last year, okay, I feel like towards the end maybe went a little bit worse for FUT, but one
Yeah,
that
so when they
were
come out
ultimately
this way, I mean,
confident
I
on
don't
the
know if
entire
they
year.
knew
And
if
I think
anyone
the
was
only
actually
reason
out
they
yet.
got worse was because they didn't really change anything because their old comp was so good for them. You're going to take them there, but that means you have to start defense. And this map historically has been very attack-sided. Like a lot of teams able to
This is something
even
that
lose
I
a half
really love to
10-2,
see.
still come back in the end.
I like the idea here from Team Heretics to play early aggression on A main. We're going to see that from a lot of teams, I think, on those ecos. Running it down, trying to challenge, using up their flash as well from the get-go to slow any sort of assault. But FUT are patient, right? They can just play the map control on this, 2 on each extremity, 1 up the middle, and it's a waiting game, seeing when Heretics are going to take that step out of place. Expectations for this round, especially here, like now that
Interesting they've gone with
pushed
an
to
Astra as
spreading
well.
across the map, I don't expect Team Heretics to get a lot done. If they can find a couple of kills, it'd be huge.
Well,
It's not looking great.
It's not. As expected, though.
Does your curse still carry on? Do we carry that on from last
They
year?
win
or
at
does it-
2v5 now.
does it
I'll
reset?
accept it, but
Okay.
they're doing the right thing grouping up. But the first challenge is going to be out of captain. This isn't the guy that's been slapped.
Sorry, what was that?
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Okay, they only lost the
Relatively
ghost.
secured nicely.
Yeah, 4 players still. They're going to manage to keep up those extra rifles as well. So this bonus round is going to have, well, I was going
game
to say a
looks
little
muddy.
bit of bite, but they've actually bought back up
does
on the
look a
remaining
little,
rifles
like,
as well. So
dark. I'm
this
kinda
is
with
gonna
you.
be a
I don't know
tough one.
why.
You have to
It
bear
does
in
though,
mind as
doesn't it?
well that you do have a couple of those sort of low armor players.
Got the EMEA. It's cinematic, guys. You don't understand. It's just European cinema.
And well, in all honesty,
You have to
only
give
one
it kind
man
of a
currently
like
on
the
board in
map
terms
looks
of the
dark.
fragging department. This is where you want to see Heretics really turn things around.
As these barriers go up and rifles are in hand, that same challenge over A main. We saw it with Classics before, and, well, FUT just ignored it. They see that same utility, and the response is, well, not exactly the same. Last time, they defaulted across the map, 2-1-2. Now, 5 on the left-hand side. Nobody else anywhere to be seen. It's going to be a C push by the looks of things.
So
For Team
instantly
Heretics,
they
that
put this
puts the pressure
nanoswarm in here.
onto
Nice,
Patatek
because you
and
know that
Benji
this is
Fishy.
probably where that
The
TP
thing
is
is, if
going.
you look at the agents they're playing, those are the perfect agents to lock down a site, so to speak. We'll see if they can actually find the value for it already, bypassing utility with the Yoru, but he's isolated. You know, he's kept back for a moment. What's happened to Benji?
Oh, he's got a little bit lost. It feels sectioned into the back corner of the site, and while that one-man army hasn't managed to get anything done. In fact, they are slowly being wiped out. The lurk of Yedajay as well is going to put another in the dirt, and well, I'm already starting to get a little bit worried. As said, for
I think he thought he could probably like build himself out of it.
You want a good start. You don't want to allow FUT to start running away with things, and I don't feel like they've had to do anything too crazy. Like some fairly basic executions. I'm also, I want to say, I'm excited to see CNED's Yoru, mainly for reasons of has it got better than when it was on the last team? Because obviously, one thing with Yoru, I feel like communication is actually really important. Like the timing of everything, we saw him flash teammates quite a lot last year, but now he's communicating in Turkish again. Yedije, well, he's going to make it even more costly for them. A chance for Minibu to at least get onto the board, maybe hold the gun, but caught going down the rope.
Okay, not a great
very
start.
Clean as well from FUT.
Yeah, it's the
But
upgrades, it's the kills being so dominant.
Looking
And the fact that
better.
you have that little slip up, the jitters on stage, stepping into the aftershock. Now look, where did he have to go? There was utility behind him. Maybe you could have found a small gap, but it's the fact that he gets trapped in that situation in the first place. You have to give commendations to FUT for having that execute.
Are they all playing on 4-3, or are we just
set foot on the site? They have a player down.
I thought there'd be like a reaction or something there from the coach. So they're just like,
they're just accepting their fate.
Yeah,
for now.
that did happen. Our representatives of the UK scene. I know Mitch is a big fan.
You know me, Tom. Just can't get enough.
To be fair, I've been watching a little bit of Polaris, and there are some Irish players up and coming. That you can finally build a 5-player team of Irish players.
Wow.
Genuinely.
Tom said something nice about the Irish scene. This is
You know,
going to my...
I was impressed.
It's going to my diary. Remember, in this day...
They also played a deadlock, so, you know, they're innovating as well.
I do wonder when we're going to get to see some deadlock here. It's a team that's very much looking to innovate. We'll pull it out eventually. Team Heretics.
Oh, could
Lots
be in
of players
trouble.
walking through that orb, and CNED, ooh, he almost got caught. The flash is
Yeah,
good. The
nice.
damage is even better. Ada Captain's down, and CNED doesn't want anything to do with this. Backing off a little bit, popping the flash to slow them, but they're going to redirect to B. Team Heretics are here ahead of them, though.
Oh.
Minibu sure is already there, but here comes Thrash coming close. Destroyed in time. Yedije can't hold on. Some good kills for Team Heretics. Some signs of life starting to shine through. C didn't work. B didn't work. What's next? Well, one left, isn't there? They're on their way to A.
And luckily, unlike
Oh,
most
they have
maps,
their
they
ult as
actually
well.
have a third option to go for.
Did he pick it up?
Blue actually has a
Hasn't
full
gone
belt of
Irish
utility,
for.
but doesn't even need it. That's going to be Mr. Fallen falling. And leaving just 2 players surviving for FUT a chance in this round. They've already committed an ultimate to it, Mitch. So for the Heretic side, this needs to be a win.
You know, they could go looking
They
for
go play in
upgrades.
tree.
There are rifles sitting around, but it's all about time. They want to get up and in this fight quickly. Cracks.
Oh, he thinks
Alongside
it.
CNED, looking to hold the line, and CNED's good for the first. Cracks stepping
That's
in.
ult.
Ult
Oh,
available,
doesn't need
but
ult.
not
It's cracks.
needed.
What am I talking
Well
about?
handled
Why
by
would he use
Cracks
his
and
ult?
FUT.
Why
They get the
use
round.
ult when
I
Big
don't know
Gun
they're gonna
do
be
trick?
Ecstatic about that up against Sheriffs, but hey, look, they saved themselves from a disastrous reawakening of Heretics.
Don't know
early
why he
on.
didn't go and pick up the ult again
The
though.
fact is,
Like,
they've got the budget
once
that doesn't really
Thingy
matter too
died,
much. The last
you have to
rounds,
do
they
it died on
lost
B.
2 players total, so
You know,
they've
once
got
you get this
plenty of
kill, and
finances
now like,
available.
I don't know who's
That's
playing
the thing,
Viper
though.
for them, but
When
whoever's
you're on
playing
the
Viper
Heretics
for them
side,
is just
that
chilling
means that
there.
This round needed to be a win. Like, it couldn't just be a round where you did a little bit of extra damage, because that's not going to affect your opponents whatsoever. And now they come in, you've used one of your ultimates, and they still have a couple left. The dimensional.
Okay, Yoru ult into Gecko ult, that sounds like pain. Although, did he use that?
A chance to do anything.
Does that count? I feel like that probably will.
Unfortunately, unable to shift in time. It's the A site that's under threat.
It gave the
So
thing of,
again,
like,
more
he's
aggression
looking at
from
you, it's like,
Heretics.
he's not, he's dead.
He was looking at you. Not anymore. Well, the ult's going to be saved. Picked back up to use again. At least cleared out like a recon drone that you get a second shot at.
Fast retake.
Stone is good. That slowed them down. Benji Fishy, though, still steaming ahead.
Nice.
Taking the corner. Minibu and Boo combined.
Nice round
They've
from
given their
Heretics.
team a real chance with just Mr. Fallen. Now 1 versus 5. What a clutch it would be.
Okay, so
but not today.
super
The first
aggro,
round is
and I
fouled
think
for
they,
Team
I think that
Heretics.
Yoru ult will count.
Yeah, I like the change of pace as well.
Super
I
aggro,
think
and then
that's
just
always a worry when you
sending
lose
it.
those first
But might
4
slow
rounds
down
that
now
you
after
sort of
that
feel
round,
like
I would
into your
guess.
shell a bit. You go, okay, let's let them take this map
But okay.
control on a map like Lotus. You can't do that. You have to challenge for space, and that initial aggression. Well, they got a little bit lucky that CNED just happened
Look how
to be
fast they all
starting
are
out his
here.
ultimates, and they get a freebie kill. But from then onwards, it was almost like moving as a unit. Like moving as a core, just running around, taking these fights together.
Let's go, good.
You love seeing Benji getting
Yeah, it
hyped
did
up.
count.
The smiles are out, and well, for the side of FUT, for 4 rounds they were in the lead. Now turned to 3. Team Heretics get rifles. Ultimates start to come online, and what was a very much secured map can start to come into question. They secure this round though. The
Again,
slippery
early
slope is
stun.
retaken by Heretics. 1 minute
Rotate
30 on the
across.
clock. That A main aggression has been successful.
You definitely want to make this Neon run.
Really
Chill. Take this back. Like,
hands.
wait until the
Pushing
Neon
up on
can't
C to get
really
an
run
orbit
that
is
much
the
anymore.
most that the early round gets them. I have to wonder, what is their
That's an
first
interesting
play?
flash
What is
location.
the execute that we're about to see happen? And, well, we can already see the shift in players towards that C side of the map. Again,
They have the Killjoy
challenging
lockdown, so
Patatech and Benji Fishy,
could just
two
be that,
players that do
to be honest.
two agents at least, and utility belts that do an excellent job when defending a site.
There you go.
Lockdown thrown in.
Pretty simple.
Not necessarily committed yet. They're waiting for someone to move off. I think Minivu's expecting someone to get there. Luckily, he's a speedster, but not quite quick enough. It doesn't matter. They will be waiting it out anyway as the full team look to come in for the retake. Ultimates available, at least in the form of overdrive for Minivu. Maybe he can try and take some space back in, but
So they go for the
so
deep
far
smoke, but
FUT
they aren't really
in
there,
these
and they
afterplants have been
tapped
flawless.
off the spike.
They have been very hard to deal with, albeit this site
Astral,
perhaps gives some angles they can isolate
pretty
duels on.
passive.
A little bit more difficult now.
That's
with the
not a
cosmic
good plan
divide.
for them
They've
either.
gotta go
They
in
have to
blind.
stay on site,
Has
so it's
allowed them
just going to be a
sneak
full...
around the corner
they
a little
know.
bit, but Krax has that angle locked, even pops a molly on it. Now the flash will go through in just a moment. There it is, blinding up some players, giving them a chance on the side of FUT as they wrap around the back, give up a little bit more control in favor of taking fights together. And those fights, they're not going excellently. Krax and CNED, though, quickly recover, leaving it onto Patatech, having to defuse underneath both players. No utility to deny. Players close halfway already, but it's not enough. Not by a
Big
long
win
shot.
for FUT. I mean, just a crazy, kind of crazy round. I actually thought this might not go that well for FUT, to be honest. You know, just because they're all so close.
Might have
Like,
worked if he stuck it. It might have.
That's the thing, though. You have to. You understand his decision. You have to assume that someone's coming for you at this point, especially with CNED still standing. Again, though, I do feel like for the side of Heretics, it is going to be based around those early fights. Like, it seems like the second the site falls to their opponents, the afterplants of FUT are just too good. There hasn't been a way back in. And even as said, when they leave a gap, it seems like they expect what's going to come on the other side. I'm liking so far, though, like the dizzy flashes seem to be really good from both teams. Like, there was 3 players blinded as Heretics looked to run back
says
into the
FUT,
site.
but
Unfortunately, the other 2 won't.
Yeah.
is it FUT?
You can't get them all.
Unfortunately, not this time. Maybe
Feels
it'll
weird
work
that they
out
would take
next,
a time
next
out. I mean,
run of it, but,
that round
you know, for
was
the
a
side of
little
Team Heretics,
imperfect, right?
I
They
feel like
had a
this is
plan
squad
that they
I
didn't
wanted to
really
see if they're
do.
going to succeed, start off extremely well. We wanted to see them come in hot. Now having to play from the back. The other thing that worries me is I don't
Why
see
does it say
FUT
5 below
feeling
them?
pretty ecstatic. They're not bouncing with energy when they're winning these rounds. If anything, I think they're kind of upset with how things have gone. Seeing it narrow down to a 2v1, potential defuse under their nose, potential dual loss that could lead to the round falling out of their hands. You could see that they came out of it and took a sigh of relief
5 rounds,
as opposed to a
yes,
cheer.
correct.
It signifies to me they're not going to let this one slip.
I can actually translate. Guys is going, hey guys, you remember when I played that Rebel qualifier for you? Yeah, I was playing better than you. If you could
I'll
step
sub myself
up.
in next match.
You remember we 3-0'd that? Yeah. Well, you shouldn't have lost a round. But that's the last time we saw these two teams play, and it was very, very dominant for FUT. That's the thing. They've come in with the core of the previous team, a youngster in Yedege, who I think most people don't even look at as a rookie anymore. He is, in terms of the league, he is a rookie, but he has played so well. He's already won a trophy with them, so it's hardly in that same sort of status as the players on the other side. Again,
they
though,
win
this is the
this fight.
exact
Mr.
start I was
Fallen,
looking
the first
for
one, man.
from Heretics. Get that early aggression, deny Mr. Fallen as well. That is the smokes on the other side gone. Of course, we know that for Heretics, they've got that double controller, but it isn't the same at the moment for FUT. So now is whether or not they're going to be able to pivot. And boo, this is a nasty surprise.
Oh!
Maybe not.
Shoulder peek actually saved Yedege's life, even allowed him to deal more damage than received. Some success from FUT also towards that A side. They managed to wrestle control out of the hands of Heretics, who've constantly been flashing.
Don't blame me.
Bombarding this part of the map with utility for a 3-stack on A. That's kind of been read. FUT are seeing that that space is wide open and the B side is theirs. They might even want to take it further.
Yeah, I'm also worried just how low some of the players are. Boo 2 HP, Benji on 17, like anything could take him out. Even the extra clipping you now take from the Molotov. Flash through, and they've taken an awful lot of space. Like, look all the way back on the A site. You've still got Ada Captain. You've got to push through the C-Link as well. Like, at the moment, Heretics on this retake are playing with no ground, but they are stacking up together. A real good chance for trades, and in fact, Miniboo's going to win his second duel already.
This is where they stand the best chance up against a squad like FUT. If they can just use all their guns
Stun
at
was
once,
really good.
trade off each other, and have a few missed shots. Crack's not able to hit it to start it off. This is getting a little worrying as Heretics steamroll
Hey, Heretics, nice. So,
and take a second round.
interesting choice,
last.
right?
Okay,
To come here
they
as a
might
big
not have
squad,
started
but
hot,
not necessarily
they're
a bad
warming up.
choice.
Yeah, and actually,
Could have gone
again,
wrong,
it
maybe,
seems to be
but
based around these sort of aggressive defensive side
hold
pushes.
this with a
I'm really
judge.
liking some of these early fights from Miniboo.
Forget
Someone, again, another youngster.
The early
coming
fight
into
as
the
well,
league
winning
who
that,
I think
pretty
especially
big. Don't
starting
know
off
quite why
on
he
a
missed the fall. It's the one
defensive
who's
side,
just
Neon, to
running out
kick
on
off
his
your
own,
career
but
in
this
the
isn't
VCT.
that
It's
good
not
of a
easy.
buy now
It's a
either.
real difficult thing to do, but 7 and 5 right up there at the top of the board.
It's a fine buy, but they're
He's
low.
winning a lot of these early fights. The supportive utility as well that's coming through from Rians. He's
Especially
someone,
considering
I'll
the
be honest, I'm
5, what,
very
5'2"?
sad that he hasn't been able to get here because I'm really hyped to see him play. Like, I think, although we've got talk around the likes of Woot, and he might actually be the most exciting player on this roster.
Yeah, he was so much fun to watch in the home ground circuit, and, well, I'm sure we're going to get to see him make his LAN debut in some time, but for now, at least he's still able to participate, and Heretics can show all that they've been working for. So far, it's got them 2 rounds on the defense.
Definitely does
There's
seem
plenty
different,
more to
like
be played for,
color-wise.
and you can see that FUT are abandoning what has been some challenges, at least info gathering on A main, instead looking towards B. Perhaps they've sniffed out a weakness, or perhaps they just know that they can easily pivot as the round goes on.
So I think opening the door lets them know that this isn't just a lurk.
It's patient stuff again. A lot of this map comes down to
Thing
almost
is,
just
of course,
baiting
now they don't
sound.
know
I'm
whether
going to
it's
open the
DLC.
door a few times, but I think that's
You
one
only
of the things
see
that's been
one
quite
from
cool with
this.
the usage of
So that's
Dizzy.
good
I
gecko
think
info
back
right
to
there.
players like Cloud even using it once last season, where it's just like you just throw it straight up in the air, hope that it gives you a little bit of extra information. For now, though, once again, this B site ensues. Marian straight through the smoke has managed to pop 2 heads of the FUT side. This B site has been the least successful of the ones they've gone for so far. And in fact, if they even attempt to double back, they've got 2 players to deal with.
Yeah, and one a little closer than they'll be expecting. Miniboo has one hell of a spot here. The flash comes out, reveals him, and he's blinded, taken down. Still got one for his trouble. Despite being blinded up, Boo's even got a flash of his own, and with the paranoia in play, Mr. Fallen didn't stand a
I mean, obviously
chance.
2 kills through the spam
by the
helps.
side of Heretics, and
FUT
now
a little
we're starting
uncertain
to
it
see
seemed
that
there
foothold gained.
on exactly what they wanted to do.
And as I said, especially on this defensive side, the more rounds you can garner,
I was FUT, I'd be
the
looking for a
spot
big
you're
fight
gonna
on
be
A.
in. Like
Let's go win a big
even like
fight
a
on A.
7-5 half in favor of the attack is a very, very good half. So I think now with FUT's economy on the brink, but they do have some very solid ultimates behind them. Now, one thing I'll say with them at the moment that I understand these fast attempts into the B site, but I don't think that's been their success so far. Taking those extremities, making sure that, well, basically Heretics can't
Now
get
on
into
an
the
eco.
position they just did.
I guess now
because
not
they
the time
managed
to
have
win a
so
fight
much
on A
map
with
control
an
on that
eco.
A site without FUT even realizing.
Yeah, this has been the part I feel like has been fought for, certainly on Heretics side, every single round. Yeah. They got pushed back once, maybe twice, but for the most part, they have held onto that tooth and nail.
Do
The
they use their
two-stack
ults
late
on
on
it
into the round.
goes?
We're seeing it yet again over on that A site. Gecko and Omen, while the rest of the players look to rotate, reinforcing the contact that was seen on C. Door opens though. Now it could be a B
So
hit. They
dark.
have to stay a little bit more spread.
Like, I was just
And this is
thinking,
where FUT
compared
like
to America, it's
breathe
like the
around,
walls
make
are
your
so
opponent spread
dark.
out, make them worry. Make
It's
them
crazy.
second
It's like
guess,
messing
and
with my
then they can
eyes.
blitz into a site that's hopefully not as secure as before, but as we can see, they're still waiting, and they're in good spots.
They've not fallen for the ruse. With their aggressive spot on A as well, I think they're quite confident in that B site retake. I love the fact that FUT are just tapping that button again and again, trying to bait players in, but it has not worked. Still 2 looking to defend, but they are falling back that little bit. Now with 40 seconds left, it looks like FUT are finally going to make their move.
The flash was in, CNED's got the space. The challenge though, tough when he's rocking that pistol. Snakebite will buy them some time, 30 seconds on the clock.
Nice try.
The numbers advantage certainly paying off with the plant even coming through. This could get a little bit scary if they keep losing
Stinger
players on the
good.
side of Heretics. Down to 3 already, a 3 versus 4, and there's
Now
utility
you
in
use
play.
the ults.
FUT have
I
got a
mean-
rolling thunder alongside Thrash. They could keep them way back on this, and that's exactly what they're going to do, buying so much time. A paranoia comes in, it does next to nothing, and Rians, well, he almost got caught by the decoy. Instead, he grabs a kill for free. Nice one onto Cracks, but he doesn't last too much longer.
just charges up with a
Another
stinger.
kill from the stinger of Ada Captain. All 3 kills have been his 4, in fact. A chance to take all 5. He's swinging and he gets it. We just kicked off the MEA, and already your first case from fan favorite Ada Captain.
Finger is broken. I mean, he stunned Rienz. His teammate died, and he just charged from deep and just ran up to him. I hope we see that kill. Give me that. This one here. He just ran from like back where he was on the second kill. Look how light it is here though on the game. Right, it's on the replay. It's quite light.
Put right back on the board, and I will
But
say
this,
that
look how
sees
dark
that
it
bit of
is.
vulnerability. Like they have been able to get in far too
I
easily.
need Magnum to tell me. Is this because of the observers?
Struggling a little bit.
Is this what the observer setting is?
From FUT's breach as well, tries to keep Heretics back, but look, it's just so difficult to try to wrestle the control out of their arms. CNET, what are you doing? There goes the stun, he's out, the shorty, and CNET, it's disgusting!
Okay, that was pretty funny.
Filled. And now an isolated Boo. He's standing alone, taking head after head. So much damage done, but come on, how many more shots can this man hit? He's stuck in a...
What?
Never mind. What a shot from Boo. What a series of shots.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Like, the start to this round was CNED getting 2 kills, 2 players, not just one, 2 players when he's messing around in his ult. And then somehow Boo just goes, "So good, lads.
It's the fact
I've got this one."
They open the door
Now,
for
look at
him
this.
as well. You know, if they left that 2 seconds, everything's
He's
fine.
just chilling.
And the door opens, he comes out, the stun hits, the shorty kills, the upgrade. And then for Boo to claim the round like that, he can basically, bar CNET, every time he fights someone, he should be fighting 2, 3 players, but he gets away with it.
Now, one of the things I will say is the benefit of playing the Viper on this map. I don't think that ever happens. You almost always have a snake bite up on the Boo spot the Boo is currently standing on.
True, yeah.
Again, though,
I do like the way
KC
they're
here.
using this
Adekap
Yoru
doesn't
with
have
the
his stinger
stun.
this time. He's got a rifle. I don't know if that's an upgrade or not. Thrash being thrown through, but again, this ult a lot of the time is just used for information. It's so
they've
weak
used
that
2
the
ults
bullets
against
can
the
take it out
Zico.
with too many problems. The fact is, though, Heretics have been saving those
Now
ults.
they're using
They're
ult.
throwing them all into the wind at this point, but there's a counter.
Yeah, the counter lockdown is quite a problem. It's going to buy them so much time. And the sneaky position being held by Adekap, oh my, he was just checked, but they didn't see his head as he was crouched down behind the box. And
Oh
now,
my God.
as they push forward, Heretics need to be worried about their back, but they are. They won enough duels on site. They could look behind. They didn't need to worry. Now the defuse, but Yedijay just on a Sheriff. There's no way he denies it.
Okay, we got quite a few ults in that one as well. I mean, Heretics playing some nice stuff.
Flawless coming out for Heretics this time. They've really started to build into this one. Bear in mind, this was a 4-0 start for FUT, and we were almost worrying exactly what most people thought. A team that made it top 8 at Champions facing off against a team of rookies. You kind of expect an absolute slaughter. And instead now, 6-5.
I mean, we thought that this was going to be flawless on the side of FUT. A lot of people did, or close to. Instead, it's
I'm included.
Andalucia flawless for Team Heretics.
Oh, they got
So now,
a
we
flawless
bounce back
sponsor.
to round number 12, the final one of the half, and some serious contention from that defender side. Not only the op on Benji Fishy that, well, maybe not as scary as I thought, but it's the ultimates in play for the rest of the squad. That Viper's pick going up could seal the fate of the side of FUT. All they need to do is deny that site control, but with CNET around, that's so difficult to do. Nice kill.
Good start. A chance to take this half in the direction we expected it.
Oh.
It's a gamble and a half. Spamming through a Viper's pit with a Vandal, you basically just gave them all the information they could ever need to find you. And well, now it is just man going down.
The util is crazy in this game. This has been God, after watching some of those Pacific and MRVR Furia games,
It might be the play of the year.
what a
before it
breath
even
of
gets
fresh air.
started,
First game, we
but,
might as well throw it in.
Yeah,
Almost.
unfortunately,
I think it was a couple of bullets away.
to be. And what's that, Tom?
It's Andalucia, flawless.
All right, we'll get a rating from Uli and Bea later.
Oh, Bea's going to give me a 0 out of 10 every single time. There's a few
Just at his fight
in there that I'm not quite getting.
I'm not sure that's what's in there, but anyways. Yeah, look, a much more competitive start than most people expected. Again, you know, talking about the 2 games today, later on, there is some debate. There are some people who would see it swing the other way.
Well, we'll play on Heretics. I think he'll be back for when this. I think he'll play when the season starts. He's actually too young.
I did predict KC. To be honest, I even said it at the time.
Like when the regular season starts.
People will go the other way, but I really do think either team could take it.
Because I want to be
But
cool.
against the crowd.
Oh yeah, Magnum. What was your answer?
Because I'm cool.
Tom, we're participating.
I did kind of forget.
You know, I don't want to get
Is it the
eliminated. I'm
observers?
taking this seriously, but
In?
But no, for the side of Heretics,
Likely low
not
settings
many
versus
people
high
have
settings.
There we go. And now the pistol round starts out with confidence from the side of FUT. They are looking to put them right back in the dirt.
Heretics, yeah, I'm back at tier 1. This is going to be fun. Just gets insta-flash and dead within 20 seconds of the round. He's the lurk player as well. And the problem now for Team Heretics,
it's their brightness.
You have lost too much ground to go anywhere other than C, really. I think you can see the stack up on one side. Yedajay, the prodigy, the young Turkish player left on this side of the map, but ultimately just gonna have to give it up. And you've got a man advantage. You don't really need to take the risk.
5v4, Yetijay does well to just get out.
Yetijay out of captain, everybody
Out of
jumping
dodge.
up. Sined's just made it to the rest of the squad. Everybody
Break the turret.
is coming
Now
from
they
the
have to be
spawn
worried.
side. Bar 1, Mr. Fallen, a little bit late to it, but he's regrouped as well. Lots of pistols and the numbers advantage, but will it be enough with time ticking away? FUT need to pick up the pace. That stun's not quite going to catch Miniboo, so he's still good for this fight. No flash from out of
nice
captain.
angle.
He's taken out immediately, but
But nice mosh
flurry
pit
of
as well.
frags gives
What a
FUT
great
the
mosh
upper
pit
hand
that
by
is in
quite
here.
a bit.
Holy, that's a
Easily closed out
a
in the
mosh
end.
pit like covers all of this.
And 4 are left alive on the
tough.
side of FUT. Not bad, only one man lost.
Yeah, I think that's the good thing again about the Gecko utility. That mosh, you can just throw it into that back corner, and it not only does a little bit of tick damage now, but it forces everybody into the open. You combine that with a flash or two, which
This
they
has been
have in
the way FUT
spades
play.
with the breach
I
as
dig
well.
it.
It just
I
puts you in a
dig
position where you got
FUT.
nowhere really to stand. Like you can see it; they're all being forced out into these.
I'm
open
in love
positions.
with
And,
FUT.
it
I
is
love
quite a big
FUT.
surface area with the marsh. Not quite as
FUT.
big as Bren was saying it is. He claimed it was bigger than Orbital Strike.
I remember that.
because he's a bit insane. But we love you,
He's a
Bren.
lunatic.
But yeah, it's a great piece of utility for those retakes. And now 8-5. FUT now have themselves the second pistol. It should realistically guarantee them the victory, or
No
at least
outlaws?
in most cases, like
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
that sort of step in front.
Any audio?
No, your win rate should be skyrocketing, surely. But with such a close game, and the fact that Team Heretics, the first sign of life we saw from them was all pistols, sheriffs, mind you, but they'll look to replicate it here. Very little to work with. Bye for next round. The attacking side of Heretics playing this map like a fiddle, looking for the orbs, grabbing one, and they'll start to move out. See if any others are left unguarded and untouched. Nice wall as well for A to get them up close, which is exactly what you want to do with these pistols.
Yeah, they're just getting as many orbs as possible. You can see for FUT, they're not even really looking to play the map too much just because they don't want to give any weaponry over to the other side. They're getting information each time an orb is tapped, or again, if you see the Dizzy thrown out, it's just so much for them to play with that they don't really need to move. And you can see they're set up with utility. Anybody attempts
this,
to
I guess?
get anywhere near this site, they're getting stunned up.
The turret?
Again, it's the same as last time. If they can get any kills, do any real damage here, that's great. A plant would be nice, but ultimately we don't expect much.
Well, Yedajay might have a challenge here. If he decides to back off, they can play the retake. If he goes down, though, now
And
they
it
start
all
to get a
fell
little
apart.
bit worried. Isolated duels. And that's what I was
So
worried about.
this
I
killjoy
wanted to see
position
Yedajay
here
play
against
for
5
the
people,
late
the stun
round,
was
but
too early.
I understand why he stays. You're only up
They
against
needed to
pistols this
stun
time, though
off the
Miniboo
turret.
gets the
I don't
better
know
of
why
him. The
they
numbers
waited for a
advantage now
random guess.
staggeringly in favor of Team Heretics.
All playing
If
tree
you're
though.
FUT,
This is
you have to rely
Does he
on
have
him.
a
this is
mosh?
maybe losable
If he
here.
throws some mosh in this corner, are they just all going to run out at once? Like, they're all stuck in the back, and the flash has caught everybody. A little bit of counter utility, even still that advantage sits. The manpower is there. Now the mosh is going to go into that corner, and they can't even push out. They can't go anywhere. So he's just going to stick to the defuse. They're all coming, running back. The spam, however, has found that diffuser. It's left all
Still
onto cracks and
thrifty,
rears.
wow.
He's going to pop his head as that.
I mean,
The thrifty
it was
found,
risky
and
to have all
Heretics
5 in
about
here,
to
but I
start
guess
very
when
quickly
you don't
indeed.
have guns, it
Like I
kind of
said,
makes
before
some
it was
sense.
with
But
Sheriffs, this time I really had very
You know,
little
coulda
faith
gone-
in
coulda gone
the
wrong.
calling of that pass damage, but for them to isolate those 2 kills so quickly as well, because Miniboo,
But yeah, I think they made
once he finds
the
that
mistake
kill, you
in
see
not
this
stunning
swing
off the
come
door,
out, because of course
rather
your
than
teammate's going to
stunning
want to help
off,
you, and he's
like
dropped
hoping.
on the spot.
I will say as well, like, if you look back at last year's Heretics, I definitely think that Boo's individual form was called into question. Now, don't get me wrong, he's back on his favorite role. And
That's a
it's
tough
one
loss
map.
for FUT.
So I'm not going to lose my mind. He's playing fantastic.
Yes.
He's had some high-impact rounds, this one being one of them, 3 kills in what was basically him playing with a classic until he got a Bulldog. He had that 4K earlier in the half. Currently sits top of the board. Like, you bring in all of this talent, and then Boo's your best player.
CNED just
really, like,
double
I've
dinked
been a
him,
fan of
I
Boo
think.
for a long time, running back to 2020, I think. And I
Double dinked him, I think.
Did you like him before he was cool? Is what you're saying?
No, he was cool.
145 into
I wouldn't take
145.
that away from him. But I liked him when he was cool back in the day.
Okay.
He's
But
ulted.
I'm really glad to see him find that success, maybe find that mentor kind of role on this team. 'Cause I think it's always been a little quieter.
CNED's used his ult in this round.
He has.
Quite interesting.
He's committed.
He's actually
Got a kill.
managed to get another kill. Panatek is having a bit of a nightmare, I'll be honest. Only a couple of kills on the board, but the rest of the team doing work. We're not about to see back-to-back, are we? A 2v2 scenario. Time really is ticking, though. Krax would have to do something utterly ludicrous. He has managed to find himself a rifle and can, at a minimum, make this one costly, but it's another triple kill for Boo. Moving further.
They survived,
up the
but
board.
I mean,
believe
it is
that's his
survived. But then
20th kill of the
again,
game.
CNED did use a Euro as well, so.
You know, in a game like this, you need a hero to step up. Everybody was counting them out, but now he's sitting nearly double the kills of his next player on the
what
team.
about how many more kills he got than Panatek? Is it 10 times? That's quite good.
You know, I wasn't gonna go there.
Oh, it's day one. We gotta be mean. That's
Yeah,
what they
welcome
said.
back, Panatek.
It was like the
Remember
story
last
being,
time we
right?
cast you? Sorry.
They were like, be mean. Or did they? No, actually, maybe that wasn't. Maybe I made that bit up. Either way.
I think you did. I think that was your own desire. You added that bit in.
8-7 though. Heretics again. They've been grinding back this comeback and early.
They're going for it. Wow.
TP hunting for information. And Yedajay. Well, he's under pressure here. Doesn't have a whole lot of support. There is a couple of utility players nearby, but he has decided, and rightfully so, I'm going to back off this one.
Again, they're going to have to play full. Ooh.
Well, Rian's really had
Full
to back
retake.
off.
They're playing
He's
cringe.
down to half, but he's got his ultimate to work with. Thrash to thrash him up. And he's from outside C. I mean, this is a very passive play. Most of that utility is going to be burned up by FUT on the way through. In fact, Thrash of their own is about to be thrown through. They're going to convert them, trade them 1-to-1. Unfortunately for Miniboo, he was not hitting his shots.
Wow,
Not
and then the
finding
TP.
Thrash, instead being
They're
thrashed
playing
by
lineups.
CNED. Now the
That's
side
like
under
full
threat,
cringe.
and CNED's holding up close inside the smoke. Halfway already, those spams better come through. The diffuser is so low, but it's not low enough. 1 HP with the decay that was in play.
Did they not have snake bites?
That's a Red Bull clutch coming through for FUT, and one that, well, after all of his teammates get slaughtered on the way through, maybe not one that was deserved. The one sort of saving grace, though,
How did they not
for
kill
the
him?
side of Heretics is, okay, they lost the round, but you don't really lose a round where your opponents, all of them die except one, and you get to keep all your weaponry. Like, that doesn't happen very often in
This
Valorant.
is
So you now
Sonny
have
C
the
with
other side.
18 months.
And it
Enjoy the
kinda
Pingu
sucks.
badge, Sonny C.
There are weaknesses. Is how
Flex
but,
that
you know,
thing.
depending on how you use them, maybe they could be advantages.
Big
Look at
Bulldog
Mr.
fan.
Fallen. Judge in play. Holding B. The fight on A for Team Heretics. They
and
fought
they-
for it every defensive round, and they'll
Cena
fight for it here on
pushes
the
up.
attack. Casualties taken for FUT.
That's kind of a
It's
nice
not
play. I
ideal
think they
because
need someone
have to
else here,
retake
though,
Mr.
to be honest. I
Fallen.
don't
He's
think
going
having
to
just
need
the
to
Gecko
find
and
a
Yoru is
weapon.
enough. It's a
Maybe
nice
you can
idea again
just
by
outside
FUT.
the stairs, but it's a tough one. You're out in the open with a close range weapon. Your opponents will probably take you down from far away. The A site, the safest place to plant. They don't know it yet, but they'll figure it out soon. And for the side of FUT, I'd love to see what their response is going to be. For now, it's just waiting and hoping their opponents run into them, but look at the position of Yedajay. All the info's theirs now.
What are they singing? They're singing There's Only One Benji Fishy.
Actually be able to bypass. Yeah, he is that.
Walking
Killjoy
along, singing a
alarm
song,
bar, I
walking in a
believe, is
Benji
offline,
Wonderland.
So he's been able to just run straight past, and I imagine
Don't
Benji's
open
going to
the
move
door.
towards it, and that's going to sell them some false information.
Problem
that
with
maybe
going
he
on
hasn't
these
actually
flanks,
got
though, right,
past
is
any
you
of
even
that utility
you either
yet.
open the door or you come here.
Definitely
Where?
not ideal, but the fact is he'll have to open the door, and that will give it away. That will tell Benji. I hope it does. Otherwise, he may have a few problems of his own.
Yeah, he'll have to go to the old ear doctor after that. The door is spinning. He has heard it. He's staring in on the angle, but he won't win
well
the fight.
played.
2 guns better than 1. Yedajay had his turn to back him up, but Miniboo's backing up Team Heretics. Just trying to run the clock now. Ring a Rosie right around the site. And it's Yedajay sticking that defuse, but he'll be caught by a wide
Miniboo,
swing,
wow.
sliding in with the round
1v3?
success. Miniboo, 4
Hold on.
kills. He's chasing his brother down.
Yeah, the Boo brothers are running away with it. Honestly, I've been impressed with him. Even if you just ignore the score tally, which is absolutely fine for a duelist, he's been finding a lot of really high-impact openers. And as we mentioned already, you've
Yeah,
come
this
up
is a
against
nice
I'd
play.
say, one
I
of the
just feel
harder
like
opponents, a team that didn't
just not enough.
change a
Well,
massive
I mean, they're
amount.
trying to
Someone that
support
already
from
beat you
deep
in
with
the
like stun
off-season,
and flash,
and someone
stun
that,
and
I'll be
thing
honest,
and whatever.
most people thought you weren't going to get anywhere near. And right now, 9-8, they're on the favored side of the map. They're starting to build into this one as well after what was some back and forth. And you look at the buy that's on the side of FUT, it doesn't really get much worse.
No, it certainly doesn't. Now, in the game so far, this is where that team, who seems to be down and out, somehow pulls out a victory. But we're going to assume...
I unfortunately had the displeasure of having to read my Twitter messages.
Just one away from a Viper's Pit on
and someone sent me a message on Twitter.
On defense, you either have to gamble or you have to use it to retake when they'll often be very close by. If you
sending me a long, detailed paragraph, multiple paragraphs, about why I was wrong, about why it's actually correct to save. When after you win a round, it's correct to save. It's fine to save after you win a round.
Moving in to round number 19 when FUT will buy rifles. For now, they
the
just
whole
need to make
reason
sure they don't get ecoed. And Tom, I'm getting nervous. I'm starting to sweat a little bit because
the whole reasoning
had the right idea. They went
took
to
multiple paragraphs to get to, but I mean, and it was worded in a weird way as well. What I could understand is their reasoning is basically this: it's better to win a round.
Cena's looking to get up close. He's got
and
his
then
if he needs to try and
let your opponent win a round.
The wingman is a distraction.
And then you can win the round after, and then they are down to first loss bonus.
It's going to be the one to get the opener.
And so then that's good for you.
Majority of the first bloods in this game.
And so that basically you want to lose a round every so often, so that you can then reset their economy completely.
Should be at almost 0.
Now I didn't reply. If you're wondering where the logic is flawed, the logic is flawed in that you can't guarantee you're going to win the next round.
Exit kills. Again, we talk about damage being in the conversation in this round.
And also, it's a game first to 13. That's not a lot. Why are you giving them a free round?
Later on. Benji the first to fall. Rian's also. There's still time if they get on it very imminently, and I don't think that's going to happen. Another for Mini Boo. 3 kills as he works his way towards the ultimate he just used not that long ago. And it's going to be nice and easy to round it out. A clean round as we equalize things 9-9.
But don't worry, guys. Immortal Radiant / Radiant was in their bio, so they must be right.
Happy with that. Still losing a couple of players, a couple of orbs facing in the other direction, but now we look towards FUT to see if they actually have a response, because I think something that's actually gone very well for Heretics so far is, again, just this sort of pack build-up. Just moving as a unit.
It makes me laugh that maybe there is someone in like Immortal Radiant lobbies who just, after winning a round, buying like nothing, having a classic and being like, no guys, we need to lose so that they...
Guys is going to be given an opportunity to try and talk things through with
so
his
that then
roster.
we can win the next one and then they have to save.
Full buy that they'll have rifles on the board, a couple of ultimates available as well, but the same can be said on the other side. Panatek now coming in with that Viper's Pit. If they can get into a post plant, that's not going to be easy to deal with.
Could be me.
Yeah,
I think it was use Zoltux, to be honest.
If Team Heretics are so comfortable grouping up, moving to a site, they probably will get in there, wrestle that control out of your hands. For FUT, they have so much to discuss. But at the same time, Rolling Thunder could help them out, keeping them back, pushing them out of a Viper's Pit, getting their retake to have that little bit of a bounce to it, some energy to kick it off. We'll see if they can pack that punch that they very much need to.
No, yes, it took me a while to like fully pass out, because they kept on saying stuff like, you see, the most optimum way of controlling the economy is to go win-win-loss, win-win-loss, and you know, stuff like that. And they were using a ton of like stuff like that, and I was like, what are you trying to say? And eventually I did figure it out. Oh, they're drawing on the map. I did wonder, did I draw on the map at one point? They're drawing on the map. What is this?
Just to try and give that extra little space if there's anybody there. Cena actually trying to force them back. He's almost trying to move them here. This is a set play being set up by his team. It's just if he can give anybody that extra little bit of information to find a break.
In the chat? No. I think if they were in the chat, they would be in the Discord.
I think maybe just spotting
like if they were going to message me, they would probably go on Discord rather than Twitter.
Maybe don't peek into that one.
I think he even might have seen all 5, did he, on the way through? It's hard to tell with that kind of pace, but I'm sure someone on the server's tracking it. And with that, I guess maybe giving them the comfort to push up on B, but that's about it. They've reset into the late round, 1 minute on the clock.
Was that finesse?
Heretics, again, just grouping up 4 players, looking to try and get control over C. You know, looking to grab the orb, in fact, and then they're not sure.
Yeah, to me it was a bit like when NFL fans say, like, what are the Niners doing losing in the Super Bowl? Don't they know that the 31st pick in the draft is no good?
Well, with their takes, the stuns to the back of sight. It's not really a position that we've seen anybody play thus far. I think a couple of aggressive pushes from Benji earlier in the game, but it didn't really play too much. It's mostly been a C-site retake, and both teams have been good in the post.
Oh, he avoided it though.
Rolling Thunder makes it different.
Nice for Yetajay to come out first though.
Elsewhere, and he gets a freebie and stunned at the back of the site. Rians needs some help. They are blinded in so many different forms.
Bro.
This retake looks great.
The blind into the blind.
Still members standing.
Into the blind again.
Try and spam through here, but the fact is that defuse is coming again. They have not been able to stop.
Yeah, but it wasn't planted for them. I know they've got a breach ult. But again, plan. That's our plan. I mean, yeah, it was a good retake, and obviously they had a breach ult, so I get it. You don't want to get hit by the breach ult, but you've got to have a plan to be like, how are you getting back in, right?
After our
like if you're planting back here, you can't be like you've got no chance if you're sitting out there. Like there is no chance you will win. Yes, it was a nice retake. Obviously they got so many flashes. Reminds me of that rank game I played against just like a Sky Phoenix Yoru breach. Obviously they're agent.
They did not want you drawing on this.
Oh yeah, it was Gecko. Playing a ranked game against Yoru, Phoenix, Breach, Gecko, Sky in a comp game, and it's like,
you know, you can see that it took him so long to get
no
over
one can
there.
hold a sight because we're just getting flashed 5 times in a row.
Wall up, try to lurk towards A. I heard him fire. I think it was him firing a few shots. So
yeah, they were playing no smokes, but it's like it was just hell. They were just charging to a site with 5.
Is, you know, this is the guy we're talking about having that Viper's Pit, having the ability
it was
to
funny. I enjoyed it in a way.
But instead, he's miles away.
I enjoyed it.
Removing himself from the combat like that,
it was funny.
It's not what I want to see. It's a hiccup in timing and
like,
spacing of the round. No doubt.
What do you do in mid-elo against 5 flashes?
You want to make sure maybe you're
people
slowing
don't
down the
turn
push a little
flashes
bit.
that well.
Whatever you're doing, it needs to.
I mean, how would you even
that
turn a
Viper's
5
Pit
flash
next
gun?
round, I'd hope.
Your flashes
They have a
on
lockdown now, so
flashes.
you know.
I will say that the thing that's been really cool.
Did we win? No, we got stomped. We were playing split defense side.
So much utility that's
they just kept charging it down.
Stuns into the backside. I think the Mosh is
no matter what we tried, we couldn't stop.
Just to clear out such a big space.
And
then on the retakes, I've actually really enjoyed what we've seen from Ada Captain, whether it be with his ultimate or the stuns, because it just leaves
tried like
you
every
basically in a
agent
position where you're
combination on the
getting hit
side.
by something. You have to choose what you want to be hit by, and even if you dodge all of it, then you have a dizzy coming through and you're completely blind. It's
okay,
so
they go for this very weird setup here.
So they're running back.
Expecting Killjoy lockdown, I guess, yeah, off the orb into Viper's Pit.
So Patatek's going to be here.
And then they're going to lock down
Some of
themselves.
that slowing utility maybe will help out, but it's the pit.
But Heretics don't use it straight away. So this is a big problem for them.
We just saw Benji Fishy grab his ult orb, so now they can counter lockdown, and that could help a lot with keeping that pit up.
So I think they were hoping that they would lock down.
Maybe they've got a different idea. Having found so much space for free, they reshift their focus. Paranoia deep, push into spawn, and FUT, they better get their guns out soon when they round this corner.
Now.
I'm not sure they'll expect them to be this close. Maybe the one way will give it away.
I mean, the low plat 2 or plat 1.
Before and there weren't players around.
It's been a week or so since I played.
Yeah, the fact is for Miniboo, it was, okay, if I can get something and get away. Now you're going to see that lockdown. It actually clears out the backlines. It is not really to do much more. The Viper's Pit is not within it, so they can still stick pretty much within this site, and the trades are going effectively, at least for the moment. Ada Captain's going to be able to find one, but the fact is a couple of the attackers are detained. Patatek needs to get something, and the flash is sublime. The remaining players were out the back of the site, but the diffuser hasn't been coming. The fact is, though, they could just deny it completely. They have themselves the Cosmic Divide, and Mr. Mullins on the other side with the judge. It's absolutely filthy. The question is the time, and they...
He got off it! He got off it!
0-7!
Was that crazy?
Oh, that is so ridiculously close.
I mean, look, the round that was in it, it's got cheers out of Benji, that's for sure. What an incredibly messy round, let's say. I think, you know, even playing close there from Patatek, he runs up to try and challenge inside the pit, losing those extra seconds, losing the extra decay, because the players are just stepping in as opposed to having been in the pit for quite a while.
Oh my god.
Risky play, and the flash was perfect to catch him, but I didn't expect it to end up flipping hands like that right at the end.
Yeah, they didn't manage to get the nano swarms off of the spike.
Wow, crazy. 10-10, away we go.
He would have had it unbelievably close, but the scoreline will be leveled up. 10-10, a battle, a brawl in our first map, and
oh, he didn't get off?
exciting way.
I swear it looked like he did on the thing.
Kick off VCT EMEA 2024. For now, though, it's back.
I thought he got like just past half and got off it.
Both teams basically have just spammed their ults for that last round. There is nothing left on FUT side. And okay, Boo
I like how for me,
if that's something
when you're
you're
saying when
excited
Boo
by.
peaked, it's coming up as an emoji.
Might be watching the wrong game.
Get that one in the highlights.
You're not going to open this, are you?
Cover going. Heretics all grouped up on A this time. It's going to be the same old strat. Move together.
He gets one, but that's our Killjoy gone.
Can just knock them down like dominoes. Ooh, Mini Boo just making it through the door. That was cinematic. Wall up, so no angle for Mr. Fallen to compete on. He'll try to spam, but he spammed right
He
back.
actually
Three
got it.
players stood there, guns raised, ready for that fight. Benji on another fantastic shot out of this man, and that has put a spanner in the works. Cracks and out of captain, left to do it all. With the spike only being planted, it's not like they're running out of time.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
That could be a big problem. Oh, it's gone the wrong way, but it's okay.
For information, maybe expecting them to be a little bit closer. Again, all segmenting themselves in towards tree. This
Oh, they
is
have a
something
wing,
that
though.
clearly is planned by Heretics each time. Happy to just sit in this back corner. The peak together is perfect, and that's been the main talking point
Heretics
of this
take
team.
the lead. What
They
is
are
this?
moving as a unit. They are peaking together. They are believing in the cause as well.
What is this?
And now they take themselves the lead for the first time in this matchup.
Hold on.
Not a point I expected to be in, but they are looking fantastic.
It's a save
look
for
at the
FUT.
scoreboard at the moment. It is individual round after individual round for the side of FUT. They have not been able to string anything together.
And the worst part about that is their
Oh.
economy is just being destroyed. They're in a position now where they can barely afford to invest into pistols, let alone light shields or anything like that. You've got Ada Captain and Mr. Fallen coming in without them. What a pace change from the 4-0 start. FUT looking good. One shaky.
Wow, and they're ready for it.
That was a
Hey,
shaky.
you're going to try something risky around like this.
For
but-
sure. You got a pistol. Why not? And it's worked for him sometimes.
Oh, yeah. The shorty play earlier was enough to make me believe in CNED's Yoru, but
Gonna reset.
now at least.
Again,
still
Gecko in
getting
general
advantage
pretty good
of
at
Heretics. You
when you
expect
want to
them
do
get
this,
one to
right?
map point.
Re-clear spaces.
With the weaponry
better if
that
we
they
still
have
have the wingman,
available
but-
to them. Not much utility either for the side of FUT.
But this is what I don't get, right? If you want to re-clear stuff, I guess they
the
don't
only one
want
that
to
can really
fully
put any
reveal,
sort of
but I mean,
spanner in the works, but
it becomes a bit
that's the
obvious,
thing
right?
with
Like
Heretics,
everyone,
they've been so
they start
patient
doing this
so far.
anyway.
They've been happy to let that clock run down. They've been happy
Especially
to
when you can hear the turret hit. That gives you a clue,
continuously
like,
change up their direction
Killjoy's
late into
somewhat
the round,
close.
and now with a slow
But they're
walk,
still believing
they've
it.
tapped that door, but it has not really baited things out here. Two players are heading in the right direction.
Yeah, hearing that turret sitting outside.
They have an
C3,
Astral
start
They
to
do.
get the
If they
idea.
smoke, they need
Energy
to
was
smoke this
calling
up.
it over to Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain.
They are.
The stun goes in. Nice stun. It's caught them. Two quick kills. Another followed up on. Mr. Fallen goes down to the snake fight. But he
Now,
might have done
now
enough
you
with
chill.
Benji Fishy
I'm
alone,
past this
having
turret.
to plant
There's
this
no
spike. There's
way he
nowhere
thinks
safe
I'm
in
here.
his mind to do it. These players could be anywhere. He knows where one is. But the other evaded him up until now. Yedije about to round the corner, and he's going to catch him unaware. Oh, no! It's a
He's one body
complete
shot.
whiff. Benji Fishy, 49 HP and a dream. It's not.
And Ada Captain
A nightmare.
kills him anyway.
Squad of Heretics. This could have been them 12-10.
Wow.
Oh, knocking on heaven's door instead. They're neck and neck with one hell of a fight to close out this map yet to come.
I can't believe they've taken that. That was 4 players, or at least 3, walking into that C site, and they lose to basically a singular flash and some sheriffs. It really does show that FUT can pull something out of absolutely nothing, and that has got to be infuriating. As we mentioned, like that would have been map point on their choice as well. Bear in mind, Bind Up next is chosen by FUT, and
What a
I don't know if that
crazy
was a
map. First
sign
map.
of relief
Timeout.
or maybe the stress
I'd take a
after
timeout.
With Heretics
That sounds
themselves
loud,
now
eh?
going to take a pause. They do still have finances, Mitch, but only for this round.
I mean, again, you talked about.
I was not expecting this to be.
FUT won a
Again,
round, lost 2.
one
Won a
thing I
round,
have
lost 2.
loved
Won
in
a round,
this.
lost 2. They've just won
A
round.
lot of games have
There's 2
had
left to play
interesting
for.
comps.
Heretics calling
There's a
a
lot
timeout
of
now to
cooking
make sure
right
that
now.
pattern continues
I dig it.
Just the way they want it. And the
Fu-
credits
Riot should learn from
are a
this and be
little
like,
shaky for
every
both
time
sides.
before like
lot
a
of those
next
credits are
season of a
put
start,
on the line
every
here.
every
And whoever
2
loses
weeks
this
before a
round could be
season starts,
struggling
take
to
the
put
best
a
agent
strong
and
fight
fucking
together in
nerf
the
him to the
next.
ground. Just take whoever the most important agent in the game is, and just go, fuck it.
Like, you win a round like that, even still for
fuck you.
It looked a little bit shaky. It can happen, but you've got to make sure as a coach that, especially with someone like him, recently 18 years old, like you need to make sure.
Like, next on the list, Viper. Viper,
we've seen him play.
Turns out, snake bites, they only last half a second now.
But the fact is,
Decay only takes off 10
getting a
HP.
map in this series will already be a great start for them, just to prove that they are here to compete in the
Raze
league this year.
doesn't have
Up
satchels
against
anymore.
One of the teams that could even be in with a shout of making it to Masters Madrid, the ultimate goal at this kickoff event. For now, though, look at the push from FUT. They have gone all the way through this seaside, but in the meantime, under pressure, it's the man I just mentioned, and he's gone within a second.
He's too aggressive. He's too aggressive here.
Though. A player
Like, we've got 3 players on the other side of the map.
But the problem is,
Why are
whenever
you
Team
swinging
Heretics
into
are
4
able to
people
wrestle
for?
that control out, run their trades, or just clean take the fights and gain control of
Did they beat
site,
the turret?
they're not letting it slip. But
They did, but they saw
familiar
it.
position,
Oh.
open the door, he calls, the utility's on its way, he needs to get out of there, and he has.
I love it.
That's very
Wow,
nice
the
teamwork, even the flash just
the
to buy
door
a
into
little
that
bit of
looks
extra
funny.
time. It will be returned on the
So
other
look
side,
at
but
Miniboo.
not much to do.
Miniboo's in such a ratty little position, but they're all going to go wrapping past. The Viper screen is almost a bit of bait just to give him some space. The question is, do they check for him? No, they don't. He's going to clear out a couple on their way back in. It leaves just out of Captain
Okay,
Wild.
maybe
Good
a bit
luck. Up against the lockdown.
overkill for Benji, but here we go. Our friends, Eco Strats,
over the last few. A quiet start to this game, but
let them win a
I think
round.
He's had a better attack.
You know, the
Let them win a round so we can reset their eco.
Back to the last time
My
we
guy
saw
is
him over
cooking.
here in Berlin, Tom. He hasn't had a great time down there on the stage in a lot of the matches he's had. Now, well, not just him, it's his team. You know, they haven't found their success. Now hitting their stride up against one of the strongest teams that we saw in the MEA last year. We talked about their consistency. We talked about how they just keep on getting better. It looks like Heretics have been doing exactly the same. They've made good use of their off-season time, and now just 1 round away from claiming victory. Nice position from CNED, but the shots aren't there. We talked about the weaponry. It's just not strong enough for a lot of these fights.
Heretics.
And they are overwhelmed, leaving Yedije and Mr. Fallen to pick up the pieces.
Unbelievable start.
Have to be a miracle. Yedije's only just starting his rotation, but that again, as said, like, I don't think Heretics have been a roster that have been just too quick to move. They're happy to just pause, hit the brakes. Boo's calling this game has been sublime, and well, now you can see the downs. Yedije's gone all the way back to the A site. He's still sitting on tree, just waiting for that rotation to come through. Mr. Farland's going to try and buy as much time as humanly possible. Well, he's pulled in Wingman at least, but other than that, all of his utility's gone. He's just going to have to hit the shots, and he does. That first kill has gone his way. He's even dinked up a second. Somehow the IGL might just be the hero that they need.
Oh!
No way.
Now there's a real chance. I mean, he's backed out. He's bought time. The rotate from Yedije, it's going to be so long before he gets here. Maybe they walk back into him. As players on Heretics, there's no easy choice for Boo and Patatek. Where do you take it on this one?
He sees
Both
the smoke. I
smokers
mean,
left
like
alive,
that
two
smoke is like a
snake bites to play
godsend.
with. Probably want to be around Mount.
He sees the
It's a
smoke,
good
he's like,
position,
fuck.
But it's out of position to stop that.
Oh, but he
defuse.
needed to win that
That's
fight.
So unfortunate for Yedije with 86 HP. Mr. Fallen, 2 kills already. There's the third. He's only got 1 more, but Patatek's full. 150, a tough series so far, but he'll save them. Heretics find their map pick. Lotus is in the bag, and a much different start to their season than most people at home expected. They've got 2 chances to close it out and, well, defeat FUT in a best of 3.
Wow,
Yeah,
crazy.
definitely not something we were expecting, and as said, the Boo brothers have
Bro,
had a
the
fantastic
lights.
day at the office. 26,
I'm gonna
22 kills
spare you.
apiece. I just fantastically well done. Either way, we're going to be heading things off to a short break, and then we will be going over to the desk.
Bro, it's hurting me.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces.
Oh, look where it is.
Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about...
I think it's Andalusia. Okay, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy days. Okay, I'll take a quick break. And we'll be back with map 2. Once had a person called save after winning pistol while we're 10-3 up. His reasoning was, let's strengthen our economy so they can't come back. Clever. Very clever, kid. The question will be, are Heretics actually going to win this game? With a sub? Here we go. Oh, will Heretics win the game? Let's see. Quite plausible. I mean, they're 1-0 up. I would say it's quite plausible that they win this game. I can never trust these links now, all of a sudden. Here we go. Does TMV even play Valorant? Oh, sorry, maybe you can't see it. I just can't imagine him actually playing it, like legit. That's one of the first messages of all time. Do I play Valorant? I mean, I certainly watch a lot more than I play. I play from time to time. I honestly, if I'm being real with you, I play with my friends. If we get a 3-stack or a 5-stack, I'll play with them. But other than that, you'd catch me doing a lot of other things before you catch me in solo queue. In fact, I can count on one hand the amount of solo queue games I've played of Valorant. Like, it's just... Is it 0? I think it's 2. I think from what I can remember, it's 2 games. And that was like when I was like started playing. I just, you know, I just think like playing with my friends, it's a lot of fun. Like even 3-stacking, I don't think is that fun. Like 5-stacking is a lot of fun. But even 3-stacking, where you can talk to 2 people, I don't even think is
Kuka to
Is
give them
that
a
fun?
boost to turn things around. And my God, Mini Boo, what a great pickup.
Hear me out. You know, you were doing VNN and you were talking about how K-Corp did not recommend the brother buff, but in this case, the synergy was totally there. And we have seen so many debuts from players coming into like the big stage in the international leagues. And the one that
How do you
Mini Boo
explain to your
had,
parents
how
that you're a
confident he
Valorant
was in
analyst?
everything
I
that
mean,
he
they
was
don't
doing,
need
how the
to.
team was following, and of
People
course,
don't need
how
to
the calls were
understand your job,
definitely
really, do they?
there,
A lot of
from
people
the side
don't
Boost.
understand my
Makes me very
job.
happy, even, you know, given the circumstances.
Yeah, and what I noticed there from Team Heretics wasn't they had a really rough start. Like when I was watching FUT playing, they started off really well.
Any
They even
TMB
converted the bonus rounds. They
friends on
started with a
stream?
really good enter into the half,
No.
but then
They do come
Team
into
Heretics
chat
doesn't
every
get their
so
first
often.
round win until
They
round
sub.
5. And what do? They went for a really aggressive pick on B, and then as soon as they do that, they have a layer to it.
How's
It's
your
not just
dad's
like
tent
they're going for an
garage?
aggressive peak or something, because they tried that
Such
on
a good
round
question.
3. They tried taking a lobby control, but then they shift over and they're staying
It's
one
gone,
step
yeah.
ahead of what.
What jobs did I have before?
It wasn't. That
I
wasn't
was a
enough.
substitute
'cause FUT
teacher for a
wins the
bit.
Next round, but then it's later on the
I
half. FUT starts doing a little bit of trolling. They start
did some
giving
football coaching
their
for a
foot
bit.
off the gas. They start losing rounds, and then Team Heretics is able to come in and actually start
That was kind of
gaining momentum
what
towards
I
the end
was
of the first
what I
half,
was
and
doing.
that's what carried
See, the
them
thing
into
is, though,
the
I
second
kind
half.
of came out of,
you know,
I was in a,
I
I came out
there
at
for
a weird
FUT.
time of uni
At the start,
because
it looked like there
I came
were
out of
vibes,
uni,
but
did a
towards the end of
masters,
that
and then
first half,
COVID hit.
The vibes definitely
So
were
it's
in
kind
there,
of like
sorry.
Yeah, no, but actually we
my
were talking
and then
about
my
CNET and
master's
how this
degree
has to
got
be an excellent
delayed
tier, and we
because of
saw him in the
COVID.
past
So we
playing
got
Euro,
extra
but
time,
this
so
is
it took
completely
extra
different.
time
We
for my
actually,
degree to
we're seeing
finish
how he was using
because
most
of that.
utility
And then obviously it was
very, very
COVID,
well,
so it
and
was
how they
like,
were implementing each and all of the pieces that they had. That execute,
what am I gonna
that they
do
had
then?
onto A where he,
Like, what do you want me to
uses
do?
ultimate
Then for like a
just get
year,
into
I
bait
tried
door,
like a
combined with the
different
breach
shit.
stun. There were so many beautiful things coming from the side of FUT
And
that
then-
definitely
and
tells us
then-
there's been
all
some
the
cooking
while
that
I
now
was
is coming
making
into
YouTube videos,
fruition.
and then-
But it was actually the ability from Team Heretics.
How did you
to
know
come
you
back
wanted
from
to be a
all the
Valorant
adversity.
analyst? I didn't know I
Losing the
wanted to be a
first
Valorant
round,
analyst.
you know,
This is the
they're
thing,
all
right?
here,
Like,
they're all feeling comfortable. Everything that they're doing is working.
probably a
but
lot of
they
you will
actually
be in your
managed to come
early
back. So,
20s,
you know,
late
coming into the
teens,
next map,
and
that
you'll
is
have an
something that they're
idea of
going
what you
need.
want
I mean,
to
this is
do.
the thing. Last
But
year,
the
if this
truth
had
of the
happened,
thing
Heretics taking
is,
them out
like,
off
for
of,
most
but we would've seen
people,
this as a big upset.
when they
We
end
would've
up
been
in
here
a
like, what
in
is
a
going
job,
on? Is
and
there
you
something
ask them
going
like,
on,
how did you
with
end up
FUT
here?
But I do think
They'll just say like,
Mini Boo is
it just happened.
You can feel his presence on that server.
I
He
love
was
Just
getting
happened.
that. Yeah, and also
So that's what
7
most
first
people's
kills,
story
This
is.
is what you want if you're going to be playing
just
me on a
happened.
map like this here.
Yeah, opening up the rounds for your team is going to be really important for you, especially as a Neon player, because your
What was my
whole kit
thesis
is about being
dissertation
mobile
topic?
and moving around
In
and trying to find opportunities for your team.
at
You really
uni,
have to play into
see,
what your
I did a
composition
drama
is. If your
degree, so like
composition includes a neon,
the
you're
like
gonna have
thesis
to
part of
be
it
really
actually
aggressive
wasn't
and
that.
move
It was
around
only like a
and be
norm.
active.
There wasn't
But,
like
I mean, it's not
we had a
just,
big
like,
production at the end of the
Mini Boo
year,
just
which
by
was kind of
himself.
like the
His
main
team's right
thing
there
you did in
following
year
him up.
3.
And they did a lot of these floods. Like,
And there was
even
like
on
a
the
small
retakes,
little
some of them
project
weren't
you did as
successful
like
because
a
they don't
kind of
have good
thesis thing, but actually
composition
didn't
for it.
count for that
What I'd
much,
like
so
to
it
see
wasn't
more
that
from
fun.
them
But I did that
on their
on
defense is more
Free
flanks,
Speech Theatre
more
in Britain.
three-pronged retakes.
Um,
You know, instead of just grouping in CT spawn together as 5 players and coming
And
in
then
together in
my
one giant flood,
master's
coming
one
from
in
different
football
angles
and
would be nice to
coaching
see.
Maybe we
analysis
can
was
send that for
in.
homework for them, but
I did it
really
about
surprised. Do you guys remember when
does
at the very
VAR
beginning
wait
of the game,
times
we had this problem with observers where when you saw a
make
flash, the entire
penalties
thing was like, I
less
think we need
likely
some
to be
solution
scored?
from the DC, okay? Because
Like
we
from
saw it a lot
pre-penalty,
during this
from
game.
pre-VAR
Actually, the
penalties
utility was
versus
super well
VAR
used for
penalties,
range.
like when they do all the checks
You're
and
talking
stuff.
about the flooding and how the
Like
rest
the
of
extra
team
wait
is
time, does it
following and what
impact
Mini Boo
penalty
is doing,
performance?
and I think that he
The
was
answer
doing
is
a
no.
beautiful job playing with the Gecko.
Yeah, and also let's not forget this could have been less close if Atta Captain didn't decide to ace.
Do you
that
like
one
maths?
round and also win the 1v1
I
as
guess.
well. When it was, I think 11-10 the scoreline was, so it could have gone either way at this point. I know you guys briefly mentioned CNED. Of course, I was not super convinced when I saw the Yoru.
If you had to pick one meal for the
lobby,
rest of your life,
yeah, but
what would it
didn't seem like
be?
he had the best time, but he definitely had some
One
great
meal for
moments here,
all the
to prove that.
time.
I can see exactly why they decided to go with the Yoru.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope that moving
Man, that's
into
tough.
the rest of the maps,
Because you want it to be like, I'd probably pick something.
also adapts and grows goes into this position that he's playing, and just it's not just, you know,
One
some
meal
other
for the
player
rest
that
of
was
the time. Every meal.
Yeah, I could definitely see the vision on their game plan for attack. They set up that Yoru so well. Every time they went into a
See,
site,
Nick, you say
they had
pizza,
the
but
layered execution from the breach stuns to set up the Yoru.
I don't think it would. I think honestly, if I was picking one meal for the rest of the time, I'd have like a Sunday dinner.
It's just that when they went a little
You know,
bit
because then
deeper,
you've got veg,
they lost some.
You know,
of
you
the
can put
retakes. They
you can
got
put
ecoed
a bunch of
twice,
different
even though
things
they
on
won
it
both
potentially.
both pistol rounds.
Gravy's
And
nice.
they converted the second round. It
You
looked
got
like
you got
yeah, it looked really
meat.
good for FUT, but then Team Heretics
Veg.
winning on eco rounds. I think that's when we
Some
saw the
carbs.
vibe check fall down, right?
Might take a while to make though. Do I have to make it?
No, it's that FUT lost their steam, and then Team Heretics started feeling more confident. They looked more
A
confident.
burger? Well, that's the thing. What do you mean? How specific can I be? Can I just say pizza in general and put what I want on it? Does it have to be?
Outfits, the new compositions, and the new.
Does it have to be the
ideas.
exact
And it's
same thing
actually
every
the ones that
time?
work the best and how the vibes are going. That the team is going to be able to win the map because, of course, we see a lot of set rounds like the
If
one
you
that
just
we
say
just
burger,
obviously
like,
seen it sometimes
what's that
even
mean?
celebrating. But it's actually the one that managed to pull through and actually have the better ideas. Benji Fishy at the end of that map, when I was seeing him playing with Miniboo, it's literally like seeing them on ranked. It's the same feel.
Yeah, and also CNED really vocal too. You know, when sometimes when we saw the camera show, he was talking a lot. We didn't really see him do much of that when he was on Navi and Ascend. But let's look forward because one map, hey, still as you know, not the end or be all. You can still come back into this. We are going to head to Bind, and this is where
Do I
we
have
don't
cattle
even know what
outside your
Heretics
farm,
do
TMV?
want
I
to
do not own a
They
farm.
didn't really play at all last
And
year.
there is
They
no- I mean, there
obviously
are farms
comfortable,
around,
here.
but
So
there's
what
no
would you like
cattle
to see
that I
from
can
them?
see.
Are they going to be relying on that kind of Miniboo heavy aggressive entry again?
Yeah,
There is
so
some
if
that-
I'm
that
gonna
what- they used
extrapolate
to-
anything from the first map
there used to
here,
be
it's that
horses
Team
nearby.
Heretics, it's not like they won because they had better ability usage. I think FUT actually had the better ability usage. They comboed the Breach with the Yoru really well. So if I'm looking at the
Any
second
advice
map,
when you're lost as
what's
to what
Team Heretics
career
gonna
you
do?
want
Well,
to
I hope
pursue?
I don't see a Neon pulling out her.
My best
her
advice for you
overdrive
is
with
just
9 health in a
that life is long.
situation. Because honestly, like if that's
And
what Heretics is doing right now, then it's like
you will
I feel
probably
like they
stumble
won
your
off the
way
back
into
of
something
FUT,
as long as
really
you
just
keep
dropping
putting
the
yourself
ball on
out
that
there.
map. So if Heretics wants to win here,
That would
they
probably
need to
be my
play with
best
the same
advice,
amount of
just-
confidence that they played in Lotus.
If
Because
you
that
don't, if you
is
generally
what
have no
carried them the
idea what
most
you
part,
want to do,
because it doesn't look
just
like they have the
try different
greatest
stuff,
game
I guess.
plan, built out
You know,
for
or
Lotus.
just think
So
about
going into Bind, hopefully
yourself,
they have something a
reflect
little
upon
bit better,
yourself
but,
and what you
know,
think
it's
you
not
are and who you
really-
are, and
last map was Heretics map pick.
you know.
So.
You know,
What
we
think
were
you-
talking
what-
about it
what's
when
something
we
you
were
think you
watching it,
might
and it's like,
want to do?
especially for Lotus, they didn't
Try
have
it.
much to initiate on the.
The problem with a
attack. They
lot
didn't
of
have that ultimate,
advice like that
sorry,
now, though,
that
is
was
of course
going to
like
be
you have to do.
disruptive,
You might
when
think
from
like,
the
oh,
attacking side.
I
So you
want to
have to focus
be,
in both on
you
defense
know,
and on the
a
attack, on
thing.
getting the
But to
thrash
be that
ready and
thing,
just
I have to
working
do
around those things. I think that,
10
you know, that
qualifications to do
initial
that, and
plan
that
was
takes
definitely
time and
there,
effort
and
and
it is
money.
something that they're going to need for
And that
Bind as
is
well,
not
because
great.
again, this is FUT's pick, and there has to be a reason for it, because you're going, I think for most of the matches here in kickoff, you're going almost blind, you know? You might have hear what they are playing, what they're running, but you need to be very sure in your gameplay.
Yeah, and this is the other thing as well with comms.
Wenn will you
Again,
wer
Heretics,
Vigs?
we didn't even know what they would have played last year, what
I
Neil was
will not
feeling.
wer Vigs.
But FUT, we do know what kind of tendencies
Will you wer
they like
Vigs?
to lean towards, of course, cracks.
Wenn
We
will
got a
you
great
wer
KO
Vigs?
player on that roster. The Sky, you guys were kind of talking about whether you feel like that's still going to work.
Do
for
your
them. But of
neighbors
course,
call you
the
TMV?
Gecko,
No.
They were both two great geckos on the server.
Why did I
as
say that in
well.
a
So,
German
how
accent?
are we feeling
If you
about
know,
this?
you know.
What are you expecting from FUT?
I would like to see something different. I think that Cracks is cracked on KO. That is news to nobody, but I was actually seeing very good utility usage from Gecko. We saw it last year in Haven, but it wasn't that bright. It was very easy to read. I would
Dream
like to see
team to
some
coach slash
evolution,
be analyst
towards
for.
that. Well, my question is are they going to, you know, stick with the double smoker? Are they going to maybe go for a sentinel? You know, those are my questions, especially now that Get2J is here.
Yeah, I think Gecko is probably something that we'll see a lot of here. I wonder what's going to happen with CNET if he's going to be on
Sentinels?
the Euro, because
No,
Euro
I'd get
is
too
really
much
good on
shit on
Bind,
Sentinels.
especially with the aggressive plays, but what's going to happen?
Loud? I
is
mean,
he
I
gonna
don't
run
fucking
Raze, 'cause
speak
Raze is also a
Portuguese.
really good player or agent for Bind.
DFM,
Also getting the hop-up
being
is
the
gonna be
fucking
pretty
person
important
to
on the
turn
defense side,
DFM
because
around, can you
it
imagine?
can be a pretty
I'd be a hero.
attack-sided map sometimes, depending.
All you gotta
know, if
do
you're
in
able to
DFM is win
seesaw
one
well.
game and you're an
So,
instant legend.
That's kind of what I'm looking at. Is the Euro pick going to come into play? They had some good game plans with it last game.
Hey, hear me out. Bring back CNET Sage, anyone? Vintage? But we do
More
have
Yoru.
agent select here. And what
On
is
Blind, we
going
got
on?
CNET Neon?
Yeah, so we do have a CNET Neon. We have Miniboo on Yoru. We have...
This just looks like
Cracks
it
on
looks
the KO, but they're doing
No
KO
Brimstone?
and Gecko.
Sova?
Yeah, break this down.
We're fucking cooking.
To me, it looks
Where
like...
are we going?
I'm thinking it's going to have to be pretty
And no
active. Like,
raised
you can't just
bind?
really
when
sit
was the
around.
last
They have
time
good
in any
explosiveness
pro
on the
game
attack side. What my
There
concern
was a
is
no
for
raise
the
bind.
defense.
What the
They're starting
fuck is
defense
going
with
on?
the KO, with
Solo
the,
Viper? No,
with
there's
the
no
Gecko,
solo
and they
Viper.
don't really have a whole lot of
Don't
stall utility.
fucking
They have a lot
try and
of
trick
flashes
me.
and stuns, and they're gonna have to really
Chromo,
leverage that with a lot of
chromatic.
trap
I guess
plays
is
and
how you
really
say that.
aggressive.
Thanks for the 2
Yeah, I
months.
think I'm
Oh,
very
the
excited to
Easter
see
guy as well. I
Minibu's
don't remember
performance
seeing
here.
your
I think
name.
that the attack has to be extremely.
Was I away when that
Also,
was?
Mr. Farland,
Thanks for the
first
2
time
months,
ever
nonetheless.
on the Gecko. I can't wait to see what he can do with this, and it's time to send you guys back into game with your
DFM will not go
Richmond
winless
and
this
Tom.
season. Oh, you
Thank you
sweet
so
summer
much, Yinsu,
child.
and our wonderful analyst desk. Tom, we have seen a surprise opening. Team Heretics 1-0 as they step into FUT's map pick of Bind. The other surprise, like the desk highlighted, Miniboo is now the Yoru on the server.
I mean, I don't hate Sova.
He was like, I like a little bit of that Neon. He was going, I liked a little bit of that
It's
Yoru.
okay.
And now they've taken each other's places. Yeah, I think it's
interesting because
that
they
clearly
got.
FUT
I mean, it
have
works
gone hard
kind of with a
into the
Yoru.
Gecko.
I
wanna
kind
see
of dig it
how
with
many
the
maps
Yoru
they're
because you
actually
can send
running
darts
this. We've seen it in
deep
the past
to help
on
the
this map,
Yoru
but
in.
the fact that
What
both
if I
teams
was
ran out
them?
the first
What
one
I would
makes
hope
it that
for.
little bit more exciting, and
This would be
I am
fucking
excited
sick
to
if
see
they
what
got
sort of
this.
trap plays they've got, what
If
sort of
they start
aggression
doing
they're
double
gonna have
recall
across
stars
this map.
TP with a
For now,
dart,
at least.
Ah,
A little early peek
I'll
coming
be-
out from
I'll
Mr.
be-
Farland over towards B long. And
I'll be
actually, he's gonna
feeling
go walking.
different. They're not going to. But if they did, it would be sick.
Space taken on that drone. The TP going to be used. It's a fake for Miniboo being up close, trying to tempt any sort of spams through that smoke. Nice paranoia. Great work by Ada Captain. Many blinded players, but Miniboo must just have been fading for him. Nice snake bite down on the floor. It's caught a few while Patatek swings out wide for a double. Boo on another, leaves FUT way behind. It's only cracks.
Well, that just happened in a blink of an eye.
No
This is,
info of
funnily
where
enough,
these
very
players are. He's got every
very
corner to
FUT-esque.
clear and not enough time
Fighting
to clear
backside
them.
on A.
Ball shots.
Any spoilers?
Mr.
Hello?
KO, but unfortunately,
Spoiler alert!
he's going to go down. Either way, 1-0. Heretics again. But you have to bear in mind they didn't win either of the
I was
pistols
so
in the last
confused.
map and still won the map, which, as we've already mentioned in the past, normally you're looking at like an 80% chance to win the map if you manage to get yourself both pistols. So the fact they've
I
now
was
got
like,
off to a
what?
flyer of the start.
But
the
he
fact
hasn't
that,
defeated
again,
what?
it just seems like a lot of these supportive flashes out of the side of Heretics have been fantastic. Clearly pumped up and ready to go. This defensive side of FUT not off to a flyer, and it's not going to be much invested into this one whatsoever.
Still feels a little dark.
And we talked about Heretics last map, sort of needing to start out hot, and they warmed up pretty quickly. Moving into this map, no signs of slowing. FUT, pistols, all classics bar one, the upgrade on CNET, the professor himself. Now, this guy's been able to hit a set of wonderful shots so far on this map. Historically, yeah, he's the guy you'd give it to, but
I'm
that's
not.
a big
I'm not
task
sure
for
that this
anyone
is cooking. I'll be
to
honest.
take home. Not even shields.
I'm not
on their
a.
back. Yeah, I'm curious about a lot
I'd
of the
rather
utility
this.
we're seeing in play for Team Heretics as they move on
Or
through this
Raze.
attack side. I think Miniboo must have some crazy attempts to map control out of Captain. And Cracks, they had their own attempt. They tried to move up and get map control. Instead, a bullet to the back and a plant on the A side.
Yeah, you can see already Mr. Farland going wandering, maybe to try and isolate the duel on the player that just managed to take out a couple of his teammates. And he may just get that chance, but Boo is more than aware. As I said, he has been fragging like crazy in the last map, top fragger, alongside his baby brother.
You think Sheriff by when you use pistol on attack is good?
Might even be able to go in for an
I mean, see, this is the thing, right? Like those kind of buys got worse just because of the outlaw.
Where Boo is going to be coming from.
Because then you're gonna have to probably go light shields. You know,
still ever deadly.
I assume on the next round.
To close out the round 2-0 for Heretics, a clean
So
one at that.
if
But now we
you
get into the nitty gritty, the buy race.
like, it got worse
See Boo
with the outlaw
already off to
basically.
a flying start, hitting
Last
those
year I
shots.
would have
You know,
been
this is
like,
a guy
yeah,
that,
do it,
had a
100%.
good first map. Well, IGL in this squad, he is leading from the front, but the reality is, when I see him swap over off of an Omen, I have question marks. I loved his Omen back in the day. It's
This emote is so funny when you're all just saying boo, like
the same sort of abilities typically, at least solely looking at his utility belt. It doesn't give him that same ability to duel and to take fights as before. It removes him from a lot of action. But that's fine, because he's 5-0 right now, so he's evolving himself.
It's much more like a hard lurk. Your utility needs to be held from a distance, and communication.
I don't even understand how it's a boo. Anyway,
Miniboo has already taken so much space. You can see the pressure at the moment that Heretics coming under, but they have managed to eliminate him, and the rest of the squad still looking for that space. Boo on these late lurks around the corner has been winning.
Good kill. Now, I guess straight getting out here is quite good.
Still, though, the majority of the defense is just waiting. An attempted plant here, definitely not going to be easy.
They've already lost CNED to them, who feels like the duelist on the other side, certainly the top fragger of Heretics, and they're worried about Boo, about where he's going to come from and when he's going to come on in. But his team are, oh, hold on, he's about to be challenged. The swing just to come through. Boo easily wins it. This guy is just looking unreal. He didn't even take a hit there. I waited in case the HUD was slow, but no, 150 HP still to work with, but he's got more to do. Kill after kill needed from Boo, another chance, but this time his luck finally runs out.
Timing for Ether Captain was insane there.
Into position, into the after plant, and
maybe a bit fortunate for FUT.
Eventually are able to
isolate they need to waken up here. Heretics, I mean, at the very least it's a good bonus, but
at least a little bit of extra space. But it's the
they probably could have won that round. I mean, Giantx was watching it as well until that moment.
Come in from behind just caused them so many issues, not having that lurk as they did in the prior round. Even still, though, it is going to be another purchase coming in for Heretics. No real struggle at all. In fact, they've got plenty of finances to play with. And on the other side of things, Mr. Fallen, well, the thing is, he's already down to a judge. And I was thinking, okay, well, maybe he'll be in hookah, but actually not. I think he's going to end up in lamps. And CNED, his defense has... It's been an offense, really. And he's been dead within the first few seconds of almost every single round.
Fly with me.
Yeah.
Fly away. Okay, we're back. And it looks like we've... You know, we got to see a nice aerial angle of CNED falling. He's not had a lot of fun in those early duels, Tom. You know, his Yoru certainly got him up close. It got him involved. His Neon, it's done the same, but he's not involved in the way he wants to be. Losing a few of these, giving Heretics the advantage, losing a faster rotator player as well. But really, it's just
so you can see that no one is pushed out.
That we're looking for. It's his prowess individually. Now out of the server, someone else has to step it up.
Again, actually shooting off. Maybe trying to bait for the fact that a captain's in this corner, but the fact is I think they spotted enough players to realize
the fourth was over there as well.
There's nobody on the A site anymore. They've heard the TP, they've heard the players on their rotation, and now Minibu, he's going to use that dimensional drift just to find out every single piece of information. And almost to the fact that, okay, they're only just making their way back in. He's actually gone back around behind them. He's even spotted the player in heaven. Is he actually going to go for this? He does! But yeah,
oh my
is
goodness.
quick enough on the trigger to give the man advantage now over to FUT.
Well, that 4 versus 3, certainly a lifeline provided for FUT with an overextension from this attacking side. They haven't got a lot of control either. 2 players trapped inside a lamp, swinging out wide. Good kill for Boo. He just keeps on hitting shots. Finally, he falls, but Patatek's good for the trade. Flash still to play with, and he'll catch the kill. No need to swing. Benji Fish, he's gone running. Thought maybe the defuse was being stuck. Now the 1v1 forces Patatek in an uncomfortable situation. He needs to check it's not being defused. Flash goes out, swing is in, and a captain taps yet again. Here's the final swing, the final fight, and Patatek comes out on top.
It's already looking like a much different player being put onto the KO. Obviously, the main reason he's come in as a substitute is that depth of agent pool. He can play an initiator, he can play a smoker, he can play a duelist if you need it be. And right now, well, I feel like he's almost a mix of the initiator and the duelist. 5-1, right up there alongside Boo. And while this was around the... Again, I feel like with the early start, they probably should have taken it, but it did come down to those clutch plays from him. 3-1 in the lead. Again, we're looking at a similar scenario to the defense of the last map where FUT are able to get themselves onto the board, but they're unable to convert anything more than an individual one. And again, CNED, well, I feel like they're just expecting at this point. You know what? Okay, within the first 15 seconds, CNED's going to run at us. This is the first time he's actually got anything. He's still fighting with 5 HP.
Don't go back out there. I mean, we talk about spraying through smokes with a Vandal. I mean, this is a little bit worse. It's just a laser.
Yeah, I wonder where he is. Oh, that big blue pointer's probably going to give that one away.
Over there, is he? Well, he's regrouped with his teammates now, 5 HP. Let's see what he can do. Maybe just draw their eye, be a distraction. Patatek had no idea there were players this close. Now a real challenge for him, and CNED, the 5 health warrior, to pick up that frag, move down,
Please tell me he's going to give the gun to someone else.
The rotation's on the way. He must.
Okay, thank God. I got 2 kills, you know. The shorty up close is ratty from Mr. Fallen. But again, there must be an expectation there from Heretics. Again, they've struggled against these pistols once or twice throughout the game. Benji, though, it looked like he was going to be dead to rights, but Mr. Farland not
That's
quite
big.
quick enough.
I mean, this probably will win them the round.
But look at this position from Boo. He's been so good in aim duels, so he tries to force them into fighting him. CNED stuns
I
won't
think the
land.
neon
He's
is
been
it,
revealed,
dog.
and he's 5 HP, rifle in
I'm
hand.
gonna be honest.
1 versus
Heretics
3.
up to
Most
a...
people would
I mean,
say,
obviously,
everyone
you would
else
think like on
would
a...
say
This is gonna be an
CNED
attack-sided
will
game, you would think.
He goes down.
Probably with
And
these
it's all right,
comps,
because they
I would
can come
guess.
back into the next, but 4-1, the lead starts to slip out of FUT's hands. They were
What
in
if this
very
would be a
same position
massive
on the
upset?
Previous map, it looked like the series was in the bag when we saw this bracket published, and yet here we are. They are by far looking like the weaker squad. Well, not by far, by a couple rounds, but so far on this map, there's not a lot to write home about.
I think especially when you consider expectations.
Against Decos, what do I prefer? Vandal Lights or Bulldog Full? I mean, the Bulldog Full will probably be better to win that one round, but of course the Vandal Lights will be better going forward if you can keep it. So that's the kind of,
you had for Heretics, maybe
you know, thing that you have to consider.
With a Heretics jersey, I don't think you expected Boo to just be out fragging everyone in this server. Either way,
Dart back sight, nice exec, full retake on B. Do have KO ult, Gecko ult, Omen ult. Could be
Oh, sorry, because of Paditech now they don't have any on the other side as well. Either way, Thrash thrown through. FUT are expending a lot into this round to try and get something done. The fact is, though, still yet to find a kill.
Ooh, just ran out of ammo at the wrong moment. Paditech could have been down, but
Cena
Boo
got
and
one, though.
Paditech have fallen
Okay,
in
nice
the end.
retake.
Boo to follow. Benji Fishy's out of the game. Rian's trying his best. The Rian will be done. Nothing to be found.
A good research.
Nice retake by
Obviously,
FUT.
it did take a few ultimates to be thrown in.
Yeah, they used their
It
ults,
wasn't like
but
they just got back into that site with nothing.
it's good to use your ults, right? Like, use your ult round
It's been
6,
liking
we'll
that
get a
pace
second
from
one in the
Heretics
half,
switching
hopefully.
up quite regularly. This is the problem, though. You have to bear in mind the last rounds weren't particularly.
Now it's actually a
clean. Even
save,
with
so
couple of kills
that's
in
a
one,
that's
and
a
then you
big
obviously
round for
have
FUT.
Tech clutching things out. Their finances are not great. You got Rian's looking to buy him with a rifle here. Paditech with a stinger after what I saw Ada Captain do. Maybe, just maybe, there's some sort of belief to be had in that weapon. But fact is, this when you're 4-1 up going 4-2, this is not the buy you really expect to see from the attacking side.
No, a few more weaknesses there than you'd even want to dream of. Boo, a big weakness, 23 HP after an early spam. And you know what? I do feel like that angle, at least, there's a bit of karma owed towards FUT. CNED gave his life there a few rounds in a row. Finally, they're finding success. That wall drop.
Ooh.
2 players out wide, pistols in hand. I thought it could have been a disaster, but instead...
So Cena's left fighting on his own. Rex needs to get out.
They can keep it down to those one-on-one trades. That's fantastic, but the health is starting to...
They pick up this rifle.
On their side.
Hey, Viper spit. Oh, you're in trouble.
Keep them a lot of trouble, though.
Boo is in
It's
fucking
one of the only things I
outer
think could
space.
potentially bridge the gap of
He's
what is the
fallen
weaker
into
weaponry.
McConaughey's
They
black
still have
hole.
a bit of utility to play with. It's actually going to be used by Rians to try and just maybe get them something through that pit, but already Ada Captain is going to remove Paditech, leaving them with a disadvantage. More util thrown in off the back of the power.
That is
but
good.
Rians still standing strong. Another for him. Leaving it into that 2v2, and Benji has dipped out of the pit, just trying to buy that extra little bit of time. Needs to take down the wingman who's already on it. And now it's all left on to just one man, Mr. Farland, to try and find anything. It is already half of the pit.
Wow,
to come
a
through.
thrifty
Benji,
win.
Again, will help them take home a round. That,
Again,
I'll be
Cena
honest,
just
they
taking
couldn't
a
have.
bit of a bad fight. Like, obviously he knew that they were coming into lamps. He saw the KO knife.
You know, and a valuable extra person to have. Otherwise, maybe you just tap that, swing that player in lamps. You know, it really does have an effect. His impact on this series could be studied so far.
And what if Heretics are good? What the fuck is
See a
this?
man succeed than this guy. And Benji Fishy, well, he also takes it. The 3 kills.
What if EMEA is the best region by far?
Really well there was
Who would have thought?
The players that didn't have as
Not
much
me.
to lose playing very aggressively, and then you had the players with the utility and the weaponry.
We still gotta see
very
BBL.
passive, very patient, really
I'm still,
controlled in their positioning in the
still
form
not
of
feeling
Benji
great.
and Boo. It was well played.
How's
but
my
yeah,
EMEA
it's
pickups
around
looking?
when you
Well,
look
I
at it
picked
from
FUT
their
for this game, but
perspective.
actually
They
this
have one
might
rifle
be
to
good
use
for
the
me
lights
versus
here.
everyone else,
FUT
because
didn't really
probably
seem like
most
they could
people
do
had FUT
anything.
winning
And
this
the
thing.
attack side of
But I had
Viper
Giants
now.
winning
This is
against
looking
FUT.
rough
So if FUT go through second, I'll be
They've
doing
done it
well.
all the way through. A crazy play by Mini Boo.
I mean,
He's not
Boo is
fighting
having.
anyone. The rest
I
of the
mean,
squad's just
this
dying
Boo
all
was not
around him.
playing last year. Ugh.
Easy peasy.
By
I
a
thought that was a
stinger.
ballsy play for Mini Boo to just go behind them, but in the end, he's still just stood there holding the same angle while the rest of Heretics.
I mean,
cleaned up the
let's
fight,
if I'm
leaving it
gonna be
down
real
to
with you,
just Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain.
Boo was pretty bad
Ada
last year.
Captain with a
This is
sheriff.
it. They did this before. A 2v4 scenario. All they had was pistols to play with, and somehow they managed to take it home.
Don't pull a
If we do
Benji.
it back to back, we'd just have to give them the props they deserve, but not this time. Heretics are not going to allow them away back in 6 rounds already on attack. That's a very good half already for Heretics.
Boo was decent.
They are
I
starting to
mean,
run away with
Heretics
this,
were
and
pretty
I
shit.
almost wonder when a pause comes through.
Well, to be honest, I'm not surprised because Boo, like, I can only imagine what it was like for him. Because apparently he was IGLing at lock-in, and then after one game, they changed IGL.
Pulled through in the start of the previous
And
match.
then I think they changed
slowed
back
down
to him
their
later on in
momentum.
the season.
At that time, I thought it was pretty reasonable because they had some sloppy rounds. They saw those signs that things weren't going the way they wanted.
I'm pretty
them
sure
to,
that happened.
And so they just take a moment to regather themselves. Here, though, surprising that they've decided not to go for it whatsoever. Instead, plowing forward. Maybe that speaks to faith in the game plan. Maybe it's Yedije having that Viper
I mean,
hit, so they don't need to discuss
They
too
might
much
want to
else.
try and
Well, we'll see.
get Ulto.
Heretics, what ideas have
Yoru
you got
through
up your sleeve?
through the pit.
By the way, CNET op is, I mean, it's been avoided
Yoru
for
ult
now,
into
but
Silver ult?
It could be very, very dangerous.
It's something, well, it's definitely feared by many. You look back to that Champions winning roster, one of the best strats in the game. Steel will tell you, avoid CNED. It's a good strat. You see him, you go the other way. I think the FUT roster might have that little bit of extra depth. Oh, caught sleeping at the wheel.
He was just looking at the mini map, checking the stars were in the right place. It's okay.
We need eye trackers, then we'd know.
That's it.
Definitely not a waste of
So
money
no,
or investment.
I mean, no.
Nonetheless,
See, this is the thing. Normally, when you lose this, you go back to your Viper wall, but the Viper wall is in a Viper's pit.
Now, Mini Boo is trapped in the corner.
So what do you do?
Does he have a TP Soren?
They do still have their ult, so they could still
There we
smoke
go.
this
It's on
up.
its
but-
way, so there wasn't. Thunder's Fury pulled through, already up close. There's
Oh.
Mini Boo. Rian's able to find one, but
Well.
Mini Boo's surprise attack isn't actually as much of a surprise as you would have thought. And with an off-angle help,
Okay,
by
nice from
Captain,
FUT.
it has
Good
fallen
hold, and again,
apart
I do
for
expect
the
this to
side
be
of
an
Heretics.
attacking-sided map, so I think if you're Heretics, you're looking for 8.
Round from them for sure. FUT
8 to
finally
feel
starting
good.
Wake up a little bit. Mr. Farland getting himself that little bit higher up the board, but also just having a very good read in that round. They had the rotations there quite quickly, the initial aggression successful, and that little bit of extra control garnered by that Viper's Pit allowed them to take a little bit more of a risk. Nonetheless, as I said, 6 rounds is already good for the side of Heretics. They're now looking to see what extra they can get. Dimensional Drift available to try and cause that little bit of extra havoc, but they do have CNED with the overdrive available. And more importantly, the Thrash will be very useful if this comes down
Now,
to
you
a
can
retake.
TP out, you can ult out if you need.
The Captain's wise to get out of there. That TP, I think, even heard of the side of Heretics. They want nothing to do with long anyways, denying the control early, maybe seeing if there was some free space to be taken.
See, that's starting to walk
They'll
up.
slow it down afterwards, and then they faked me out even by starting to walk back away from this angle. But the call's made. They'll play close. They'll use the drone to clear all of these smokes, all these corners, and cleave out that control that they desperately need to make a play. Benji lurking on the other side of the map, and I like this. Will they suspect it? Or will they be caught by this bombardment?
The rotate
that seemed
finally
to be
comes
on
to
B?
B.
Who's next? I think they're going to rotate back to A. That's the plan. TP afterwards. You see where the gate
I've
goes.
seen
There's
3.
so much info. He's definitely seen 2 players. If he's seen
There you go.
cracks at the back of the site, that's so much information, but there's a
Didn't know
reason
about
they
that, though.
stacked up. It's seen it on the other side. I said there's a reason you avoid this man, Boo, at least even while stunned up. Has been able to take him down. And also, they've managed to clear out Mini Boo. This leaves Boo as the last man standing.
So they TP,
That's
but
it.
they don't have any
showed them
showers
3
control.
players. They had that information. When you have CNED on the other side of the map, you can play with that level of confidence.
I think when they saw...
I
see,
wouldn't
this
be
is the thing, they
surprised if at
can't
some
really
point they
run
go,
back
okay,
either, because
there
there's
you go,
people
they
in
already got
here.
it. They were like, we need that up back. Let's make sure we have it for the next round.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds. Economic state's not optimal on the side of Heretics. That rifle could help, especially in the hands of someone like Boo. Being so clean. Remember, he found CNED while he was stunned up, jumping into the angle, just one-tapped him. I think it was the second bullet, but I'll give it to him, considering this.
We didn't see the first one. And
True.
the replay is going to edit it out.
Yes, we don't highlight those things.
No, never.
This is nasty.
This was clean. I think that's the real benefit of those stuns as well. See, look, edited out. I told you.
Perfect.
You know, no one will ever know.
He got the headshot. It was
exactly
one bullet killed him. That's all you need to
Okay,
do.
timeout Heretics. They're on a bit of a bad bite,
6-4.
but with a
and a timeout is called.
Bit of a
this
comeback
one,
now.
It's a timeout from Heretics. We're seeing FUT be very conservative with them, but they did find the 2 rounds in a row, so evidently they didn't need it.
Yeah, their defensive side has definitely looked a little bit rough. And that's the thing, it's like, a lot of the time I said, on this map, my expectations lean towards the defensive side taking it, but I do have to then look at the composition that's available. Like, the comp for FUT is super explosive. Like, you're running a Neon, which defensively, unless you've got an op, or unless you've got Cena just running at people, doesn't really have a mass benefit, but then you're talking about the triple flash potential. Like, you've got yourself the paranoia, and then obviously the stuff coming out from Gecko and KO. Like, there is so much util that you're going to have to.
But that last round is just Heretics.
Maybe
like,
FUT have actually
I feel like, yeah, just, that's the kind of mistake they're going to make in these games. I feel like a bit young and experienced team.
Okay, you can
like,
have those sort of like TP plays.
And also, Boot can't be frying this hard. This is crazy.
You like doing with Yoru, but
literally having a life game.
That's not quite what I meant by TP plays. What he does is.
Like, you know, we're going for this play. Okay, yeah, you've got Benji up here, but you've got no idea what's going on. I mean, in theory, Cena could have been here,
I'm good at
right?
the game,
And got
you can take that
multiple kills from this kind of position as well. They just had no idea on this side of the map. I feel like they actually just had to hit it with the Yoru and have this be a lurk.
Well, 6-4. Team Heretics, they've had a decent run at the attack side so far. This is certainly a bigger challenge. Losing 2 rounds in a row.
But probably what's happening is Benji saying like, oh yeah, you've seen 3 here, come over to my side. Like, yeah, sure, let's go.
You know, your Astra player still having that rifle might raise some eyebrows, but if you've seen how this guy's played in the series so far, those eyebrows will quickly settle back into a normal position. Rins on the way with the drone. There's 3 players here. It's a standard enough setup. The thing that worries me, as always, is CNED's operator. Once that gets refocused, you'll be in big trouble.
So you use your drone for this. That means that CNED's probably going to get this kill if Benji ever peeks out.
See the lurk from Benji, who might be pressured in a moment.
They go deep on site. I kind of dig that.
Massively successful. And again, it seems like Mr. Fallen's ready for it. Yedajay does well, and while CNED, you mentioned it, eventually he's going to switch his. Yeah, he got there in the end. Edit out all the first shot, guys. Don't forget.
Yep, just the last one in the highlights. Thank you. Appreciate you. And this is done for Benji. Look at Peak about to come in from heaven. He's tucked in. The barrel spot. Nope, barrel not spotted.
30 seconds left.
Crash doesn't know where he is. Okay. I thought that timing was going to
Does he TP?
seal his fate, but no. He has a real chance.
Toxin screen down.
A chance to maybe try and bait them here. Oh, he's picked a spot that if his opponent was still in heaven, timing's going to be absolutely everything, and he makes his way back towards Lamps. Moving forward again.
And they're going to know he's
Information
Lamps,
is going to
surely.
be garnered because of how quickly they've
With the
cleared
spike
towards
planet
that
here, he
defender
kind of has
spawn.
to be in Lamps,
Benji
yeah.
looking to play back through that smoke, and the info, oh, it's just going to grab him. They know he's around the Lamps position, maybe not how far forward he is, but Krax is going to be there to clear him out in the end. A nice attempt in a round that we didn't have massively high expectations, but now 6-5. FUT have slowly been climbing their way back into this one. They were looking down and out moments ago.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think good adaptations. Mr. Fallen, I think, even saw the gate crash as it was coming in, so he had a good idea. This was a round where Yoru was going to try that TP. He TPs in, and immediately Mr. Fallen is on his case, taking him down as he emerges from the smoke. Really nicely done, and you can see just looking at that scoreboard, it has been a struggle for Miniboo to find any of that value. In the rounds where he has successfully TP'd, it's actually just been his teammates kind of rolling.
This is why they didn't host it in the UK. Why the Riot Games Arena isn't in the UK.
Instant Cosmic Divide.
Well, they did not expect that.
Battle up in
They actually kind of win it.
That B short
This is
position.
an interesting
there was a stack
play.
up there. Even still, CNED is still in position. I wonder if they'll opt to almost just avoid him at this point. So much utility being put in onto pressure. They know exactly where he is. Hiding in the backlines. Yedajay has moved in, but it's not going to be enough.
So this was a cool play. Astral straight across, wall goes up, fake Yoru clone, KO TP, big time fake, coming the other way. Kind of a cool play. Obviously they just didn't expect 3 people to be walking down here straight away, but
as you can see, they just didn't have the firepower to back it up when it came down to judgment time. Now look, I'm looking at round 13, pistol round. There's not a lot that we can deem from that. But the scoreboard, Boo, still dominating. 16-5, coming out of a very close half, 7-5. That is remarkable in and of itself. I've also much preferred Patatek's look when he's come in now, not on that Viper where we saw.
I haven't seen this comp during watch party. I'm enjoying this game, to be honest. I'm chilling. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's cool. There's some cool ideas. There's cool comps.
This map,
Nothing to really not be chill about.
Oh, instant though.
Oh, the Mr. Fallen.
Flash through. Rian's dealt with. Any drone or utility that he brought into this round is immediately gone. It's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for them to find information, other than the knife, of course.
I've seen it just on his own. Not often where you see a Neon just on their own.
Was actually sent alone, and now Benji about to be under some serious pressure. I'd be surprised if he won that one. Boo has got to hit the aim labs once again, and he's already been forced back.
Still see that the pros are a bit hesitant to destroy these Gecko
Now it's up
flashes.
to FUT how they dice up this dish and how they deal with it, but it's not looking
Mini
good.
Boo.
Mini Boo, 3 kills coming in. Now he's on 5, looking a lot better. Or on 6, in fact. A sneaky kill along the way. FUT have turned tail, moved towards the other side of the map, but still the full HP player of Patatek is waiting.
I love this.
Waiting. Because he's allowing his teammates to wrap, and I like this decision. No over-aggression from him.
The only problem they have is they're so low on HP. A couple of tap bullets from CNET, and he knows that someone has come from this position.
That's a problem, though.
Such a high impact kill as well from Mr. Fallen. And the thing is, just the information of that TB being thrown,
Doubling
they
up in
know
Oka,
that
this
the
is a
other
good
players
choice.
have gone towards long. There's nowhere else they could have gone. The fake teleport likely been spotted as well, so they know that everything's coming from the other direction, but that might be the 3rd kill that I didn't expect Miniboo to win, and he somehow has. They're going to hear that player jumping through, and he hits every single shot. Miniboo on fire. And what you mentioned his kills from the last half, he's just doubled them.
He's not done too poorly there, has he? Certainly a fresh-faced Miniboo coming into this half with the pistol in his hand. He is deadly. Look at this. And it's the selection of targets. Now, I think when he swung around, if I'm not mistaken, Yedije was actually in a snake biter. He just tapped it, so
Nepotism
much easier for him.
works.
But still, a remarkable performance. Hey, there it is.
I need that face, like, it's screenshotted from Neil.
Oh, yeah. Neil's relieved. Weber's still sat there going, I could do better. I could do better.
Hey, you know, he did pretty well last year. He was a super sub.
Oh, those shots.
Back away, Benji. Back away.
One dead on.
I mean, this is like, you're going to get one and get traded.
This
is 1 for 1, I
Where
think.
else do you go with the judge?
I mean, inside of Lamps, Luka would work.
He's seen
this
it.
is
He
risky,
knows.
but it's worked,
Okay,
and
he
it's
got
worked
two.
so well
He got
for
two.
Benji. Even allowing Rians to pick up
He got
another.
three.
He can just back off,
That's
give that
true.
space, but he's surrounded. Players on each side, smoke on the left. He's isolated and has to take both of these fights at once. That's not easy. As you can see, the result is as expected.
Still the rifle of
I have the toxins going up.
Miniboo looking to rain death down.
Why does
from
Rians
above.
have no cam? He hasn't been unlocked yet.
Also got Boo with, honestly, if
Planting,
anyone
hello?
on the Guardian
Come.
right now, it's him.
One suppressed.
They already know that a player has crossed their way back into Lamps. The thing is, again, we know how much can be done by the side of FUT in these sort of scenarios. Swapping places makes sense as well, having that judge to just hold on to Lamps, but the fact is they're looking to clear things from the other angle. Wrap back around. Ada Captain almost a little bit lucky that he missed that one. Could have been caught blind within the corner, but instead holding just on the edge of the spike. Needs a miracle and not going to find one. Again,
Yeah, got his ult as
it will
well.
be Heretics to convert themselves the round, and they get up to 9.
This is getting very worrying. I don't want to hear what Blaze has to say after this one. He's going to be...
He's just going to laugh. He's just going to laugh in your face. It's all right. At least there isn't like a little communal area outside all of the caster booths where you're definitely going to
see him. Yeah.
Maybe you can jump.
Oh,
It's not that
wow.
far.
Look at that. Now, we talked earlier about how even when FUT were winning some rounds, they were not happy. They were not happy with the level of play that was being brought. That's when they were winning.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a little bit of a different energy brought in the backstage, but it's exactly what you expect. This is frustrating
they
for a
don't
team
buy.
that has cemented themselves as one of the best in Europe, one of the best in the world. And now, Heretics are coming in and
See, again, if you're going to use
what
the
is-
Yoru and he's got
I
a
mean,
gun,
it's
why not
understatement
have
to
him
call it
have a
upset so
shorty and
far.
do the
Oh,
and give
Miniboo,
drop
what are you
him?
cooking here? TP into their spawn, push up, info gathered, and this is just a late TP. That's so far away. Maybe Yedege can hear it. No, I think he's just slightly too far away. Yedege is even creating more distance. This could get very worrying if Miniboo's actually able to
you have to
sneak
do
up
it.
behind them. Oh, it's so. This is disgusting. This is disgusting. Why would they ever check this? They are insane.
Oh,
if
and
they
it's
check
out of
this.
captain as well.
It's smokes down. The
Problem
timing
is,
wasn't
he's
quite
kind of on
right,
his
though.
own.
CNED's still alive, and
He's a
Miniboo's a little
nuisance, though.
trapped, but he's got a TP to get out of here
But
eventually.
that's the thing, though. He's also just a nuisance. Yeah. That's something that's going to be back of their mind the entire round, and they still have to deal with the rest. But Benji caught out, not expecting anybody to be that far forward.
Spike planted.
Yedege is going to turn back, but he loses life as well. Miniboo really has started to come alive in this second half. Wary of their own flank, but this has now just become a game of hide and seek, with both teams being the seekers, neither realizing where the other might be. Krax is completely caught, stuck in the corner, but he will just about be able to escape. An opponent on the other side, it's Labour, but he still manages to win the fight. And both players coming in from the corner. Again, it's some weaker weaponry, but landing the headshot leaves it all onto Mr. Fun.
What?
He's
hacking!
This man is hitting every
He's
shot
hacking!
placed in front of him, even with a teammate.
This guy's a different man!
That round.
This is absolutely outrageous. Having that 2v2, time on your side, Thrash to play with, positions unknown as well. And coming out on top is Team Heretics. I could watch that back 5 times. I still wouldn't understand how Miniboo gets away with everything he does. Taking down the smokes in the first place, sure. But that TP, I'm 90% sure they heard it. And that shot, it's more ridiculous the second time.
It's so clean.
Boo is currently...
I mean, that's why Benji's so surprised. He's like, who the fuck are you?
He hasn't died this
Where were you last year?
That's true! That's true! How is that true, Tom? How?
He is playing out of his mind. He has been in the AIM Lab server the entire time we've been away, it seems.
Couple months in there. Surprised his wrists haven't ground down to ash at this point.
Either way, under pressure here. FUT, they've shown comebacks. Think back to Convergence. They were able to turn some pretty big deficits.
Oh, but Yedege gets
has
two.
found a couple of high impact kills.
And they forced this round
Ones that
FUT
they
as well,
needed.
so they need to win
Pit
this
as
one.
well available, and he's going
There
to
you
use it
go.
to lock down that defender spawn. Still gives Miniboo a little bit of space out from heaven, but he needs something a little bit lucky, I feel, to clear out that spot.
Good shot by Benji, but he's only got Miniboo.
So I know Attic Captain's in here.
That Viper's pit not going to be easy. They need to find the Viper. That's a
Oh,
fantastic
why?
nice shot on Attic
I
Captain.
saw
He was
him.
emerging from that pit for some reason. One I'll not be able to understand for quite a while. Benji Fishy caught. That was a risk by Yedege, but it has most certainly paid off. And with that, we might just have the round secured. Diffusing already halfway. Miniboo, someone needs to peek him. Someone needs to check, and eventually they will.
Agent Knuckles!
For the side of FUT, the path to recovery.
With the
begins
11
here.
months, thank you.
Good round from Yedege.
So Viper's bit any good? I mean, it stops them coming out of this way, which is okay, I guess, but probably wasn't perfectly played by them, because you want to be watching that, but you also then want to have people swinging off the drop in heaven, I guess. So you probably would want someone here, like towards triple.
Even still, though,
And Moon Shadow 2510 with a prime as well.
Win both pistols, and I mentioned it, and obviously the opposite happens. Boo's now had his first death of this second half.
Kill Boo, win a round. Okay.
So there is actually going to be a save now. So that was a big swing for FUT. They go for the buy. They get aggressive.
Just kill him. Just do it. He's in the TP as well. You'd even maybe expect this to be a ruse. You're not expecting someone to TP at the beginning of the round. There you go.
Yeah,
like Mr. Vaughn is not ready for that trade to come through.
This is nice.
Even at least for now.
Right, you're kind of faking that it's a yours.
Had already aggressed.
An emergent curve.
What?
Was that a randomly generated name for you? Emergent curve 82.
The same way on A with the same power, the same numbers, but instead they're wrong. Benji, snake bite in. It's landed. It's headshot the diffuser. In fact, I think Benji loses his life, gives it up for what could be a trade, and well, a little bit unfortunate for Miniboo that his TP is so far away. Obviously, it's
It was.
a rotate to B, but he can just go straight back through the TP. But it's being waited for. Attic Captain's here. Flash has caught him. He's forced into a corner. It's not cleared though, and so Attic Captain finally takes
They
down
both do
Miniboo,
have guns,
puts
but
an end
time
to
is
the
low.
storyline.
It leaves Boom re-ends. One away from a Hunter's
Like to
Fury.
clear
Can't
everything
really
they need to
expect that
clear
to be
here.
used at this stage.
Wow, what a flash.
Paranoid hits perfect. Absolutely perfect. The
Okay.
easiest kill CNED's ever
Might
going to
still have a
Two
game.
Players completely blind near side.
You think Sentinels can still make it? Yeah, Sentinels have an advantage now.
Start that grind back. A long road to recovery, but as we saw it when they played Vitality.
Because they're going to get to see Loud
did it
Lev,
two
and they're going to get
maps
more
back-to-back,
prep
so
time,
if
and they're
you're
just
on
going
the
to get to
Heretics
watch that
side,
game and anti-strat,
I almost wonder, even
you
if
know,
they
whatever.
if they lose this next round,
And they've
I
got
might be looking
a bit
at
more
pause
time
just
to come up with some
try
new
and stem
stuff.
any bleeding as quickly as possible, because you do not want them to have some momentum. I can tell if there's a Heretics match you're not casting, you're going to be up there with them.
Absolutely.
Unless it's against Enzo.
Oh, that's going to get tough. That's going to get tough, but I want to see my kids fight. Well, the B side is certainly getting a little bit noisy, but, well, it's all a ruse that's ended up burning up a Hunter's Fury. They thought maybe they were all outside B long, but no.
Nice shot
Miles
again.
take it to A all along.
Ooh.
Yetagé
I mean, if I was him,
right on
I'd
Boo.
do that
That's
too.
a big player to drop, let me tell you. Wouldn't have said that coming into today, but, well, things change. They know
Benji's
for a
in a lot of
fact that
trouble now.
Benji Fishy's around here. They will not let him breathe. No moment of solace. No retreat. Flash on. Mini Boo can stay behind the box, so he's nice and safe for now, and he's got the ultimate to get on out of there. His teammate's not so lucky. Doesn't want to get caught here. I mean, it's a risky TP if he was to actually commit.
He's blinded himself.
Doesn't matter. He's nice and safe away in lamps. Well,
he's the only one.
Teammates aren't.
Being picked apart
Okay,
still, the 1v2.
might need a timeout here from Heretics. Feels like maybe the sites are just a little too easy to get onto right now.
That might be a bit of a surprise, but now the tap has given things away. Still,
And again, it's
so
going to be an
passive at
eco
this
for them,
stage,
so
they're not really going to give anything for him to fight back into.
they might
but
need
again,
to
they're gonna continue
just
that
consider.
rise back into this one. Maybe even going to try and find him on the way back out, but Mini Boot, well, it shouldn't be over peeking, over facing. And again,
I feel like it's just a bit too easy for
Heretics are
FUT
gonna
now
take
to get in
themselves
onto the
pause, 'cause last
sites
few
a
rounds
bit.
have been a lot more brute force. Now, I have to give credit, like, at a captain right now, top of the board, but also 13 assists. And we have seen so
And then we have seen
many
some
paranoias
nice
that
utility by FUT.
in this
I mean, you've
attack
seen
side
some nice
especially, they've
combos,
just
you know, we've seen some
brutalized
nice
players. They haven't been
util.
able to do anything.
Yeah, very
Stuff
true.
like that.
I think, you know, for the side of FUT, especially having CNED on a Neon, you can only imagine as these attacking rounds
Did Heretics
go on,
just have
how
good strats on
dangerous
us,
that's
or
gonna
just
be.
hit their shots? No, I think they had
Goes
some
in, he's
decent stuff.
sliding after that trade
I think this has been a decent. Like, I don't think FUT are trolling or something. Like, I don't think FUT are playing badly.
A 2-round lead.
I think that Heretics are just genuinely actually maybe pretty good. I mean, Boo is playing literally the best game of his life.
From this squad, putting them in an incredible situation to push further, deeper into this tournament.
The thing as well, though, is I'm looking at Icebox as a map that I feel like you really don't want to face FUT on. Like, it's one where Jet definitely still has its viabilities. I feel like you could easily have, like, the KO of Cracks.
How would I
which we
fix
know
the
already
VCT
is
format
confident.
next year?
And we've seen quite a few teams
If it was
leaning
me,
into that Gecko, which
obviously
they've been
things would be
fairly
more
happy to play
spread
as
out,
well.
but
I
they're
think it's a
going to do
map
that
that
anyway.
If you are going to bring
I
back that
personally
Turkish
would
Jet, that will be the
change.
one, so I don't want to go anywhere
I would
near
have
it.
the league season start for
Either
the
way,
first Masters. I would make the
especially with
first
how good
Masters
they've
12
been, it
teams,
really
although I
isn't
don't know if
over
that's a
just
budget
yet.
thing
FUT
or
haven't
whatever.
made that comeback.
But if possible, I would make the first Masters
With
12
3
teams, so I
rounds in
think
a
it's
row, as I
better.
said, it's been their attack side, same on the previous map, that has been the better of the two.
I would. So I'd have first split, second split, and then I'd have a tournament for qualifying for champs.
Heretics is rough. Benji Fishy not likely to use the Viper's
Instead of a
pick
kickoff.
in this round at least. Probably save for the next.
But if you are going, if like that's non-negotiable and you
Two
have to have a
surprises
kickoff
and
tournament,
got these weaknesses.
then I would. And to be
So
fair,
many players waiting on the other side
Leo
of that.
said this as well on Plant Chat
think they'll
that
be
you know
quite
he thinks
suspecting that.
the part of the
Smoke goes
schedule
up, now they're
that
looking
they
to
can
take
make
the
better
space.
is this.
About it. The paranoia is in again.
I mean,
Value found is so good.
Wow.
That utility from FUT has been something to write home about. Good shot by Mini Boo, but that's where it ends.
Nice.
See, I mentioned at the beginning the triple flash potential. I didn't expect they'd use them all at once. Like that was just disgusting. I think it was actually he might have been hit by the knife, but even still, it's just
Sluggy
you got no
schedule? The Sluggy
abilities,
schedule is
you're blinded
unattainable.
by 2 different things. You're just stuck in a corner.
You're
There was
nearsighted,
absolutely no hope.
And there's stuff on your screen, so
Yeah.
you can't even see what's close to you. It's tough.
It's a nasty combo. But that's the thing. It's like in these sort of rounds, FUT are being extra careful. They don't want to give anything over. And CNED, well, if he starts,
You said that leagues are worse for viewership, right?
hit shots like
Yeah.
that,
So like,
well, the comeback
the
may
way
already
he
be done.
described it was
10 to
like
9,
viewership is high at the
4 rounds
start,
in a row.
when everyone
But
wants
this
to
is
know
the
what the
round
teams are
that
doing.
pause will have been for.
And
Like,
then
okay,
it
maybe
kind
we
of
gave a
dips,
small
and
part
then
of
it comes
okay, I
back
could
when
gamble
it's
this,
like
gamble this, but
playoffs
this is
or
ultimately the round where you look at
or
and say,
you know,
okay,
like, you
now
know,
we
some
have those
kind of
expectations
qualifier
of
thing.
what can
You know,
we change,
viewership
what
goes
can we
back
do?
up.
Do we try something
And
a little bit
basically
more
his point
aggressive?
was
Do we try
viewership.
taking
Like
some
if you
control
extend a
away? 'Cause
league
that's something
season,
they were
all you're
quite
doing is
happily doing in
extending
some of the
this
earlier
part. All
rounds
you
was
extend
maybe
is the
fighting
low
for
part.
some
You
of
don't
that
extend the
control.
high parts. You extend the low parts.
But it does again seem like
Which I think is a fair
being
point.
a little bit more direct. And actually, they're going straight through this pit, challenging immediately. That was way too close.
I love that idea, though. From Cena just
gonna get back in it, though?
straight in,
He
spamming the
is.
angle that you pretty much know he's going to be on. And it was only the bullets missing by a couple of pixels that leave Team Heretics with all this control over A. With a position that, honestly, FUT are not likely to challenge. They've tried, it didn't work. Now it's time to take it elsewhere. And it looks like B site through lamps for now. Through hookah,
Interesting,
rather,
because they're
is
in
gonna be the
shower
play.
and they're in
That's
hookah,
what they're
which is
telling
not.
them. They made some noise. They popped
not
off some
something you
shots,
often
and
see.
now the shift back. You know, I really didn't think they would want to play into this. I wonder how much they can
now they might go
realistically
back.
get done if they do push the Viper's pit. Now that Yedije is down, though, that option seems to be gone.
Evidently, their opponents did see that coming because they had two players still at the
Yeah,
backside of
normally
A.
they're probably expecting this is only
They
one
put
guy.
that down almost
But
as
to have
bait.
two guys
Now
here.
they do have themselves the null command on this side. Padatech has to be a little bit more careful with it, and CNED is going straight through onto the site. The high pace take, the pre-fire from Rian's not quite going to find anything, and that after plant does look likely. No ultimates to play with just yet, but if Krax is the one to actually do the plant, he's not.
Okay, we've got
Could see him get his ult online from a kill though.
KO, an Astral,
Well, we've
and that stuff.
already seen a number
Now
of
what do you do?
ultimates
This
into
makes things
round.
awkward.
It's a seriously heavy play from Team Heretics. Boo using his Cosmic Divide, blocking them out, giving them a tough angle to play with. Mr. Fallen can't go
What?
through. Mini Boo could see his head, though. Nice return by CNED, but that defuse could
Is
be
it
on the
going?
way. They need to get through that wall and stop it.
And they just stuck it.
And they have not succeeded, not by a long shot.
Wow.
I would say right under their nose. It was more in their face. Obviously, when that divide goes down, the defuse is coming through, but it's also so difficult to get back into the site.
Well, yeah, it was a change from a while ago. It feels like a lifetime ago now that obviously you don't hear anything through the Cosmic Divide anymore. In the past, you might have heard the spike tapped or given a little bit extra, but the
muffled
fact is
sound.
now it's nada, it's nothing. So obviously they know that. They needed to make some space, but it's again just this distraction, this dysfunctional Yoru play of just like, I'm going to do the craziest thing you can think of. I'm going to pop your head just with the millimeter that was thrown through.
That
Again,
is
this is why I like to
absurd.
see that little bit of extra
Finicel,
aggression, but
Finicel.
that ultimate from the last
Finicel.
round is being used immediately.
Good trade, and they'll res
unfortunately
that.
for Minibu, he's caught the one player he didn't want to. Oh.
So they pushed all the way up here, but I think he was just
Krax is
hiding
down,
in
but
this
they can
corner
get
the
it
whole
back up.
time.
Can't even be denied from this side. This is a tough one if you're Team Heretics. They've come in with a good
gotta
previous
save.
round
You
and
gotta
shut
save
down
and
immediately.
you'll
Benji Fishy, the last man
probably-
standing, 1 versus
will you
5.
buy here?
And that save is undoubtedly coming through. And that's the problem with a side like FUT. They have
Maybe
this
not.
ability to just go back, cock it, load it, and fire onto your site. And not many teams have the stopping power to deal with that.
Sometimes it genuinely looks like Cedar's just playing like a spike rush or something. He's just like, I'm just going to go bouncing around the map for a little bit. I'm looking the last guy down. See if I can find him. I thought, I won't lie, I believed that Cena was going to pop his head while just sprinting. But I just believed that he was still going to find that. Benji trying his best to hold on to the gun. The finances really not great at this stage. Oh, just about managing to dodge it, but Anna Captain will go through that teleport, but continue this resurgence, this run back, and the fact is the one round that they managed to win.
Okay.
Off a fair few of those ultimates being used. Minibu at least has the dimensional drift, but
I mean, that one was
for
a
to
little
be
weird, because obviously this was a
round-changing
completely
ultimate, he's
free
gonna
kill.
have to do something unbelievable.
They keep trying this aggression down here. I don't think it's really worked. And I don't think against the comp they're playing against, it will work, to be honest.
Before from CNED, where he's able to spot players in the dimensional drift.
Yeah,
and
they do go for a
something
save.
serious. You know, I think this side of
I feel like
FUT
the aggression in here, when you're playing against like
really,
a
really
KO,
nicely
you might
set
get
up
suppressed, you can get flashed.
push
You know,
this
you've
at
got
least
the Gecko as well. Like this is
Connecting an
again,
OT.
like this is a free space for Gecko
Low
to use
money
their
on the
util
side of
basically.
Heretics.
And check that.
Very weak
So anytime
investment.
you smoke this
The
off,
judge isn't too much
which you're
of a
probably
surprise,
going to
especially
do
with
to get
the
aggressive here,
ult
like
in play.
I can just send like Wingman and Dizzy
Rian
into
doesn't
this
have a
pocket
denial
if I
soldier.
need to, and I can always pick it up. It's just free.
insane.
It's basically
Playing
free for me to check.
How dare you?
Shot in the face.
How dare you do little bro like
I
that?
say after they've heard that, I don't know that they're going to want to come anywhere near this position.
To be honest, if it was a judge, I'd agree. With a Bucky, I'm almost like, if I'm seeing it, which obviously I'm not, I'm just like, oh, I'll take him. Rian's, he's got to fall back. I think probably already spotted towards the corner.
Feels like
and
FUT
Boo,
keep
he
picking
is
the
gonna
site
get
where there's
caught.
only
The thing
2
is, the
people.
detain doesn't last a massive amount of time.
Oh my!
What is that for Benji? A real chance for them to actually take this now. One of the rifles in, and a captain. The flash is solid, but no one really goes on
The Bucky!
back of it. And the Bucky's managed to find a kill.
Now the spike
CNET,
is
look,
here.
Look at the spike.
It's out.
Look at the spike. It managed to get past them.
I thought CNET would go to the TP. He's going out on site. This guy's crazy. He's insane.
He got 2 kills.
It's worked out. He's bought them time.
Yeah.
Maybe he thought he had a flank. Maybe they knew the rotate
not
was
even
coming
that,
through.
yeah.
Anything like
I
that.
think maybe he just expected, okay, at least a couple of them will know this has gone the
Well,
other way
Mr.
at this
Fallen,
point. So I'll
can
try
you
and
do
do
it?
as much damage as possible. Now it's left. All onto Mr. Fallen.
Missed the TP.
The IGL, we know that he can lead by example at times. He needs to try and find this, but already spotting out one of the players. I think he will have heard the footsteps of both, though. Definitely at this stage, there should be the information that both players are here, and he's tried to bait them into going the other way on
think
that
Heretics are gonna
wraparound.
win.
Looking to come in from behind. A chance against the first. Not quite there with the second.
There's a bit of a spoiler from the loud screams of Heretics.
One away from an upset in that first matchup.
Unbelievable. With 2 chances to close it out. And
They
having just
actually
blown
might win.
off the back of, well,
Unbelievable.
nothing, you know?
I mean,
They
this was a
have
messy
so
round.
many times.
Like, we got the Yori wall.
getting
Somehow,
ridiculous at
Mr.
this
Fallen
point,
runs
even
all the way.
despite
Somehow
CNET
Cena
really
gets 2
putting up
kills there.
His best fight. You see it in the end, right after the round finishes. Yes. And you know, it's looking at Krax's face. He is shocked. He is stunned by what they're witnessing.
Timeout FUT.
by what
Here we
they're
go.
experiencing on the other side of that stage.
2 times.
This is
2
ridiculous.
little
We have players
times.
at
They
home,
just
and he's,
have
you
to
know,
win
he's
1
not
out of
doing too
2
great, but
rounds.
He's putting together the
And even
pieces.
so,
But
that
the thing I
becomes
love
to
about this is it
50-50.
genuinely gives me vibes of like a dad watching their son play football. It's just go on, son, go on, and just screaming his heart out every time. Neil's having a great time at the moment.
Was this good Valorant?
Well, and
This
the
was
fact
good
that, you know,
Valorant.
I'm talking about Rian. He's doing his job, filling
It
the
was
role.
a bit chaotic.
Krax is really struggling. A lot of assists there, a lot
But
of
I feel like
damage
with the
done,
comps,
a lot
like
of hitting knives, you know. But this is not the face of Krax on KO, especially that we get to see. And I don't think
top fragger a lot of the time. Even again, look back to the off season, he would play KO and he would drop 20 kills. And it's consistent. Like that's not like me going, oh yeah, sometimes here and there. No, it was like he was either the top fragger or CNET was getting 30 kills and then he was second. Like, that's normally the way it goes. But he has had.
I'll make a vid about this.
Uncharacteristic quiet
Unfortunately,
performance.
tomorrow I'm going to be streaming all day because there's specific straight into EMEA. So I don't think I'm going to make a video tomorrow. At some point tomorrow, though, we'll get all the team skins so we can go through them all. We can slowly go through them all and say which ones are shit.
Was it 4?
Zami715, thanks for the 6 months.
He's done all right in the second half.
I didn't catch the total. What's
He's
the
on
total?
20.
That's not bad. Yeah, decent. Well, Boo's up for another. He's already opened it up. CNET again. This one-on-one opening duels with CNET have been crazy. That wall's going to drop. Benji fishing up close. 30 HP, but some value can be found.
Boo again?
Finds it instead. That's, honestly, the
Right,
guy's
you want to
got
use your
no
silver ult
initiating
here.
utility.
You want to
He's
get
got
out if you
something
can,
coming in
Benji.
there. Again, a great assist from Patatek, but it just shouldn't happen. Patatek on another. Things are looking very good for Heretics to close this out here and now. Krax, who's had, as we said, uncharacteristically quiet game, is now going to be relied on with the spike carrying into the site.
Oh,
He's
no.
dropped Boo. Patatek's fallen. Do they expect the second
know where they
player
both
here?
are.
Flash will give it away. Minipoo, they now know that he's here. Decoy gone out. It's through the wall. They'll shoot it. They'll break it. They knew that he was behind, but couldn't react in time. The drone coming out from spawn gives them all the information. At this moment, FUT
gonna
know
go
where
Shao?
both of their opponents are. They need to make a decision. Going to the TP means crossing Minipoo. Not a wise decision, especially when Yedishe's
Wow.
1 HP. And now that final
1
tick
HP.
of health is all that stands between Team Heretics and taking their opening series, starting this year in a way
Wow,
that's
Minipoo's
evaded them
he's
on
already
stage
rotating.
time and time again since this roster was put together not that long ago. Hell of an opening to the VCT season, and hell of a start for Yedishe.
Oh.
He can, first of all, dodge those shock darts, and now close out the game. Oh, and a
Got him.
spam from Rians.
Well, that was not expected. Is that the biggest shock thus far?
The fact is, though, he wasn't the star.
I'll
of the
save
show
you the
today.
fucking epilepsy. Hold on.
You better watch out. What can you do? The brothers Boo are coming for you because it's been an insane performance from them today. Both of them 1 and 2 on the server. Expectations coming in from Mini Boo fairly high as a duelist, but again, a youngster coming into the server. Boo himself, though, IGL, oldest man on the team, but still a youngster at heart.
I don't have epilepsy. I want to look away.
I think that's over 50 kills.
Is that the same scoreboard as before, 26-21?
It might be.
What?
I think that's over 50 kills across a 2-map series for Boo. What a performance from him. Incredible stuff from Heretics. And let's be honest,
50 kills playing.
Boo's pick'ems are screwed at this point because mine definitely are.
Still going on.
The building is sitting pretty
You want it back?
That one. You know, fair play to the
There you go.
Spanish
That's what you're seeing.
This when no one else did. And,
You could see it on like flashing on my face.
Before this, but
he saw a Spanish team in a jersey with Mixer on the back. I think.
Should I add an epilepsy warning to the title? No, I'll turn it off each time.
1 kill less than previous map. Boo the same amount. So shame on you, Mini. But I'm kidding. What an incredible performance from this squad. And Patatek back in on the stage. This is what we like to see.
Yeah, coming back into the tier 1, facing off against FUT, who have been, as said, top 8 champions last year, already taking them down, already throwing this group into disarray. It is going to be an exciting VCT, that's for sure. But either way, we're going to be heading things off to the break. And well, I feel like the analysts have a lot to break down after this one.
Heretics beat FUT. Crazy. Shall we see how many people had that happening in all of it? I feel like it won't be that many. Results. I guess I could click on this. EMEA kickoff. Pick 'em. Leaderboard. 22,390 people were wrong, and 481 were correct. In our group, did anyone get it right? 2 people. Congratulations, Red Niza and Davidson. If either of you are here. Oh, it's just slow? Oh, more of you did get it? Yeah, it's up to 3 now. Hoochkin. F5, F5. Up 4. Somebody. It's up to 5. Noem. I think I broke it. I think I broke it. Okay. Let's take a break. And I'll be back in a minute. And I'll give you a question that is... Who is your least favorite VCT team? Who do you root against? Wasn't muted, was it? Oh, that's tough.
I want to give a lot of credit to Neil, Weber, and Boo, as well as our analyst Pablo. They all did a really good job in preparing us. We had a lot of time during the off season to fix our mistakes, and I think we did. We showed what we are capable of. So, yeah, I hope other teams are scared of us now.
How long did you spend preparing Lotus, given that it is a signature pick of FUT?
Oh, I mean, a while. I think we're pretty happy with it. Obviously, happy to get the win against FUT. I don't think they expected us to be that good. So.
That's true. I mean, a lot of people are probably underestimating you, but they won't be
That's what
now.
I'm not playing
Everyone
the fucking
watching,
game
do
again.
not underestimate this band. And do not underestimate the brothers Boo, because it looked like it was going to go FUT's way on Lotus. But then Boo started pulling out these insane clutch moments, and it looked like it inspired the rest of the team. Is that what happened?
Man, everyone, last year hating on Boo, and now he showed what's up, man. He showed what type of player he is. He doesn't, he's a very calm player, but he's deadly. He's a deadly IGL, and his calls out of this world.
He is a deadly fragger too.
Yeah.
Is there a little bit of a rivalry between him and his brother, given that his brother is the duelist?
I think during practice it's a little bit of arguing sometimes, but I think it's all in good fun. I think it's Boo wants to help him improve, and as a team we all want to help each other improve. So I think that's why we got to the point that we're at now, is just by helping each other improve.
Now, Benji, how does someone become one of Benji's fishies?
Sub to me on Twitch.
Sub to you on Twitch, that's good.
How about follow me on
basically,
Twitter
we've got
again,
10
Benji?
Twitch
How about that?
subscribers, and they're all in the audience right now. You've known them since you were 3 years old.
Yeah, I've got my friends over there. Will, Chris, Reese, Bella. I went to school with them, and they came over from England, so I'm super happy for them to be here.
And I am super happy to be the newest subscriber to Benji Fishy on Twitch. I'll see you in chat, mate. But let's head right now to the analyst desk.
Carmen Core Giants.
Thank you very
my
much,
Morocco.
Frankie and Benji as well. Shout out to the boys. They've come out here to support him, but also I got to pick my favorite bit of that interview is him being like, all the haters to Boo. What's up? Where you at? What's up?
Hear me out. I think that has to be one of the talking points here. I think everybody that has been watching is like, what is wrong with him? Like, Boo is, not never, but not likely to be hitting
Was it a good game?
shots.
Yeah,
and I
pretty
think it has
good.
to do with
Not
the level
upset.
of comfort that he's reaching within the team. That maybe
I've
last
got
year
bad
things
news,
were
everyone.
not working.
I will not be on
This Heretics
Platchat.
is looking completely
Because
different.
it
They
has
really
been
are,
cancelled.
but I even want to say his reactions to those
Tough.
moments too. He was pretty
I would
stoic
blame
most of the
Sideshow.
time they're up on stage, just tracking
I don't know if
maybe
it is
a
his fault.
smile here and there.
But
But
tough.
then you look at the other side of things. Mini Boo, his younger brother, is all shouts up on that stage.
You know that he's been
Because
waiting
this is
for
like
it.
the
Yeah,
only time you could have had a
to come in here,
Sentinel's
run with the
true,
big boys.
like...
I do want to talk about the reaction we saw out of them. This means a lot to them. They spent a year kind of being the punching
Do you want
bags
me to go
that
into
everyone else,
Sideshow's
people
chat and say,
criticize them.
everyone boo Sideshow for cancelling Platchat? I'm going to do it. He's watching Bleed G.
These plays from Darion and from the way that FUT was playing as well, their defense, it ain't it. It ain't it.
Woken up, and I don't think it continue this.
Extremely reactionary, but Texture will be the MVP of
Let's
the
see
City
if he reads
2024. I have an SK Rossi over him on
Will he
Julius.
read
Is
it?
laughable. It
Like a
definitely
donor
is.
wall?
It definitely is. SK Rossi, sorry, Texture is
Get into his chat and
extraordinarily
boo him.
good. I
This
don't think he's
kid.
going to be the MVP, but I don't think it's a ridiculous take.
They want to make sure that they can keep the numbers advantage as they execute.
All right, Scary gets one, backs up. Yade gets another.
Down. Yay, an egoist. Ooh, look at this backside control. Lightning fast cannot
Good defense
get
over
out.
towards B here.
Shot and step. He catched up by Yay, 3 kills and bleed 4 to 6.
Wait, what's going on here? What's going on?
Global Esports.
Who the hell?
Huge paranoia from Scary.
Why are you all just spamming boo in my chat? Why are you spamming boo in my chat?
I mean, just has that one paranoia and just nicely covers the entirety of B main as they push out. He gets away with that one frag. And then the rest
Oh, is this a TMV raid for canceling Platchat? Yeah, we couldn't find a fourth guest, so we had to cancel.
The dark cover was a little bit off, so a little bit unfortunate.
Kurt decided to pull the plug.
And wow, off of that loss, they might just.
That was funny.
Julius is doing well as well. The star.
It was only Sliggy and TMV that were available. So it was me, Sliggy, TMV. And Kurt asked a shit ton of people, but couldn't find a fourth that was around. So
couldn't find a fourth.
Intent
We asked a
on
shit
those
ton of
first
people.
engagements. That's 21 first just engagements that he was going for throughout both maps as well.
That one's
Just
funny.
the fact that he's already up
Just all
in
the
there. The
booze.
confidence that he's playing with as well. This being his rookie year, his debut here.
Okay,
in
when's the
VCT
next game
EMEA.
start?
It also gets into your head, right? Because it's not only the media was
Probably-
having a game, Boo as well. We were talking about what
Says
we expect
6:30
to see
here. I doubt
from
it'll be
players like
6:30.
Cena.
Maybe
I think that everybody had
6:40,
that question in
something
mind
like that.
specifically for this game.
What shall we
Boo
do?
was
I'll
the
play
one
global.
shutting Cena down time and time again. Like, in what timeline does that happen in this one? And I love it.
Honestly, I love a frag in IGL. Maybe that's the meta, the new meta
Yeah.
of frag in
wreck
IGL.
is 7,000 miles away.
Oh,
I'm
I
gonna go
like that, I
South
like
America,
that. The brother buff
Bolivia.
is real. I feel like I'm buying into
It's
that.
been a game.
I am.
2,000?
No,
Oh, it's gonna
I'm
be a fuck- it better
overreacting,
not be a
Kakuya.
fucking-
Hear me out. Madrid, Spain, Heretics,
hear me out.
Spanish.
Mexico is adjacent.
Hear me out.
2 + 2 = 4.
3 Spanish teams. Right
could
there.
only have
2,280.
I don't care. We send them to watch.
7,000 from
The one
Iraq.
of- You know, but the least.
Okay,
Wouldn't
okay.
Be fun.
Do you know what?
Could
for
it
the
be
first
the
time
US
ever,
of
'cause
A?
You said this to me a lot. I believe it. I'm gonna buy into that. We got Giants coming up
No.
next as well. It's gonna be a great day for Spain. I believe
let's
we
go
do actually have
Guatemala.
some stuff from Boo. I don't know if we're gonna show it to you guys or not, but if we're not,
not Guatemala.
definitely
Which
go back
one's
and
this?
watch it if we don't get to see it.
Fuck, I
we're
always
gonna
get
just
mixed
go
up in
straight
these.
in and talk about Giants. Of course, the other Spanish org we have in VCT right now. They're gonna be taking K-Core, and unlike
It's
the first two
Belize.
teams we saw
I always get
already
these mixed
today,
up. Which one's which?
not many changes. In fact, just the one.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not a rookie, so we're maybe not that excited, but it is Redgar, and definitely he's a
Let's
stable
find a good
IGL
Sporkle quiz, why
here
not?
in VCT. So as you're saying, for Giants, the change was a bit forced on them because Rhyme, the previous
I
IGL,
don't
just
know what
decided
that
that he wanted to go and take a different life, just go and study something that you
10
can definitely
closest
do.
capitals
And
to
we'll
Japan.
be fine with it. And then Redgar took in that role.
Beijing.
So the thing that we're
Pyongyang.
expecting from Giants now, it's actually taking things to a different level. It's a
Seoul.
roster that has been together for a way longer time and should be up there
And,
with the other rosters that have been
that-
together for a very long time, such as Fnatic
How do you
or
spell it?
Navi.
It's a very different kind of
Mhm.
approach in that kind of sense. And Ryan Leving gave that opportunity to Giantx to actually look for an IGL that has this experience here
Bangkok.
within Redguard. This was a team that was solidly in the middle of the pack for
Oh.
VCT EMEA back in 2023. But I think that Redguard's calling can bring that
Manila?
surprise factor to them. But it's also about how they accept him as an IGL.
Malaysia's
Honestly,
capital?
any opportunity to show the shot, I will do it. Like, I feel like
Singapore?
I feel like last year all we did was just show the Gambit trophy shot. But hey, we have to, especially considering the team that Redgar is going up against today has
Kuala
his
Lumpur, of
ex-coach.
course,
It's been a
Kuala
very,
Lumpur.
very, very, very
Cool.
long
How do
time
you spell it?
since
Lumpur?
Redgar and have even been in the same league.
Says no.
Kakuga, so I
counted
feel
it.
How do you spell the
I feel so emotional about
Ulan
this.
Literally, I counted the date.
Fata?
555 days since the
There you go.
last time that both Eng and Redgar were together. Now, if you have just become recently a
Nepal's
fan of
capital?
Valorant in EMEA, you
New
may
Delhi.
not know about this, but Gambit was everything. Even if they weren't making it to tournaments, they were the team to beat, the team to catch up on, the team to learn a lot of stuff from. And Eng and Redgar, what that kind of do, especially Eng and the way that he
Kathmandu.
did things. So I'm very happy that he's back.
I am extremely happy. So I feel like it's a
The
long
competition
time.
has leveled up.
Yeah, it's a long time coming since M being back. And also I feel like, again, K-Core, I mean, if we talk about a team that didn't see a lot of success last
that you
year,
spelled
Ash, I feel
Phnom
like
Penh?
they epitomized that sentiment. But with N, again, I'm going to overreact here. I'm just going to throw it out there.
God,
I don't
we're-
see a world where they
I
don't
wouldn't say
turn things
FUT
around.
was
It's
that
just-
bad.
It's not possible.
I mean, I think when you're looking at the changes that they've made to this roster, bringing in 3 duelists here as well.
It was.
That is
Hanoi,
the
we should have got
method
that.
when you think about it, right? And
It was
overall,
Laos.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm just really
Taipei,
excited to see what
Taiwan.
these players have to bring to the table.
Yeah, and if you are a
None of you
Giants
said
fan out there, just like me, you
Nagalumud
might get a little bit
in
emotional
Palau
with what we're about
or
to show you next because
Palakia from
Frankie is standing
Micronesia.
by
Come
with
on, guys.
both Redgar and N for this interview.
Thank you for joining me backstage in this cozy setup. And you can see it's quite cozy here, despite the fact that these two are now mortal enemies. Boys, you're on separate teams. It's not 2022 anymore. Redgar and Eng, what's it like to be reunited?
I don't know, you know, for me, this guy, I don't know, I'm really thankful and grateful that I had this teammate. And for me, right now, he's like a brother, really. I don't know, just.
Red Ghost
this
had
guy,
Red Ghost in its
I
emo
cannot,
phase.
You know, hate him or like I don't know. He's my enemy, but still like bro. You know, but that's why I wanna fight against him. Like
I'm
and
gonna
show
cry
best
soon.
level.
No, I'm sorry. We need to create a narrative of rivalry here. But I do, to be
I'll
honest,
destroy him. He's my enemy.
For me, he's like a.
It's the same for me, like. But anyway, today we're enemies, and in the game we are not friends. But right now we can be friends.
So when the game starts, Pipson is a much better coach than this man.
No comments. No comments.
What's it been like for you to return to having a coach who is kind of similar to Eng, though? I've heard Pipson brings a lot of structure to the game and to practice.
I think if we compare Eng and Pipson, they have a different style of coaching, and Eng has like some ideas that it can be so random, and somehow it works. The Pipson has more structure, it's more coordinated because he is from another similar game. So yeah, I think
Red
there's a
God,
big
I will
difference
not
between
say
the two
this.
in these terms.
I speak.
And Eng, for you, you've got a big challenge. You've got Carmine Corp, you've got 3 duelists on your team. What's the plan?
So first of all, I already had this experience in Gambit because my players, all of like 3 of them were duelists before, like so I already had this experience. For me, it's nothing new, to be honest. Yes, so we are ready. All what I can say, we are prepared. We are ready to play. Yeah, we have the plan how we're gonna play. Only what I can say right now, it's a completely different team, and I just let's say we wanna play like we wanna show some rock and roll. Let's say.
Rock and fucking roll. He's fucking Jurgen Klopp. We're gonna play rock and roll Valorant.
Not gonna lie, yeah. He's a really good friend, and I miss him.
So one day, do you think you'll get to play together again?
Who knows, really?
I'm down for that. Why not?
Okay, we'll make the reunion happen. We can't make it happen right now because these boys have to be mortal enemies. So just in a few words or less, tell him you're going to destroy him.
I'm gonna destroy you.
I'm saying destroy you too, bro.
Very flirtatious.
I don't know who's going to win this one.
Nothing and no one could ever make me dislike Gambit. Can we get like Defo, Shados, Chronicle, and
okay. Yes, the veto. Let's actually do it this time. Carmine Core. We have no information. So Carmine Core, they're banning Ascent. Giants are banning Breeze. Carmine Core will pick Split. No, they won't pick Split against Giants. Giants will pick Icebox. Carmine Core will pick Bind. Carmine Core will then ban Split. Giants will then ban Lotus and will play Sunset. There we go.
Hey, let's not do him dirty like that.
That's messed up. That's actually messed up.
Hey, production, come on.
Listen, he was coming in as
Why are we showing our coach's stats?
As a substitute after you saw Nuzera leave.
This?
We can't just ignore those stats there. We're thinking about how he slots back in.
I actually haven't seen this.
Guys, Pipson told me we need to make content for VCT.
What content?
Something about K-Cup.
I'm super shy, but wait a minute while I make it mine. 달리는 지금도 you're on my mind.
What are you doing? Why are you dancing?
What do you mean? It is anything to do with K-pop.
We play against K-Corp, not against K-pop.
I'm super shy, but wait a minute while I make it mine. 달리는 지금도 you're on my mind. All the time I wanna tell you, but I'm super shy.
Bro, this content is unacceptable.
I don't know, we're doing some weird stuff.
Yeah, I hope we're not gonna do it again.
No, for sure.
Si querés, no, un poco más, un poco más.
That's actually really good. Normally they're shit. That one is good. So for some reason they always get Redgar dancing. I feel like this is Redgar inspired.
The more conservative part of the compositions, or if they want to, you know, move away from that and just be a little bit more creative, especially because FUT has been on Giantx forever. He left for like he was in this.
How many points to get me to dance? Someone just asked me the other day and I did it. But I've got to be in the right frame of mind.
Those days together.
You know, it's a mental state to dance.
Is that what you've been doing in the office?
Just counting numbers. I had a whiteboard and a lot of numbers, so that's what I did. Today he's been in Giantx for 1,299 days.
I mean, that's many days. That might be as many days as Gambit have been pracking. But let's look at the map vetoes now, see where we're going.
Oh, here we go. Ryan 26192 with the 3 months.
Surprised by the vetoes, the choices that maybe Heretics
Wait,
made.
does EMEA have the best Valorant content?
I think EMEA is leveling up.
You know, we have to
Apart from the
judge them
fucking
for that. But on the other
epilepsy
side,
lights.
Giants, they did have their comfort picks from before, and yeah, where would you like to see them go?
Something new. I will, you know, since we're getting a lot of duelists and youngsters, I would love so.
Comical banner sent.
Ash, what do you make of the Sunset and Lotus?
Giants ban
I
fine.
think it's pretty interesting, actually,
You pick
because for the Giantx
Split.
core, they were pretty
pick
consistent
Sunset.
over on Split back in 2023.
I
interesting
didn't see it
to see
all.
that coming in as
I think
that
I got
first
one.
pick here, but I feel like when I'm looking towards what Magnum's going to lean into, you have to think about his time
Went
with
very
Enzo.
fast.
Where did Apex
Yampy
also
tweet
succeed
+1?
last
Where's the
year?
Yampy
Where is
tweet?
he going to find that comfort?
Someone
and
link me a
learn from
Yampy
the
tweet.
IGLing that he was under before?
Yeah, and so many times that we have seen Pipson and whomever team he was leading going into
3 points, that is kind of
this
3
split.
points,
He
to
has
be
a lot
fair
of
on
experience.
this.
We have seen him playing double info, double smokes. Like he knows this map to a T.
What was the
But
first one?
picking this against him, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah,
Split.
let's not forget
Split one,
K-Core.
then Sunset,
I feel like
then
we might
Lux.
have some
Okay, not
fans
bad.
here. That'd be very excited to see them come out. And
Yampy
without
tweet,
further ado, it is time to bring out the next two teams today.
I mean, it's no surprise
Giantx
Heretics in one of their
and
plays
Carmichael.
is at home playing and drinking Monster without any pressure. I think that's a pretty shit take by Yampy, but
Welcome to VCT.
yes, this guy that went 21 and 34. He was the fucking difference maker. I guess he just didn't watch the game. Our bottom fragging initiator player. He was the difference maker. Fucking hell. Oh, it's a copy pasta from VLR? Oh, okay. See, that's the thing. I mean, if it is, that's fine. But if not, then... You never know, though, because that is the kind of take they would have. Oh, it's a CSGO copy pasta? Why? What happened in CSGO for that time? All blue. Blue trousers as well. Very blue. My team, my Morocco. Actually being sponsored by a fruit. Couldn't be me. I miss the Giants green and yellow. Again, this feels weird. Why not just have the coaches like walk out with the teams first and then just do a fist bump?
We have a lot lot of new faces on stage here today.
But Talon was my Morocco? No, because I wasn't really a believer. Giants are my Morocco.
Expectations to be blown out of the
This year.
water. I still am not used to seeing Redgar and N on the same stage, so that's absolutely lovely and heartwarming to see. But also on the other side, Ash, like I said, a lot of new faces, a lot of players that might not have had challenges like this before. So how big of a job do you think Magnum really have today for that team?
I think it's a massive job. I mean, not only is this his return back to VCT, it's also his debut as an IGL, and that's a lot of pressure with the fact that you're looking towards this full rework in roles for the three duelist players in Tomazi, Martine, and Narrate coming in. And my eyes also have to be on Narrate in this situation. I know he's likely going to be leaning into that kind of flex, maybe
Here we go.
second duelist role there with Martine on the main, but this player is coming in from his first and only year of competition back in NA Challengers, and he was absolutely insane despite the fact that
Are they still gonna
on
do
one
the
of those
what's the color
bottom
thing?
3 teams. Still capable.
I mean, they're
of
a no
getting
blue this time.
Hey, he can prove that NA
They look
is
like a
better than EU
Formula
in,
One
like,
team.
One game, I feel like one season, yeah.
No, definitely this is one of the matches, if not the match that I was
They're doing
looking
it!
the most out of these starting ones because of obviously the prospect and the youngsters in this team. I think
Blue, blue, blue!
Police Sports are the ones that have made the biggest and the most changes out of all across VCT. As you're saying, Tomasi,
Oh,
for
watch
example,
F1, I do.
you know, from Saw last year, Sue, you were
Here we go.
asking me, who is a pickup that you know, who's the player to watch, who's someone that is definitely going to make it to tier 1? And I said Tomasi, like, I don't...
Magnum IGLing, a lot of questions about Karmine Core, to be honest. I'm not sure that they will be. I mean, they'll. I don't know. I'm a bit of a doubter, but I'm willing to be proven wrong.
I am expecting a lot of
What's wrong with
flexibility
Shin's
in the
picture?
compositions and not someone sticking
What's wrong with Fatino's picture?
to just one thing.
Maybe they're
I
just
mean,
broken
this is
here.
the thing, though. I mean, they could have all of that figured out. They could have all of that figured out, but regardless of that, you look over at your PCs, you're seeing Nukier. How long has Nukier been playing on a stage like this? You're seeing Cloud. He was breaking records when he made his debut. So Ash, it's not going to be easy for these youngsters. They're going up against truly veteran players.
Yeah, it's the rookies versus the experience in this particular matchup, and it's going to be a big trial, I think, for this KC squad when you think about it. The fact that kickoff is such a short
Now, we went through the
tournament
oh
as
no.
turnover for these new roles that they're slotting
We went through
into.
the first
That's
game
much
without a
quicker
tech pause.
adaptation that you're going to have to look towards versus a team like Giantx, who have had their set roles for their core for the past year and should be the ones that you're looking to be capable of that adaptation faster.
You're talking about the nucleate in the blog, right? But we just came from seeing Heretics.
Yeah.
The face in Mini Boo, the expressions when Benji Fisher was
Be
also, you know,
quick for our tech
chiming
pause,
in,
yeah.
That maybe
I hope KC LOL and KC Velo have different first split dogs. Look, all the people who think that Karmine Core are gonna be this fucking trolling team again that are like fucking shit. I don't know. They're just gonna become a normal team. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. They're just gonna become like a probably average, okay team.
Yeah, that is very true.
You know, that
Also,
maybe
I
can
mean,
upset
we've
some
spoken
people.
a
Like
little bit about N versus Redgar. We have to remember
they're not gonna
even
be
when
shit.
they were
I don't know
together on
what
the
you
same
people
team,
think. Like
they
that.
divided their responsibilities. We saw them take on a defense for one of them, an attack for the other. So the mind games are gonna be crazy because there's nobody else in the world that knows N better than Redgar and knows Redgar better than N.
I think it's going to be
It's in their
insane
blood, it's
that,
not.
all things considered. And I mean, you look at the interview that they had just
They're gonna
done
be
as
shit.
well.
They aren't
couldn't
going
even
to be
pretend
shit.
to
I'm
be
telling you now, they
mean
won't
about
be
it.
shit.
How are they going to do it in the server?
They might not be good.
No idea, but
I could see them being like below average, but they won't. Like the thing is, last year's Karmine Core were doing fucking bizarre shit. That's what made them entertaining. They were fucking off the fucking goop doing stupid shit. There's no way with this team and with Eng as a coach that they're gonna be doing fucking mental shit. There's just no way.
He played with was Enzo, and the one before that was Boaster, and he had Mini as well. So surely Magnum, we should expect him to do a good job.
Yeah, exactly. Given a quick background, in case you don't know Magnum, he was in Apex last year. He was
The trust in
also
Karmine Core is really high. No. I don't think that Karmine Core will be. I think that they'll be below average.
the one leading this team.
But I think
Tomasi,
that
as I said, coming from Saw, narrate from that line.
they
there
like
in-
there's
in,
there's
NA,
different
and Martin
levels,
coming
right?
from
Like
GMT Sports,
you
and
can be
everybody
good and
was
boring.
excited, and
You
it's
can be
very
mid
excited to
and
see
boring.
his debut
You can
because he
be
is a very
shit
Euro
and
player. He's
boring.
that kind of duelist
But you can also
that
be shit
had
and
a
very
lot
funny.
of offers offers during the off season, but you know, ended up.
But it's a tough thing to be shit and funny.
Not only the fact
You
that
know?
he's experiencing different duelists, he was also in that situation where he's not the only duelist in the server in his team.
No one's
So
gonna
he
be
knows
like,
not only
I don't
how
know.
to play
They'd
Euro,
have to be
also how to
fucking
play
wild
with
to do that.
a Euro.
It's
This is the
a
thing, though.
tough
Okay,
it's a
Eng can
tough
do what
thing
he
to
did.
kind
He
of
had, you know, Shade
it's
off
a
there,
tough
so on
balancing
Chronicle,
act to be
to
shit
work
and
with,
funny.
and it took time.
Carmine Core did a
It wasn't
really good
like
job at it last
incredible
year.
the first
But
game
like
was all
DFM
great.
weren't really
But
funny.
my question
Crew
is,
weren't
Ash,
funny.
how long do these duelist players that have to, you know, be forced into role swapping have? Because like you said, short tournament, they could potentially just have two players.
Screaming Navarra.
So is there any danger
Not playing.
to that method, you think?
I think it's a big danger just for kickoff alone.
Yeah, MIBR and Furia were pretty funny last night. Yeah, that was like legitimately kind of funny Valorant in a way. It was like horrific, but kind of funny. But MIBR last year weren't funny. They were just boring and shit.
Struggle with some of that pressure as well, and KC fans are unforgiving, so they have to put up and show up now.
I think that if, you know, Eng does it again, even if they don't end up winning today, right? Even if they're not managed to pull the number, I don't think that we're going to be seeing like bad Valorant.
Start the game!
Because we, again, take it back to Gambit days. There were many times where they were like,
Who plays tomorrow in EMEA? Let's just look at that first.
Categorize Gambit as a bad
What
team.
games have
And
we
that
got
has to
tomorrow?
be the first step through
We got-
the reconversion of K-Corp.
I mean, I
Well,
won't
they
be
are
up for
heading to
this.
map
I'm gonna be
one
honest.
here of
Talent Team Secret though, Zeta Global.
Oh, the Yoru meta is in full swing, but this is to be expected.
Yeah, Martin
right?
Yoru. Yeah, he played a ton of Yoru.
Martin is incredibly comfortable on that Yoru.
Astra
so no
Omen.
surprise, but
Okay, they're cooking.
the other
Hold
side
on.
also.
They are doing some fucking weird shit. Hold on.
With the Astra
This is
and
quite
the
normal.
Omen,
It's just a Fnatic comp.
then Magnum playing on that phase.
They are
and, like,
fucking
this
weird.
composition has
Hold
so
on,
many
there's still
layers
hope.
and so many things that you can do to combine that
There's still hope.
utility that I could see Giantx not expecting. On the other side,
What have we
very
got tomorrow?
like,
Navi
conservative way
BBL,
of
Team
looking
Liquid
at
Koi,
this map for
Vitality
Giants, and
Gentlemen.
also
Okay.
our first Sky here.
I mean, these will
Sky
probably be
is gonna
stomps,
interesting.
I
You're
guess.
not going to be able to see her be as proactive as beforehand because
gonna
she doesn't
guess.
have
We could
those
have 3
guiding lights
stomps,
that
to be
refresh
honest.
anymore. So it's nice that you
But still, it'll be
actually have
interesting
that
to see
reach to kind
Navi
of
and
balance
whatnot on
out,
Team Liquid.
expecting some more of those trap plays.
Now, Team Liquid, I think, are a team that could underperform and be kind of funny, but they're not. They're not going to be that bad.
More exciting.
But they'll be
debut of a
interesting,
new
I think.
casting duo. It's Pansy and Steel.
Steel?
The horrific combination, but you're absolutely right.
Steel?
I managed to pry Josh away from one Poland, dragged him out of there, got him over to, you know, the beauty of Berlin, and now we get to have you not only.
No, I
there,
don't live
but
in Minnesota.
casting
I'm from
doing
fucking
great.
England,
Having
innit?
me here. It's going to be an experience.
Okay, how specific of you? Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank
But all right. Let's save that aside because actually the comp did catch your eye. So why don't we start there? What about this actually stood out to you?
Yeah, it's reminiscent of like the 2022 Chamber meta. You just have the Sky Breach. You're going to be really explosive with this comp.
You're talking about this fucking comp? This caught your eye?
Just tuning in. This, I mean, Carmine Core last season, obviously quite underwhelming.
This caught your eye?
Finishing plumb last, and they went to market. They finished the season, and they have refreshed near on everything. Obviously, Shin did remain, but they have rebuilt, and they've taken a lot of upcoming talent, a lot of rookie players coming in, and we're seeing a very patient start here.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent trap setup, but just attack just overwhelming here. It's going to have a freebie site, even though they get stalled out here for a little bit.
I want to see how much Martin can handle on his own. He's obviously going to have to call for some support, which will be coming in through Heaven. 2 more players nearby, but they're not overly biting on this. It's slow and cautious from both sides. Giantx
Classic
taking their
Giants.
time.
Yeah,
Fuck, I
Giantx
forgot.
is
This is
kinda
why I
like
didn't like
they
them.
wanted
They're
to
so
go B,
fucking
but then they
slow.
weren't sure what was going to happen.
And they
now what
added
they're
Red
doing is
Guard,
they're
who's
looking
maybe
around
even more
Silver a little
slow.
bit to see if Carmine Corp's going to actually rotate back to A to soften up that.
We're
B
gonna
site
see some
for them.
classic
But here's the
EMEA
middle
stuff right
rotate
here.
Once they get spotted out, that's going to cause a reaction, but I don't know. This is a beast.
Yeah, the crunch coming through now. Already pressure towards
3
B, but
people
that's
here,
being
though.
handled quite nicely. Cloud still held back here. The flash to follow. Martin still waiting. Heaven is now starting to be lost as well. The crunch is here, and there's
Oh,
the
nice
pressure
flash.
point. And that
Nice
is
from Giants.
gorgeous from Giants.
Let's go, Morocco!
Already just clearing through so cleanly.
Planting with
Shin
13
lost their
seconds
line.
left.
There's
That's
10
what I
seconds.
fucking like to
Finally
see.
getting through
That's
to
my
the site right
EMEA.
now.
Let's
In a
fucking
post-
go.
What is he meant to do here?
He's meant to try his best. That's about all he can do at this point.
Oh, bless him. Well, let's see how much damage can be achieved. I love the tempo.
Wait,
from
Shin's
Giantx
on
here, and the
Shin's
way
on
they approach the
Astra.
map, that beautiful
Interesting.
late
Let's check the
switch
rolls.
middle.
That's a
I'd
good
love to
point. I
get
hadn't really
thoughts on
thought
it
about that.
Once we see
So
this come to
Magnum on
conclusion, because,
Initiator.
as I said, this is a rather dire
They're playing
scenario
double
for Shin, but
duelist.
why not give it a go? See if he can At least get
I mean, this
something
is
to the
gonna be
good.
tough.
3 potential targets, and
Hello?
he's found the first, but there we
Mr.
go.
Cloud?
Coutinho perfectly positioned to catch the follow-up. So,
Red
talk
Guard
me through what we
Roman?
just saw.
Oh, you know
So
it.
basically,
You
Giantx,
fucking
they
know
wanted
it.
to do an explosive B play, but
They were
once
good
they
last
saw
year and
that
upgraded.
one
How are they
smoke up,
Morocco?
they're like,
Because
you know what,
people are
maybe we should just
underrating
change
them.
what we're doing here, change our approach.
That's
So
the
first thing they
truth.
did
People
was,
are
okay,
underrating them.
we don't want to force anything. Once they waited on the smoke, cool, we can take B main now. Wait, there's an omen flash. Okay, let's chill here. Surely these guys are going to stack, so what we should do is, instead of just going through B main here, we're going to actually go and
Okay, the left
split
BX
through
buy
middle.
from Giantx.
Split, you get
Yeah,
it?
got it. That was really good. Well done.
So once they, I love how they took their time with that though, because they didn't force anything that they weren't ready to take.
Yeah, and speaking of forcing nothing, I mean, it's a bare bones comeback.
Oh,
here
Pansy,
for
what a
round
what
two
a
Carmichael
what a
as well,
transition.
working just purely with the classics as it stands.
Speaking of forcing nothing.
But beyond that, we have to see if Giantx can keep this clean. I love the patient approach in the first. It hopefully bleeds through to the rest of the game where we see that very diligent heads-up work, very cautious.
You love the patient approach,
running
do
into
you?
any stacks. And I want to see how they feel this out, because I feel like, especially in a round like this, you can't leave it so late. You kind of lose some of those protocols. It could
The
get a
fucking
little
not
bit
moving for the
dicey, but
first 30
oh my
seconds.
god, they've gone for the stack here. That flash doesn't reveal that much, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I like what both teams are
It's
doing.
gonna be a slug.
Corp obviously doing a stack. They're not going to win if they do a spread default here, but GX is doing a great job of kind of prodding and figuring out what's going on, not running into any traps right now.
Yeah,
using their
Pansy's just
utility really
just
well
too
to find out
EMEA
what's going
pilled.
on.
She doesn't know
They have
what she's
info at B,
missing.
They have a little bit of info at
She
market.
hasn't
Now it's going to be
she hasn't seen the other regions play. Okay, like, all this to guess wrong.
Yeah, I think Carmichael.
All this to die to the
lost,
spike.
which is, I mean, it's how this round goes. You're hoping.
Must it be
you
like
might get
this?
a little bit of a bonus when you go towards stacking
You know
your
what?
site
There
and
should
just
be
how it
this
goes
should
in
be
that
up to
regard.
like
So, again,
someone in the
if you're
control
Giantx,
room
you can
should
see
just
how
be able to
methodically
push a
they are
button
clearing. They are picking
where
up there is something
both
going
teams
around,
just
but they've been
see
very,
each other
very
on the map.
clear-cut.
Like they just
Great
give
little
us
in-game
both a
leadership,
cipher
if
roll.
anything, to be
Both teams
so
get
diligent in
UAV
this clear.
for
I
just
think
like
that
2
flash getting
seconds.
pinged to the Yoru at B is
Just to,
maybe
like,
telling
get it
them,
over
okay,
with.
They know we're at B. They saw us at middle. Let's just do this re-clear middle together. Oh, they're not here. Let's just go stack A because they saw us at B. Maybe they actually go back to A, but it was
All
a bad
this to
read,
die to the
unlucky.
spike.
What are you going to do about it? You kind of GG go next because it's an eco round at the end of the day, and all they're going to do is try to not to feed any ultimate orbs over to Giantx, because if they do that, Reach getting close to the ulti, that's going to be painful going into like a round.
Cloud's gonna
3 type of
sprint
situation
at them,
because
I
if
would
you
have
get
thought.
any
And just
kills
try
or
and
spike plant.
get a kill or
Gets
two.
that chance here. Not much to lose and all to gain. So
Here's
has a
someone
little
having.
bit of luck.
Oh,
There's the swing.
Nookie,
Wait,
you
that
weren't
was a-
meant to do
oh,
that.
Go for it. Yeah, there he
going,
goes.
yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
And that's
Although,
nice. So you're going to have
they
Coutinho
actually go
picking
for
up
the
2
kill. The
there,
Cloud
Cloud
got
as well.
3 there.
And I think they've recovered anything that was potentially lost.
They did lose one
Yeah, it's gonna
gun
be really good
because
going
Nookie
into this
forgot
bonus
what he
round
was
here
doing.
for Giantx, because you've got the breach ult, you've got options, and not only do you have options, but now Carmichael has to think about: is it going to be like an explosive play? It's going to be a bonus. Like, do we have to prepare for this like really fast play, or are we going to like think about playing a retake? Or
Yeah,
what's gonna
Heretics
happen
FUT.
here?
I
How
mean,
are
that
we
was a
gonna,
crazy
manage that
game.
breach ulti?
People
Especially
jumping
when you
all
consider
about,
the
going
tempo
crazy.
that's
I
been
mean,
set in these first
this
two
is going to
rounds.
be tough for them. They
Extremely
probably
patient,
didn't
very
expect
slow down
Giants
for
to
the
pick
last
attack,
kind of
to be
30
honest. They're
seconds
probably like, oh,
almost.
it's
So if they do
split.
switch
They're
that
going to pick
tempo, shift
fucking
it up a
defense.
gear, that could be
And,
incredibly
you know,
hard
we're
to
going to be
handle. So
cooking with
wait
this
and see.
comp on
Obviously, it's
attack.
kind of Giantx's
But then
choice
Giants
as to
picked
how they
attack,
approach
and
as
it's
well.
like, fuck, we have to
Doubt
defend with
Carmichael
this
was
comp?
super
Because this is
proactive. They
tough
do
to
it.
defend with.
Triddle. 3 men in middle. And I'm just waiting to see if they actually decide to do anything with it, or if they're just going to show a little bit of presence and peel away.
Yeah, it looked like Yoru was there in a really peculiar position, but he's just killed off to A site.
He's got a fair amount of room here. Now he's being checked on. There are 2 players on the other side of this, but it is Nookie, and he can do nothing this round, actually. Shin's got him dead to rights, but does that give away the game at all? You can already see Carmichael looking a little flustered in this one. Trying to dash across. Coutinho going to end up getting caught in the end.
They want to use this
round?
round?
As Cloud, Hoodie, and Redgar looking to try and maybe filter
Maybe
through
if they
middle.
get
They
this
have
kill.
finally built a little bit of space. Which side do they choose?
Time.
I mean, it's 2 either side. They get the bonus to be able to sit on both sides here.
Yeah, they can definitely prod a little bit more through B-Heaven, see what they can get, see if they can pressure out the defenders here. But here, the gem spot sees him. Magnum knowing that the B-Heaven player was there.
Do they pull the third
They've used all
across?
their
I'm waiting
sky
to see if
util.
we see maybe Martin drift a little closer.
30 seconds
Or does he
left.
still commit? Because obviously there is that chance they just dash straight through the vents and go straight through, so...
This is a really good reaction. So they're actually going to group up at 2 B main because they got spotted at B-Heaven.
I can't
now,
call
Giantx,
game on
they can't
split
really
where
go
I'm
to
saying
site because
time.
They can get crunched from 2 different angles. So right now, they're regrouping opening to B, they're going to have a free site. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 retake, and the breach ult to you is in.
Bro, you got the spike! Go! Run! Go!
Because of how passively Carmine Core is sitting.
No!
To play safe. So the plant's going to come in.
Want to get aggressive here and spawn after?
I'm looking.
With the breach ult?
I'm looking at Hoodie right now. Does he get played in off the back of this? Cloud's coming around. I think they're considering something, but it is
too close.
It's mostly through heaven.
Are we back?
3 players coming back this way. This is going to get rather dicey actually for
Are we back?
Giantx now trying to deal with those lesser numbers, trying to go for the fight towards CT. Carmine Connie's
How is that missed?
Tomasi deals with one, but the trade's there. Cloud comes back, looks for the follow-up, doesn't see anyone drop from heaven. Gorgeous from Redgar as well, denying the drop down for Martine. 2v2, even footing. Redgar gets the attention, waits for Cloud on support. Maybe he doesn't need him. Redgar with it all to do now. 1v1, and the diffuser started. Magnum, he does come off it. His nerves getting the better in there. He didn't want to take it too far.
Yes! Let's go! Woo! That's my IGL!
By Giantx there, just
Don't know what
making
happened there with
decision to
the
go back into B main, showing themselves at B heaven first, making Carmine Corp really scared to do anything. And I think the biggest part of that round was that Carmine Corp
I don't know how they
advantage.
missed the breach
They
ult
had
on that
4
guy.
versus 3, but they gave way too much respect. They gave
Look at
too much
that.
space,
Look at his
and that
aim.
allowed Giantx to be able to reposition around, get the spike planted, and get aggressive into CT spawn before anything happened. And they can't.
And now it's a
their foot
save.
off the gas
This
if they want to be able to
snail's pace.
control over the map or the rounds or the game.
Yeah, and I guess if we do talk bigger picture, obviously if we're talking through expectations, we know
God,
the
this
talent
better
of
be a
this
2-0,
roster
because otherwise
is
we're going to be
exceptional. We know
till
these
fucking
hot
midnight.
prospects, already a couple of their names have been thrown around as that next generation coming up that everyone was looking at, eyeing up. But for Giantx as well,
They are lit.
they've
I mean, look at
maintained
this.
the core of
Literally.
very talented players.
First
and
40,
got, obviously
chill.
Redgar now coming in, so you're seeing
This is the
really
new
nice
Koi.
combination.
I wanted to be excited for this team. I mean, I think they're going to be good, but fucking hell. They're not half boring.
Playing very well here, already seeing kind of the fundamentals coming through. So what we've got coming out this round again is a Bulldog and Sheriff, so Carmine Corp having to suffer through this, but already a connection. Taking
Loud left
Yeah,
in
it's
the
going to be
start,
interesting
yeah.
to see how Carmine Corp actually
But like you're
gains
holding
momentum
super
and
passive,
confidence
right?
throughout this
You're
round,
holding
because
like
right
super
now,
passive
it
deep,
looks like they're a little
and then
shaky.
you
They're-
give up the kill
they're
anyway. This is
not
the point that I want to make
like
about
they're
these teams. Like
super
when you just start holding for the first 40 seconds before you do anything, when it's always like 30 to 40 seconds, teams are going to pick up on that pretty fucking quick and just wait till that moment to then push you and get a kill.
Fights, because right now it's like they're playing too
Carmine Corp eco check? What's wrong with
We
it?
need to see them get loosey-goosey.
30 seconds left.
But again, this could be a
What's
little
wrong
bit
with their
product as
eco?
well of that inexperienced team. These are a lot of new players, younger players coming in, and need to get their footing underneath them, know when to play, to that proactive extent. And Martine already showing a little hint of that over there, managing to take down Nookie, but again,
850? I mean, you're getting 2,900. You can buy light
slowly,
shields.
but now on the receiving end, but they get the spike down.
Oh, wow.
That was big from Heretics to at least. They do have the time on their side, but it is a 3v5. The retake begins. Hoodie's got to be careful. He cannot get caught out alone here. Dips back
Sheriff
from bottom
Lights,
from
yeah, they're
CT,
on a
back starts
save.
them out. Fatinho in trouble. Has to fall away. Hoodie tethered and held for a moment. They still have the rifles, keep in mind. They have the heavier firepower, but maybe it won't matter. Already defuse going to be started. Hoodie denied vision for a couple more seconds. That's going to drop. The defuse ain't stopping. Redgar, can he clutch again? Not this time. Carmine Corp fights
I mean,
back.
playing slow literally cost them that round. They need to change their timings, bro. They had one death because they keep playing at the same time, and they had one because of the fucking spike, because we're bleeding the clock to like a no time left all the time. So Cloud feels like he has to fucking stick because we've got no time.
Why are you going to force the plant when you know that you're going to die in the paint shells? Like, you need to get out of that position. You need to just say, you know what? Unlucky, I'm going to move on. I'm going to plant to this different position, and then at least you have a chance to
Okay, they
stabilize.
decided to buy.
Really well
Just
played
the
by
Sheriff
Carmine
and
Corp,
Fatinho.
step by step.
Don't love my duelist having a sheriff here when we've got a Razor. This is something else that EMEA is definitely behind them. I don't know why. This is very weird to me. Someone must have just started it in Americas. Someone in Americas just started picking the Stinger in every scrim, and it just caused an absolute change in how they view the game. And then for some reason, in EMEA, we keep Sheriff. I mean, he got one off the ult anyway. There you go.
What a follow-up for him.
Nice stun.
Down and they're down to 3. This is a problem for Carmine Corp. They're losing numbers. Trying to get proactive,
nice
trying to be aggressive, and they're being dealt with. Fatinho, what a round!
Okay, we go for the classic eco strat of that guy. Let them win a round so that now they're on a full loss bonus.
The post play situation a little bit, going down into a 3 versus 5. But here they're thinking, you know what? Let's do a tempo change. We've been going slow all game. Now we got the Raise Rocket.
That's why he ults anyway, so either dies or gets a gun. But that's not how it works, Magnum, is it? You might have heard of a little thing called a Rosa ult. it's so common that it's become a meme in the Valorant community. Now, I understand, Magnum, you might not be, you know, you're a bit new here, you might not fully understand, but it's kind of like a common thing that you might use a raise ult but miss it, and therefore just have your gun left.
High tempo, sitting way more passive, maybe expecting Carmine Core to try and get in their face on this lesser purchase. So we'll see if that actually pays dividends.
And one of the things to point out actually is that we see Carmine Core, they only had Astra ulti and Omen ulti last round, but now they also have Fade and Raze ulti. But they can't really use them on this round because they have 3 players.
Whoa,
from
what the
Classics,
fuck?
Or
is that like a jump peak TP?
And it's going to be like really
So now they're down to 3 classics. They've gone with light shields on, well, these two. Classic light shields?
Round, so it's a really bad situation to be in because you really want to be able to use these ultis.
You think we're buying a Marshall?
And losing another round without being able to use them, you might not get ultis again this half.
Yeah. See if that frustration actually comes through. Again, we're seeing that.
That's, here we go. Against an eco? Here we go. This is what I'm talking about.
Straight towards that CT side, up through the vents though. A little bit of a stall here. This isn't what they wanted. They're going to be denied this space, and there is time for rotations. Here comes the cavalry. Magnum straight in there, 1-for-1.
Oh!
More until then. Down mid. Left in tatters in the vents. It's down to 2 players.
I did get a kill.
Does at least have the rifle, and the position could be paramount here. Nuki wants to try and dig him out of it. The spike is down there. They have to go for this when he dives in. There's no chance of a trade. Isolated and alone, it's Redgar in a 1v2. Not gonna happen.
Oh no.
Can do, I can do better. Narrate.
Oh no. Oh no, Mr. Giantx.
KC. The 2 rounds that they have are off the back of Narrate.
Oh no.
It's off the back of a Thrifty and on the back of Narrate. And I think it's going to be really good. If he's able to keep this momentum up, it's going to be really good for him.
I mean, the TP into spawn against the fucking eco.
So if he's able
what
to
are we doing? Even though it did get a kill, but why are we taking that risk?
Because he's not going to be afraid to take different peaks. And it's a really good job.
They get stuck in vents.
Not afraid to just really good utility.
Taking a Raze
really
ulti.
good idea to use the ulti there. It's not like someone's telling him to do it. So good decision making.
Feeling the game out a little bit more. Starting to see the personality
Here
of
they
the
go,
players,
a bit faster.
hopefully. And now Magnum
How's
could be
going on?
put to test early.
Game sound?
Already taking a massively different approach here, Giantx. Very straightforward, straight through towards heaven, finding a gap and exploiting it somewhat. Maybe Nuki
TP comes
this in the
across.
last couple of rounds, but Carmine Core will need to respond here.
Lose a bad round and then speed up the next.
The classic go of things. But again, the ults are starting to come through.
Big.
Nuki going to catch one, though. That's big information on both sides. But speaking of information, Martin's going to see it all. Does he commit? It looks like oh my god! We wanted individual impact. We might have just had it. Nuki, what can you do about this one?
Oh my god!
Sit back and watch, if anything. He's a mile
There's a small
away.
gap in the ult. He comes out of it. That's fucking insane!
Another individual just taking matters into their own hands. That was a huge, massive play. Really smart play to get in the back lines there and line them all up. I'm actually shocked that Giantx actually tried to plant there. With that backstep from Nuki, he got the Cypher ulti off. They were going to get the info, but they're just getting into that little pocket of the Astra wall. They didn't hear the disengage because of it. That was really well played. I wonder if that was like a pre-planned thing.
It kind of felt like it, right? That pocket was so well placed. We're seeing these little trap plays coming out from KC. That is sick. And obviously, even with
Timeout who? Giants?
Here, there will be a technical pause.
Yeah.
So
well,
get to lean on all those years of
it's
broadcast.
you, isn't it?
No, all right. I didn't need you to do this today.
And then the
Perfectly
tech
nice
pause.
time.
Here we go.
But, you know what, I think kind of
So it
recapping the last couple
begins.
of rounds, yeah, it did feel individual in a couple of these, but in the nicest way, I'm down for it. It felt like it was kind of, yes, individual, but built off maybe a little pocket play, as said, with that pocket left on site, maybe from the divide coming in.
And with the speed that Giants are playing at,
Building, what they're starting to look like.
who knows if this game will ever end?
Further down the line, right? These younger players starting to feel more confident,
Who
more
knows?
comfortable on the stages, and the potential they're already showing. I mean, honestly, Martin's shots then were pretty nice. Like, I mean,
Is that the
play
Euro
itself
player of the
fine,
season?
you know,
Oh,
well
what a
set up,
play.
but, I mean,
What
man
a play.
controls
Now,
like
here's the thing.
champion, so
I think in general, Carmine Core's
feeling a little
strategy
deja vu
here is
the
they're
last
going to
match.
try and get
We
as much
had,
value from this Euro as
we
they
had
can.
the
Right?
teams
They've
going
got
up
double
against each other. We
controller.
had FUT starting out very similar to how Giantx is.
You know, they've
You
got a
in the
double
pistol,
duelist there
win
for
round
him as
2,
well. They've got a
convert
fade
the
that can
bonus
deafen
round,
people. I do
and
think that,
everything
particularly when we get to their
really good
attack
for
side,
them.
we will
And then
see
it's
them
like,
start really cooking some
you know,
Euro
to
shit
context,
up. I mean,
they're
if they've done, if they've
not
got that, if they thought about little plays like that,
but then they get their first round win, 5 rounds in.
I mean, that's
and
a
then
crazy
slowly but
Astral
surely
Euro.
they
I mean,
gain
that's
more and
just
more confidence
fucking
as their
insane.
game progresses, and then they start picking
The
up
thing is, you don't
more
even need a
and
Euro
more.
to do that
It
play,
looks
really. You just
very
need an
similar
Astral, because
here,
you could
where it's just like
try and
individuals
TP in
are
that corner if you wanted
running
to.
around, it's
You know,
off
you
the
could
back
probably send a TP from heaven.
Suddenly we're going to see.
It would obviously be a bit
probably
risky,
like, oh my
but
God,
you could.
getting in their own heads a little
Obviously
bit,
not
thinking,
now, because everyone
we should
knows
have
it
this
every
round,
time
we
you
should
see
have
that ult.
round. What's going on? Oh man, I can't believe this happened. Why wasn't anyone watching this? Why are you rushing this? And then they might start tilting, and Carmine Corp might be able to get more rounds off the back of that. So you gotta.
But then again, you're
like,
gonna
be
think,
able
oh
to-
yeah, but
well, this is gonna
they're
help
just
them
gonna
be
play
able
in
to
that pocket.
breathe,
And anytime
reset
someone sees
mentally,
that ult now,
not
they're just
let,
gonna
like,
play in
these
that
bad
pocket.
round losses affect
You
them.
know what you
Because
do?
At the end of the day,
You just
within the
you
first
just
like,
raise
7
nade them.
rounds, that's kind of tough.
Yeah.
And yeah, you need to be able to just bounce
You
back.
raise nade and hold them.
So if you were curious, I think it was
Hook it.
actually meant to be.
Or you fade seize raid nades them. I mean, cooking even more. Hold on.
It looks like Carmine Corp actually pumping the brakes. Potentially, I'm not trusting anything, if I'm honest. I don't know if it is actually their timeout. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Giantx at this point.
It could have been
considering-
attack into attack.
It could be.
Because you're not allowed to talk. Well, most people aren't allowed to.
Yeah, no, I am interested because when I was watching the last game, you did see that kind of pressure mounting on the expectations, right? Like FUT last season, very solid team, went incredibly deep, at an international event, looked very good, had either it depends how you look at it, either a sideways or potentially a straight upgrade in one or two of the players. So, and then seeing them lose as they did, obviously you think of expectations. The Heretics had none on them, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
A lot of us would have said, we just don't know.
Oh, we're
We
back.
don't know what this roster's going to look
I
like.
think this means we're back.
Or seen last minute, potentially. Whereas here, yes, Carmine Corp
Oh, we got it.
earlier to work with building a roster, but very
This is their timeout. We're out.
Players, high potential.
We're good.
Limited exposure towards stage environments and everything else, and how will they gel as a roster? How will they fare against arguably one of the more solid teams left? Obviously, the likes of Fnatic still out there. They're the exception to the rule, but keeping as many of the players as Giants did into this roster, and then having Red Guy, you could argue is
That wasn't too bad.
sideways, if not straight upgrade, depending on how you look at it. You'd give this on paper to Giantx. So it is quite interesting to see those potential elements of maybe not upset.
Mola.
I wouldn't call it an upset because we.
What language is Mola?
But if you're looking purely statistically, right, that idea of like, okay, pre-made roster that's been around, experience under the belt, great players too. I mean, Giantx are no slouches. You saw what Fatigue.
Carmine Corp looking better this
well.
year? Yes,
But to already.
already.
See the cracks being
Turkish?
exploited a little bit, or at least the potential being shown from Carmine Corp is a fantastic look.
Can
Yeah,
I
and
F5?
honestly,
I mean,
like,
yeah, I
when
might be a
you're-
bit behind.
Of utility synergy, with ultimates coming online in specific rounds, with just like the ability to synergize certain comps together. And then we also see Hoodie, he's on the Sky.
So now-
Sky just went through a nerf. Maybe that affected their game plan a tiny little bit. So every little inch matters a lot right now. And that's what we're seeing.
Well, let's see if they can make anything out of this one. We are just coming out of the timeout now. Operator is in hand and online, so that's going to be another new element to look at, is how well does Martin sit with this. He is going to be up against a interesting purchase.
Game
bit
time.
of, a jumble sale,
There you go.
really. One rifle, yes, for Nuki.
So if I said it and it
It's a
answered.
Stinger and Sheriff. So
I mean, they are. If they do get like an opening kill here,
there, Cloud very close by, Hoodie as well.
I
So a
mean,
couple of ults
you
right
never
on that
know
verge.
with this when they're this close.
Chance to pick up those ult orbs is yet to be seen. Tomasi already dealing a whole
Ooh.
lot of damage. Vitinho down to
Oh.
1 HP. Martin, well done. All controlled. Trying to draw out the attention of the next, but doesn't take the bait.
They're going to have to wait around if they want to use these ultis because they're not going to be... It's just, you can't use that the situation. But why is their only main rifle towards A, and why is the main action first towards B? Like, they need to leverage this Vandal way harder than they are. And it looks like there's going to be a regroup towards A right now. They've already thrown the cage at the cross. Can they be ramped? Maybe, maybe not. It's not like there's a Sentinel player right now over on the other side. So there's going to be gaps, and you have to just realize, like, okay, we're playing with a gap. We're going to play the retake. That's fine. We already have the man advantage. Who cares? So it's going to be interesting to see if Nuki is going to get into a position in the post plant where he's going to be able to do something with his teammates nearby, ready to just take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, they've committed the smokes in as well, so now it is time for the plant to come through, and I'm looking at the discipline on the Carmine Corp side as well. Don't want to give up too much. They still want to maintain this heaven control. It looks like they're trying to vie for that on the other
President
side.
go
too,
for an ult
potentially.
here.
Nuki waiting to see that Vandal come into effect. It is the key component for Giantx. It's the main piece of the puzzle for them. Everything else is very, very limited. Vitinho going to put his life on the line by trying to control this CT space. Paranoia comes through.
Now he has ult.
Fantastic though. Vitinho's
Pops it.
still alive, and one flies in. They're
Missed it.
already on the site itself. Has a little look around and clears it out, but Redguard trying to play hide and seek here, loses his life, and now it's all on Nookie. What can the one man do?
Yeah, Nookie with the rifle.
Magnum there in the end.
As Steel was kind of saying.
This has been Carmine
Didn't do anything.
very controlled, actually.
Yeah, this.
What do you think of Steel's casting thus far? I think the kind of thing that he just pointed out
and then they gave way too
is
much
like.
space. But this time, I don't know if it was like Carmine Core, like they did.
Is like a good. It's like a.
But I don't know about Giantx.
That's the kind of analysis that I think casters need to do more of, right? Like that kind of thinking about like, oh, you've got one rifle this round, you know, you should be, you know, using that. That should be where you're kind of think, because it's like it's simple enough that everyone who's watching can understand that, like, you know, that makes sense. But it's like actual analysis, like, oh, they're, you know, not doing something right.
How long do you stand there? Does eventually dip away. Pretty much everything known now.
It's weird hearing his voice on a caster.
As well, going to reveal a whole lot in the pace change. A similar call going to be made here in the very swift plant this time, but still no.
Okay, they have a breach ult here, so what are they going to do? Fight for ramp? Come and breach ult this?
Every single time and close by. Ult on the other side. Martin's going to see it all as well. Redguard already going to find Magnum though. That is a pick that they've not had previous to now. Already looking to try and overwhelm. What can Martin do here? He's only got so much time to work with. Trying to bait them out. Hoodie already going to punish Narrate, trying to trade off the back of that contact, but it's down
Hoodie
to
just
two.
destroyed everyone in
Shin
heaven.
and Martin trying to still work this out. Force forward. Cloud's got him. And Shin,
okay,
Giants,
to that bit of a pace change. So far, Giants has either been hella
like
slow
from Giantx. Lose a bad
or just
round,
a straight
let's
side
do a rush. Lose a bad
Nothing
round,
in the middle.
let's do a rush.
No
so
normal
here,
default.
Maybe we see them doing another, you know, slower approach. Maybe they do something a little bit early to take or establish control. But it's very, I don't know. Yoru up, he had the ulti. They just gave up so much space, and Giantx actually recognized that. Hey, Yoru's offing A. He just keep it away. We're dogging him. We're throwing, you know, birds at him and everything like that. He has to back
Bit
off.
of a weird one here where he uses Yoru ult, but obviously he had an op, so it's a bit like.
They're throwing everything at him. He has to back out. They didn't even stop to clear the site. They just go straight for the plant.
Yeah, straight on in. Tomasi going to be forced away very early on this round. Already going to be forced to be a little bit more passive here, but again, we've seen these early tests, these early kind of dabbles.
Straight side hit, but again, if they do it now,
this time it does
won't be
look a
that
little
expected,
more
I don't
committed.
think.
The deeper flash going to be trying to set up for Tino here, but he gets hindered. He gets held back. Shin's going to be good for one, but the trades are great. Narrate again, though. This guy is monstrous. So much damage and already looking confident. He gets a catch. Redguard's down, and it's all
we got a nice little back and forth here. I'm excited to see
masterful in his own right, but down to 46 HP.
kind of the other
This is a
side,
very
because
tall task.
like with this comp, you would expect like this is kind of like a balanced comp, I guess. This has to be
really
a tech
not much he
sided
can
though,
do.
surely.
They do have a little bit of money in the bank, so we're probably going to see if he loses this round. Another
mean,
really fast play next round. Let's just see if the
Cloud
pattern plays
1v3,
out.
46
But
HP.
honestly,
Spike
short of
down.
winning this round,
Aftershock.
there's no
Stun.
really plus sides because he's probably not going to get his ulti again this half unless he somehow miraculously gets the plant and gets all 3 enemies here.
Yeah, no small task, right?
No small task.
Get plant and kill them all. Well, he's going to get one, and obviously he doesn't know that he actually has quite a great deal of time to play with, so I wonder how conservatively he's going to play this himself. They were
I mean, you have to
waiting
try
out.
and
I
do
don't
something
mind that
here.
necessarily because they do
I
still
mean, they've got
have
enough
to
money
try and
to
clear
probably
some of
go
this,
for this, but
proactive.
it could be the old
Gives them a
plant and
chance.
save.
Yeah.
But
This
I
is
don't think
brutal.
anyone ever really
This
does
has to
that.
be
But
so clean from Cloud. He's going to hear the steps. This could be massive.
Line
The
him
time
up.
is now. He's got 2, and he gets to keep his life. 7 HP. This could be everything. Magnum trying to close down the distance. He's running him down, trying to catch Cloud, who's just evaporated. Oh! Magnum breaking hearts here. That could have been huge for Cloud, but still onto the defuse and tying up the scoreline.
Really well played, though, from Cloud. Getting that lineup with the stun was really important there. Honestly, like, Fade had a Prowler, but there's so many places that can clear. They're all moving together because they want to make sure that they're close.
I mean, if he would have been brave enough to plant heaven, he maybe wins that
It
round.
was right there. It almost happened.
Yeah, because then he can potentially play a bit. Like it's difficult here, I
The
think.
shorty finished him off.
Oh well, I guess he didn't go that deep, did he? He would have ran CT. Probably would have ran the same way. Probably wouldn't have made it in.
Hitting between these two, and
He probably needed to try and play ring around the Rosie.
Did get off to that poor start. They could have suffered a little bit here, especially if I'm not mistaken. This was their map choice.
Oh.
Yeah, it was. So I would hate to see them suffering early on. Why must they do this to us?
It's to you. It's not us. It's you.
Absolute pain. But genuinely, seeing Carmine Core kind of stabilize, this is excellent signs. By the point of the mid game, I mean, you look at the way the rounds have gone. It has been near on back-to-back. Yeah, a couple of pace changes worked out for Giantx, but if I'm Giants, I'm a little bit worried. I'm not loving what I'm seeing now. They've hit a bit of a brick wall, and they haven't found a solution yet to what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do choose to do here, because if they follow that pattern, it's going to be maybe something that could be abused later on, like a little tilt that Redgar has. But we also see that he's got his ulti in play, so there might be a plan behind that. But right now, Carmine Core is doing such a good job of
as for Heretics,
just making sure that they're
kind of like low key,
like they're not
fun,
trying to do too much. So they're not
real
trying to
fun
hold
game.
both
Kind of, you
sides.
know,
They have a
down the
decent
low
spread
down.
to
You
get
wouldn't have
info,
expected
but
to
then
be
they're
a good
moving around
game.
really well. So
And
if
then you
they're
got a big
ahead of the
upset.
hit,
It was
then they try to
a
fight it
nice
together.
game.
And if they're not ahead of the hit, then they play for the retake and then
Malo!
step by step. The thing that
With the
Giantx
Prime,
needs
thank
to
you.
do here, if they want to start picking up more rounds on the attack side,
What a
obviously, like,
whiff!
5 rounds on attack is pretty decent on split, but like if they can maximize the amount of rounds that they could get,
Did Redgar
they
fix
definitely
his
wanna
gaming
do that.
position? Oh,
So
good point,
if
Tech.
they're gonna identify, hey, KC is in a retake situation again, hey,
Not
let's try to
Malok?
do something where we're
Malok?
getting in their faces again. And they tried that before
Callum?
on like up
Is that
a
what it's
ramp,
meant to
turning
be?
into
Callum
elevator,
C?
but that's where Nere got the rocket kill, right? So they need to do something where they don't overextend.
Okay, so just
it's a
find
fine
balance,
line.
right?
What's about
It's
the
a
metas
very
in
fine
America say
line.
fucking
It's a
EMEA?
tightrope that you gotta walk.
Which one's
You have to
ahead or
get
no
a
such
little bit
thing?
active,
See,
but
it's
not
kind of
too
interesting you ask, because I've always kind of thought that different
yeah,
regions
fair
are
enough.
ahead on
We'll see
different
if,
maps.
Is what they dabble with. I am kind of curious. I do believe it's actually just to balance out what happened earlier, so don't worry too much. This isn't actually a technical timeout, I believe. Do you know what? I shouldn't describe these things because it's only going to just make them happen more.
There must be
Ult-wise as
something
well,
wrong
just
with the
gonna have a
coaches, I
through
guess.
This Magnum very close by to his. The rest pretty far away. I mean, yes, Tomasi's there, but it's Omen. On the other side for Giantx, you do still have Redgar with his. I mean, he has used it already, I think, once this game.
So yeah,
Some
Pearl in
relatively
like
effective.
Americas,
You have
but
Cloud,
EMEA
Cloud,
was
Cloud,
ahead of the game on
Cloud,
Lotus, I think,
so
for a
a
long
couple of
time. You know, when Lotus was first coming
online,
about.
but, you know, still not quite comfortably.
Who's ahead when it comes to Ascent?
like
No
it's
one is
there.
ahead. We're all losers on Ascent.
Giantx gonna have a timeout to talk things through.
But yeah, I
have a
think
look
I
at
think
maybe
it.
try and identify what you've already noted here. But again, it's a very different scenario, and we can sit here and obviously see the big picture.
I think you see different teams. I mean, because often the metas are set by the best
They could
teams.
have to, as I said, min-max going into that second half that
So often it
5 rounds
will.
isn't unworkable. But I think against a team as volatile as KC, I would.
It will
like the rest of
often
my
be
roles
like,
thinking, hey, 5's fine. You're always going to want to try.
you know,
and
if Loud are
right?
dominating on a map, or
Yeah,
Fnatic,
I think
or
that, though, they have a pretty
NRG with a
decent
particular comp,
CT-sided or defense-sided composition.
and then everyone starts copying that comp,
Yeah, you do?
you know,
Okay,
like,
my
then
bad.
you can be
Okay,
ahead.
thank
But
you.
you know, like
Because
Fnatic
they
on
can-
most.
they
With
can-
confidence, Josh.
They have the traps, right? They have the Cypher traps and the
What are your thoughts on
camera,
no
and
Juice
they
on
have the breach
Sunset? I think
behind
it can work.
And then Raze can definitely do some plays behind that, or Raze can be off with an operator, and then they can have the Omen doing stuff with it. With
Someone
the
asked what the
Omen
worst
block.
game of
So
EMEA
they
I
have
watched.
options, but
I'm
fast
pretty sure
play
it
here.
was.
Yeah, like I said,
Carly called BBL.
Love a bit of it,
By the
don't
way.
they? Yeah, may have called that one, but Fatino taking a massive amount of space away, right? Like, this is quite suffocating for KC. They're going to be feeling this pressure to no end.
Thing
now,
is that
Fatino
the
does
Util
have to
didn't
settle
hit.
down a little bit here. There was that paint shell that came in, did take the space back, and taking space back on the other side on the extremity. Having a little bit of a glimpse there was Martin, checking if he spotted anyone B main, excuse me. He didn't actually see anyone, but the players are there. And with his having control, it's still highly indicative. They are coming this way, and they are so
Yeah, they clear all
Gray
of
has
B
been,
main, but not backside.
honestly filthy to watch. This guy is nasty, and Martin has spotted Fatino. That's the tip of the spear blunted. Now, yes, Redgar got a slip ahead, but Narrate, oh, this
See,
guy,
this is the thing,
he's so sick. I'm going to become quite the fan of watching him, but they're not out of the woods yet. Cloud's still living, and he almost made something like this.
They needed
work
a
before,
flash
but
here
it's a
for
very
Redgar.
tough scenario. Do not give him 1v1s, please.
Cloud.
This guy will take them every day of the week. A tap on the spike to draw the attention, but where does he go with this? Still got
They're just
options.
chilling now. They
This
know
time
he's
is
off.
Time around, and obviously
30 seconds
CT
left.
side much closer by. Looks like he wants to commit to
Funny
it.
how they know that this is the real
Yeah,
one.
and a double swing. Perfectly
That's
handled.
crazy that like he
Like to
taps
see
it
it,
once,
heads up
taps
work.
it twice, and then
But I did like
third
the pace
time,
change, but we
like,
become
oh, that's
accustomed to
real.
it now.
Yeah, that play actually looked really good for Giantx. They took really fast control over B Heaven, and then they completely pumped the brakes, and it made Carmine Core think. what is
I think
going
when
on?
Redgar
Then the
swung
Omen
this,
ulti
we had
comes,
to see a
he's
flash
going for
there because
info
they
at
know
B
that
site, but
multiple
Carmine
people
Core,
were there,
hey,
right?
We don't know what's happening.
Obviously,
Wait,
this
let's
time
push
with
B main.
Fatino.
They're not here. What's going on? Is it a fake to go A? We don't know
Who's
what's
smoke?
going on.
I think that
Maybe
was
the Omen ulti was a fake.
Redgar's
at B,
smoke, I
so
think,
they
where
could
it was
do
a little
anything.
late
and
as well,
we see
perhaps.
3 players from Carmine Core just chilling at A. And then GX, they just wait too long. If Giantx actually went a little bit
Okay,
more
Carmine
explosively
Core take
early,
the
and
lead.
after
My
that had all
Morocco
happened and Yoru
in
flash came in,
shambles.
they could have had a chance, but they waited too long.
I think this. I think they'll be cooking on attacks. Okay,
Again,
Carmine
it looks
Core.
like Fatinho's enjoying his time in middle. He's going to be following that again. Tabassi already going to be noting it, so you're going to see a little bit of information back and forth between these
I mean,
two.
look at this. Last round.
Nuki
That's
with that
tough.
rifle. We didn't
Again.
really see it come into effect last time around. It kind of fell by the wayside.
Unfortunately, they haven't heard of our Lord and Savior, the Stinger,
But it
that,
got
you know,
turned by Martin, but it gets taken down. That's a rifle recovered, and Heaven
would be
once
much
again
better for
open.
fights like that, but I guess
Rotations
they
are
got the
coming
kill.
in though. This time, 2 players straight up towards Heaven, just around the corner.
Fully
maybe the
rotate.
third
Keep your
going
eye on
CT.
this. We've got A.
And actually, hold on.
Cypher's in A.
Yeah, fantastic
Steel,
spot
I'll
there.
do this,
Nuki
thank you,
has
Steel.
taken the space. We wanted to see that rifle come into effect. Well, he's done it himself. All of that space is theirs, but can they make the clean escape?
Good reclear from Carmine Core. All four together.
Oh my, wait. But they've come back up. What is going on there? The spike just almost got dropped in the worst position possible. Back on the hunt. What is going? Yeah, they can't hear a thing that's going through there. But Nuki is just stood there like, guys, I got you the site. Can you please get over here? Get that spike down, Redgar! Filthy shot on narrate. Okay. Yeah, Shin's like, I don't know what's happened.
What a
boys.
weird round.
We were looking pretty solid in this one.
So they
Hot on the
fully
heels.
rotated. They didn't know that someone wasn't in
Yeah,
it. To be fair, they're
it's all
thinking,
up
why
in the
aren't you in heaven? Like, why don't you have someone in heaven? Is what they're thinking. So they're trying to bait the noise, hoping these guys will rotate, and then come back, and then they run into multiple people crossing across here.
Utility as well. Hoodie, similar scenario. Shin closing in. Going to be noted here and dealt with. Nuki comfortable there, and the scoreline tied up 6 apiece.
I actually really like that approach from Giantx. I wish I saw that earlier from them in the half. We saw 2 different rounds where Nuki had one round, his team's on eco, but he is the Vandal. He's not active at all. He's like doing laps back and forth in attacker spawn. Don't know what he's doing. And there's another round, it was one of the first like 4 rounds, maybe it was like round 3 or something, where he's actually moving up a ramp and taking a duel in heaven before his team's actually done anything, found info about, you know, what the defender setup is. Are they playing for mid? Are they playing for B? What's going on? And Nuki's just
I don't
up
think
in A.
Steel is an
He needs to
EMA
wait for
caster. I
his
think
take on
it's
that.
just because
But this
Hypok
round,
isn't there.
We see them moving up B, or it's
I don't know who the third like pairing in EMA
getting the
is.
space, pulling the reaction, pulling the rotations, and then Nuki's able to walk into free A site, call all of his team back. Then there's some shenanigans happening over at vents, ropes. What's going on there? But yeah, we're going into the second half.
Yeah, nice to see it finally kind of clicking. Right?
Wait, is there
All
no
those things that are going
halftime break in
slightly wrong,
EMEA?
all those timings slightly
Am I
off,
trolling?
And seeing it, you know, what it's meant to look like in that final go of things. But tied up 6 apiece, we switch things around. Carmine will now get their opportunity to go on the attacking side, and of course that means that Giantx on the defending side here. So we get to see the opportunities for both of these teams, how it plays out. Do we see that same sort of tempo approach from
Okay, I mean, I dig that. I dig that. Valorant is already long enough.
Unanswered questions here.
Very interesting setup. Like, B
An
is
hour
wide
for a map.
open.
Let's be real.
Breach was ready for a mid trap, but nothing came mid. He's still ready. He still has that stun out. Ray's got the A info.
That's the spike! The overheat moment!
Well, Breach has full abilities right now. So
And
what they're gonna
this-
do is, if it is a B hit, he's got
And
his
this
stun,
cell
he's got 2
theft.
flashes and aftershock.
Something
He can clear out so many
theft.
different areas.
Pandy
He's
cell
got- that's
theft.
their game plan right
Thanks
now,
for
is
the prime.
come into mid,
I'll
come into
figure out
B,
your name one day,
go
I'm
into
sure.
B, we have to play the retake. It's unlikely.
So the flash
We have to
misses,
take
they
the
wait for the
risk
flash
of
to miss, but they have to know they're here. I mean, they've pushed mid, they've seen nothing on A whatsoever. They must know. And there it is, they figure it out. Now they're on a much faster flank than maybe they realize.
But the retake is going to be nasty because they have that wrap. So now look at the recheck. Great shot from Redgar, but Shin in support.
Shin gets
deals
2,
with the
that's
follow-up. That's
probably
calmed down, and
very
that's one
bad.
of
Now
those
you've only got
pressure
a nade
points
for this.
handled. Now Fatinho, Nuki, and Hoodie, though, have their chance to try and disrupt here. Carmine Core do have the numbers, but they do have the time on their side. Narrate just swings it out perfectly. And it's all of Fatinho. Finds 2, but no more to be found.
Okay.
Really good read from Carmine Core there. As soon
I
as they got
mean,
into B and they realized, hey,
it probably
what's
comes
going
down
on?
to
This
that
is
fight
free.
between Cloud
Instantly
and
they peel
Shin.
back, they go
Was
into
it
B
Shin?
main, and they're thinking, okay, there's no way. Maybe there's a potential that it's like a 5-man retake, flood through heaven or spawn.
Morocco's
but there's a
struggling.
chance- There's a chance that there is. We got contested at middle earlier. Is there a flank coming on? Let's go clear it. Make sure it's clear, and if it is clear, we can go in for a reflank. We've planted it in the position where
Hold
we
on,
can
I just
defend it
remembered a
from
video
heaven
idea I
if we
said
do a
earlier,
leap
but I never
around
wrote
the
down.
world flank. So moving together there after they realized that the site was free was such good decision making.
Hearing that sentence after the last
What the
season.
fuck was I about to write?
It's near on musical at that point. It's lovely to hear. And it looks like Giantx, again, going to be very patient in this, waiting to see if there is any mischief to be managed by Giantx, who, again, maybe just looking for their opportunities. Redgar waiting patiently, see if he gets a prize, probably unlikely. But beyond that, this is just going to be a very passive start.
Thing is, getting the info that this is where it's going to come, though, is
Please
quite
do
good.
it. Give it to me.
Did you say Giants beat FUT? Yeah, that could be rough.
See that, honestly. I'm
Huh, what if Carmine and Heretics win?
Last season, right? Like, I think a lot of us actively watched EMA.
That's a good point.
Were, you know, left in tatters by the
Again,
end of
the
it.
old classic
But seeing
wait
sort of
for
approaches,
fucking
love it
ages.
already. Love what we're seeing from this side. And putting Giantx
Well, it's
through
stacked the right
absolute
side, to
ringer
be
here,
fair.
But they still need to stick the landing. There is a stack in play, and they haven't really dismantled much of it. Information aplenty, yes, but they're just being drawn in. This is a 5-man stack here. Giantx have the players. Redgar has gone down.
Spam through that with a
They're
ghost?
going to run out of options to rotate. They are going to have to commit to this, and it can
Yes, they
get
only got classics,
dicey.
so.
Are any of them going to make this one problematic? Martine! Fantastic little swing from that, but there's Cloud, and now the bomb started out. Cloud's got 2. Nari's still standing. He's going to drop down to Nookie, and now it's Cloud in a 1v2. Unable to get any of these weapons, but he does have a little bit of kit to play with. But look at the time, 13 seconds. They're under the gun, and they're under pressure. What?
Wow.
A moment for Cloud almost to punish
I mean,
that late
that's pretty good, though.
round timer that was ticking away from Carmine.
Right, only one of them didn't buy, so you got rid of quite a few guns.
The difference maker there, a shorty in the hands of the player up close at B main.
Shin was the one who couldn't buy, so now this is going to be not a great bonus.
Any little thing could have amounted into just, oh
Oh.
man, such a bad round for Carmine Core. I'm surprised that with Raze getting all the way up to Vents to A Heaven, seeing absolutely nothing, that they still decide to go be there instead of prodding a little bit more. They're funneled into that trap setup.
I just hear Sideshow screaming melons. You know what I mean? Like, he's just absolutely wailing, seeing any low timer and Carmine Core. But it's all good. They weather the storm. All right, it doesn't matter how they get there. They got there. All right, we move on.
Around's around.
I feel like you've said that a couple of times.
I say that a lot of the time.
But now we look and see what they can achieve with missing quite a couple of pieces, right? Obviously,
So the stun is good.
The 2 Vandals, let's see, because this is
The
already
util's
pacey.
good, though.
We've got a nice little plan in motion. Nary closing the gap down. There's 2 players at the back of this site, though. They don't know about Cloud particularly, but now
they're lined up.
Nookie and
Well,
Cloud, perfect use.
These two did a good job on the site.
Send them
Nice
away.
smoke from Redgar on the site.
Smoke in the middle of site as well. From
See, I could
Redgar,
do
just
steals, Joe.
placing that in between the screen.
Oh, that's what you're talking about on Inferno, right? When you're going up banana, you put the smoke down. And,
Yeah, you got to do the
just leave
opposite.
Viper
There's
wall,
no
though,
jet
right?
here to
Ah,
updraft
true,
over.
true,
If the updraft came over the wall, then they would have done the openings that they needed. But great defensive positions from Giantx. They realized, hey, you know what? We did our job. We stalled them out at main. We're waiting for the rotation. Boom, defensive smoke comes in. Let's play a setup where we can just pivot off of each other. Cloud gets the first 2, and then
Help
the rest of
Suez.
the team is able to
Oh, if
flood in.
Pansy gets a help Suez in there somewhere, that would be the funniest thing of all time.
Now, any early ults coming into effect? I think it's been quite a
If Pansy says it sometimes, I think they're going to need help Suez.
As is Fatinho, which are the 2, I guess, power
Oh,
players.
our
Nookie
Cypher is
drifting out of A main. Little
on our
considering
own.
That's obviously his role on the other side. Normally he's incredibly heads up with his work, but yeah, caught off guard there. And that's a big loss early on. That's still above a minute.
I don't mind that play in general if you have like a big round lead, but to be down and do that, that's a little bit risky to do it without more information about what's going on. If he saw a bunch more things happening on the map, like he saw more Fade utility being used, if he saw, well, they saw the Yoru at B, but maybe that was like too hard for a read. I don't know what that was.
Well, it's given them a
The
chance.
trolling is what it is. Why is our Cypher up here alone?
Both hands, they are gripping onto
Like,
this. They
when
saw
they've
the
been playing
opportunity,
pretty
they've gone
slow
down,
the whole
fantastic.
time, we've destroyed a Yoru TP, and there's been like a little bit in mid.
Break, uncomfortable for Cloud.
What the
Yes,
fuck
does
makes
have
you
kit to
think that?
play with, but
I
no
mean, there could have
first
been
steps
3
here.
people here. They could have been on their way to go A.
Having control, they've taken what's been given to them, which was that opportunity.
Now this
Here
angle,
comes the first couple of
it's been a
steps.
little
Double
while
stack
to
in
be
play,
honest.
Martin, the one to claim it, and the follow-up as well. Stunning.
Still a very
work
good
from
angle.
Carmine Core.
Not as good as it used to be, but still good.
The round basically on a platter to themselves.
Okay,
So that double
Carmine,
stack,
nice.
that hold on ramp was just
Now,
stunning.
because they had
Yeah,
a
I've been really
flawless,
impressed
so
with
only one person died in the last one, Giants will still buy, but
situations, just like the positioning that they've had in
Will
these
they?
setups where they're playing high-low off of each other. They have the triangle setups where they're able to pivot off of each other.
Maybe
They've done
not.
a really good job of that.
They should,
and it's
but
nice
they
to
might
see
not.
how they're playing together and not just like we talked about their individuals, how skilled they are individually, but now we're seeing cohesion on top.
I mean,
of
it's
that.
their
We're seeing
Cypher.
them
It's your
play off
Cypher as well as the thing. It's one thing if it's a
That's gonna
Jet
be
or
the
a
difference
Raze or a
between just
Duelist.
A team that's skilled and a team that's like a good team together. So the making
To have
of
a
something
Cypher do
really nice
that?
to see.
Yeah, and again, the coaching staff at the back there, big smiles, right?
Bring
like,
back old Carmine. See, this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, they're not
feel
gonna
like
be
Carmichael,
fucking
this is a
giga
big
trolling.
sink or swim
This
sort
is
of
again
season.
where I'd
If
like to
this
see
is the
teams
start
buy an
they
outlaw,
begin with,
right? Like, these
again,
guys
you
don't
say
have enough money for
Giantx
full shields.
in
So
last
either
season,
way,
very
they're gonna
similar roster,
save,
were kind
in
of
which case the outlaw's
not
good, or they're gonna
mid-pack
buy and
sounds
have light
unfair, they were
shields, and
just
the
under
outlaw is
cusp of
good.
the top tier teams, right? They were just kind of that fourth place position. They've
His
had a
Nookie
very
though,
good
yeah, but
run
there's
in
just
the
a
past,
time
this
and a
sort of
place. Like,
team seeing already Carmine Court putting up these numbers is exceptional. Anyway, digress as we look into this round already. Coutinho taking
you know, like
boatloads
even
of
if you
space.
get up
What's
to
the worry?
here, you'll hear them
All of
running
mid
here.
was taken from the defenders here, so they know something's up. They got info early at the round at B. They think it's maybe a B play again. And Nookie's afraid to push. He got punished last round, so A site is wide open for the taking.
Oh, this is, yeah, you're loving this one. Martin does have to dip away eventually to send that out, but he's cleared so much space, right? Like the information,
get all the
are
site.
winning it. Carmine Core have all of the
All
info they
retaking
need.
from spawn.
You noted it, we've just seen it, the ult comes through, and they're gonna need to start making their way in, but already they're being denied, the space is being held back. That pillar is now just littered with bodies, the flash is fantastic! And so is Magnum, and
Me and Steel just having the
damage.
exact same reaction.
This is a masterclass from Carmine Core, and I did not expect
Oh
to say
no,
that.
Carmine, Giants, what's gone wrong?
They have good reads.
Why are
they
you
have
letting
good
me
calls,
down?
They have good individuals hitting their shots. They have good ability usage. They have good ability synergy. Everything they're doing is right now. And after the first like 3 or 4 rounds, you're like, oh, okay, well, like what's going to happen? They're looking a little shaky. This 4-on-3 retake. What's going on there? But they look like a completely different team. They look like an actual team right now, like a really good, well cohesive, well-gelled team.
And a lot of credit in my mind as well. We'll go to the coaching staff.
DMV Bread's on Fraud Watch? Yeah, even worse than my Pacific one somehow. That's tough. Wait till BBL and fucking Koi win tomorrow. God, imagine. Literally imagine if BBL and Koi won
to come
tomorrow.
out, look this good. I'm putting a lot towards the
That'd be
coaches
funny.
in that regard.
It's going to be... I don't know if they're going to use their ultis here.
Now, they haven't really found much value from this, other than it's creating a bit of like pressure towards B, I guess.
The rocket from the defenders, though,
You know,
that's
making them
definitely
think
gonna
that
come
maybe
out into
something's
play.
going on towards
They
B.
need to use that. If they shouldn't
It's brought
start
Carmine to make
with it,
Giants
they should
win.
definitely finish with it. If there's any early...
What is the
They
color?
need to pop that rocket and try to convert this round.
Blue!
Right now, if they let Carmine Core get 11 rounds, that's going to be very scary for them. Yeah. Dog doesn't see it
There you
anymore.
go.
I don't think it saw them.
Still trying to back this though, still walking.
They're going to send it.
But this is the thing, people expecting like
Flash with it to retake this maybe.
Carmine Core are gonna be shit, and you know people are gonna be molding about them or whatever. Like Sideshow's gonna bleach his eyes out at this team. Like,
I mean, it's clean. Magnum feeling himself
Very
now.
good
He's already
team.
up out of his chair last round. Hoodie screwed.
these guys need to
here.
learn of the
Making away with his life,
ultra
maybe
of the
not. I mean,
stinger
look
though.
at the pressure. Look at this side take. It is stunning. This is all encompassing. That's gorgeous as well. I mean, yes, they are on the sheriffs.
Like this
Much
guy
less
was on
five,
Mad
but this is
Lions. You
beautiful.
think
This is
he's
really heads
bad?
up, Valorant.
You want me to
I
cast
think it
around?
was
I'll cast you
pretty
around.
decent that they used the Fade ulti there to enter. I thought that it was going to get a little scary if they walk into B main there and don't use a Prowler, and let's say Redguard gets the opening with the Sheriff. That round could be a little bit different. If Redguard's able
Can
to
Paul
hide
be cast
there,
around?
teleport to reposition, things get a
Maybe I
little
can
bit
get a
scary,
live look
but
at what
using
Hoodie
it
thinks
just
as well.
to close out the round, get one step closer to at least securing overtime at the very least.
That's the first bit of
Get 11
trolling
kills,
we've seen.
Use a Raise Rocket to get 12 in the next round. Then you could be like chilling. You could do more risky plays and do whatever you want. So really good decision making there to actually use the Fade ulti.
Yeah.
Okay.
There. Love that.
Let's add some excitement to this cast, shall we?
Yeah, can't
We're
get
getting a
enough,
timeout.
mate. If you're Giantx, though, this is panic
going on?
stations. If I'm honest, I wouldn't be surprised. I think they still have one timeout here for themselves. And the problem is, I mean, you look at the way the rounds have been strung together. What are you meant to be doing with them at this point? They haven't had much of an opportunity to figure much out. A couple of things have gone wrong, but if I'm honest, I'm putting this on Carmine Core's side. They've looked stunning the way they've been, you know.
Yeah, we
approaching
got a
this second
timeout.
side.
We got a Mola.
Clearly coming in well prepared.
We got a
on split.
Mola,
This
what
looks
can
like
you
something
do?
they've been
Gotta
having,
wait.
Working towards to have in
I
that
mean, yeah,
map pool,
they've
but
just been solid.
I don't know
Carmine
what the
Core.
options are for
So yeah, all of
Giantx
you
now
expecting
going
to fucking laugh at them and
Yeah,
troll
I'm
and
not
whatever?
really sure. Honestly, it's
Then,
such a tough position to be in because
unlucky, I guess.
You're there. It's
Unlucky.
not your
Go
map
next.
pick, and you're. I mean, you expect. Wait.
Go next
I have
for
a
your,
question.
Okay.
It's Carmine Core's map pick.
Your trolling
They started
looking.
defense.
Huh. I'm gonna have a little check on that. You know, I'm just
Have a
gonna
little check.
I'm gonna have a little look.
That is something that's like, that's really curious because like, you know, if you're gonna do that, then you're thinking like,
Yeah.
Yeah, they picked
Giantx
attacker.
chose
Giantx
attack.
Chose attack. So I think with that context, you want to have way more than 5 rounds. You want to have like 7 rounds. You want to.
Yeah, that does change the dynamic, right?
It does. It absolutely does, because like the split is traditionally defender-sided. So if you're gonna willingly choose attack,
do you think Redgar is a fraud? I do not think that Redgar is a fraud.
Have a really good game plan, and you.
Okay, let's cast this
like
round.
A really good idea.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to round. What are we on? 19 of Karmine Corp versus Giants. Giantx. It looks like might get a fast round. We're gonna TP back into the site. Oh, they're cooking with these asteroids already. What do you think, Hoodie, as he gets a kill? Yumpy, yumpy, yumpy. Yes, crazy. Hoodie, run, 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 run. 3v3 now. The spike goes down. Nookie has his Cypher ult. They can ult this body pretty easily. There you go. The TP didn't quite work this time, but it was a nice idea. There's the ult. They know the positions. They know that Shin is playing miles off site. He's waiting for that. It's a crazy post plant. In we go. They find the first kill on Magnum. 3v2. Nice aftershock. Nice retake from Giants. And what a play from Giants. And Hoodie with the 2 big kills to start off the round. He's going to get his ult. Hoodie, live check-in with you. Yumpy. And Polvi, what about you? Polvi's not available. Well, unlucky, I guess. Fast round. All these fucking slow rounds, and then they finally do that. What do you want me to do with that? It's a fast round. I wasn't expecting it. They did some fucking weird shit. They're cooking. It's hard to react.
In that first half.
Fuck you.
Divide, right? Another little set piece, another little pocket piece that Karmine Corp trying to work out, but it looks like Giantx kind of on the case, a little bit more heads up this time, not falling for the same old tricks. Ult-wise, we started to see them sit a little bit more with Giantx.
You get what you get.
Speaking of which, we're going to see narrate straight up the
Hoodie, see? He started saying Yampy, and look at him.
He has been the man to send them back the last couple of rounds.
Scam. Fucking you're a scam.
Sometimes I'm right.
Sometimes you're right.
Sometimes. Rarely.
Tomasi didn't have a chance to play the round. Another pause in the round as they take B Heaven control, letting the round simmer a little bit.
Okay, it's getting a little bit messy here.
You know, fucking launch that thing.
Looking like one of these react. I mean, they don't have to overreact. You still have Nookie sat with his utility in play. He kind of keep control of A.
I mean, they broke camera here. You know that.
System of Cloud still there, but it puts a lot on the plate of the 2 players on the site. The Paranoia, I think, actually did catch just a second. TP taken. Redgar back at the site now. This puts Fortino on a platter. You couldn't trade off that. That was a very individual swing. And it looks like just get out of dodge.
Redgar's like, okay, peace.
Site shows, boys.
But now they're worried about where this guy destroyed the camera. I think he probably needed to push this earlier, to be honest. You know, when they broke this camera, I think he should have maybe gone for it.
Do have Shin taking this much space towards middle is massive, because you know that Nookie's still going to be a lot of timing. Get out of it! That's heartbreaking timing. Cloud's going to take it with both hands.
Full util.
But Magnum on the case and the trades come in. It's Tomasi still standing. Omen v Omen. You can have Redgar on one side sitting pretty. TP taken way earlier. They have no idea where he is. Now, no. Didn't get spotted, didn't get seen.
Smoke for the defuse though.
Should do. Got another to play with.
No, Omen
Oh, the spray! He caught him, but he didn't kill him. 36 on one side, 30 on the other. This is so close. A tap on the spike. He's trying to toy with him. A Redgar!
Does he have it? No.
He should do.
Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, we just saw the circle coming.
Yeah, I think the little.
Oh!
That was quite close.
It was getting a little risky.
All good, all good, all intended,
wow.
all good. 11
Massive from Redgar, we're back. Morocco, we're back.
We're starting to see that resurgence. Timeout came in for Giantx. They've worked something out, right? They've found some solution here in these last couple of rounds.
They have found some solution. I like the pace. I like it when both teams right now on their attacks are taking that really fast B Heaven control and letting the round develop a little bit. We saw Karmine Corp was actually down, they were at a man disadvantage, and they slowly just like crept down the rope, got into hell.
Okay, still a full buy for both teams. I mean, actually, Karmine Corp's money.
X peaks, give the
These three still have quite a lot of money. They'll be on third loss bounce now, so.
It came down to the wire.
Let's see.
I think
they haven't cooked as much as I would have thought with the Yoru stuff. Like, obviously, we saw.
Yeah, he needs to
we saw this. I was expecting after we saw this, like, oh, they're gonna have a ton of like, you know, crazy Yoru tech and whatever. But they haven't really. You know, it's been this TP in here. It was okay.
This game now, sitting much better overall after what was a bit of a drought. No information on the flash.
But seeing
Giantx and
definitely
Noki's
the
afraid
Sky
of,
pick is
giving up
struggling
a
here.
first
Like
blood
Hoodie,
again, so he's playing in the back of the site here.
I don't think he's got a ton of
Karmancor's trying to
information. Again,
fade
he's
something out.
like we've
come,
used
take this,
everything
push
here.
into
We've
us.
got
If there's
52
something,
seconds
give
left.
us
Like,
an opening into this. Right now they're just
and he's used both flashes at Dog and Seekers.
I'm looking at Narrate though. Look at
He's got a lot of
how the hell is he here?
And this is happening.
They could just pump the brakes. They could just show a little bit of presence somewhere and try and see if they can get in a great position. But Magnum
I'm not
succeeded,
dying there.
which is, I mean, it just shifts that
Oh, what, they're
position
gonna
from being
fake this,
proactive to
come this
maybe
way?
just catching
That's gonna
rotations.
die?
They're actually still going to go with this one.
What a
yeah,
call.
no chance. Cloud had no idea that was open. Nookie, oh! Narrate, this guy,
Oh.
difference maker. Some of his kills have been so impactful, but honestly, that positioning, the slip through is going to be gutting for Giantx. Yeah, Redgar and Fatinho are still alive, but this round is not for them anymore.
Really well played there from Karmancorp. When Narrate
So they're
got
just
into
gonna
CT
save, and now we're up to
heaven, I was
12 for
nervous for a second
Karmancorp.
because Yoru's going up ropes,
We're
throwing
gonna have a
flashes.
terrible buy here.
It's gonna pull
Terrible
them
buy
from
here.
B,
Redgar
and they're
can
gonna
drop us
try to
something.
Maybe catch Narrate in the back.
If he
But then
survives.
he's like, wait, you know what? Let's make the noise back towards B.
we're
Fade
gonna have
uses
3
ultimate
guns,
towards B. That pulls the
a
A rotators
Bulldog and
right
a
out.
Stinger probably.
Everyone knows you run faster
Or
than
Judge,
that.
or...
So that's able to open the round for Narrate, and then they're able to audible back to A. That is a prime example of just like the 1-3-1, spread default, take the map control, and then just see what you can get. Don't overly commit into anything. Prod a little bit, see what space you can get. You get the space, you make the plan, and you do a little bit of push and pull there. Great round from Karmancorp there.
Getting to see them play like this on Split, it's one of the things I love about it. It reminds me of the, I think it's called Nuke or something.
Yoru is the new meta?
It's just, you're causing
I mean, you're just going to see a ton of Yoru in general, I think, because
utility, presence,
like
it is,
you're going to see a lot of fade Yoru, I would have
this,
thought, from quite a few teams.
Outstanding.
Just because, like, with the Sky nerf,
I
and
mean,
you're
that's
seeing
the
it really with Hoodie,
the
like,
fact that he got Nookie as well, but I'm just,
how much impact have they found off this Sky? It's not much. It's really not much. I mean, he's down at the bottom of the scoreboard, but I can't actually remember him, like, getting a ton with his flashes.
Purchase, though, for Giantx.
You know,
Yeah,
the heal's
Giantx
kind of
is
a
trying to
troll
punish the
ability for the
fast
most
mid to
part. You
be
barely use
have
it.
in play from the Rays with the breach in a position to stun, Sky in a position to flash, and they're ready to fight that together. But it's not going to come. It's going to go A, and it's going to be Cypher all on his lonesome. They need to have a defensive smoke, but Redgar's not in a position. He's all the way over at B.
So they
He
tried
needs
to
be in a
dog and
position where he
get
can
this
smoke for
going,
the
but it's
Cypher.
not there.
Otherwise, it's all over.
It's over to A. I
See
mean,
if it
Nookie
is
needs
all
a
over
big,
Nookie, how
big
much
round.
can you
Nice
do?
stun
A
again.
Bulldog to play with and 5 players coming your way. The support system is not there. He is very much alone. He's trying to stall this one out. Flying his Narrate, though, already looking for it. They're trying to just back him up, and Nookie still survives. Takes down the first for the follow-ups to the problems. And more information. I thought he had it. Cloud's got his back, though, and he's got 3.
Oh, Cloud.
Hoodie stems the bleed. Giantx.
So great stun by Cloud.
Up to 10 rounds, barely, but my God, they held on.
Yeah, I thought for sure Giantx was going to lose that round. Karmancorp
Timeout.
trying to do a little bit of like mid-faking with like the Prowler out, the Smoke out, deny some info, maybe put some like question marks, but with Giantx
Again, this is the kind of thing that you would think with double duelists, like, they'd be able to cook up something like unstoppable.
Smoke. We saw the Omen
But
smoke deployed right at the exit of screens so that Breach could get through.
I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like, you would think with that comp that they're
just
just going to fucking run it down on you and be impossible to stop. Right? That's what you would think. Like, because you've got so much util to use when you go for that side exit.
They didn't have ramp control.
You know, you can have the Yoru TP and then you got the Raze Blast backing in probably with a nade, you've got the Fade Horn landing, you've got the Yoru Flash coming in, you've got a Fake Yoru clone going in there, you've got an Omen Flash potentially to play with as well. The Astra can help support from the other side of the map if you need. But it just hasn't, I don't know.
So that they can get the info of where the defenders are anchoring from.
Just hasn't
but without
quite
any of those in play that last round, that was looking maybe not the best call. Maybe they should have done something where they felt out the round a little bit. Maybe they took some control over B Heaven or ropes. They would have gone to a trap either way. So
Imagine Giants win this map? I mean, it's
actually
possible.
made a really good call.
Very
there.
possible.
It worked out for them. We're going to see Cloud with the ult, especially after that last round. Not surprising that he's been able to get it, and great to see Cloud kind of kicking back into form. One of the unsung heroes. I know he's high on a lot of people's lists to try and get him on the teams throughout this year and last. He's always been someone to be headhunted, but sticking around here. Looking to see what they can do.
2 off a couple
going in.
ults,
We
so
are very close by to
possible
Narrate
that
having
for
his
the
ult,
last
2
round,
away.
if they lose, they'll have
Martin
it.
as well, 2 off from his.
Thing is, we might have a couple of rough buys if
not for
they do
Carmichael, but
lose.
not quite in this round. So it looks quite simplistic. We're not seeing the split across the map. Yes, we do still see at least Shin on the other side, but everyone really posturing early here.
So yeah, they come and
Yeah,
get
right
that
now, I
ult
think
up, so now
Giantx
no
is
matter what, they'll
playing,
definitely have
thinking,
it.
hey, we just shut them down at A. They're not going to come A again. We can go back into a similar setup. Hey, look, I've got Breach ulti. If they come into us, we can use it. We can do a fast flood. We can stabilize on the round. We could use it as like a counter exec onto middle so we can re-clear this
So the
together.
timing here is
So it's gonna
very
be
good
really
for Calming
interesting to
Core.
see
They've sent in
how
a
this
flash
round
and a
develops in the
boombot.
next 10
Neither saw
seconds.
anything. They
Now,
just
looking
got there
at one, the pendulum
as it
swing of
wasn't there. So
rotation,
look,
right, where
literal
does
no eyes right
Coutinho
now.
commit towards? It looks like he's going to commit towards that B
On
side.
mid.
1-3-1 from the attacking side.
It will be now,
Holding
though.
both the extremities straight up the middle. Yes, the flash will confirm there is presence here. So this will be noted. Martin's been good for this though. Not going to get what he wants though. No full attention being given.
And again, now Hoodie
Still
out of
waiting to see
Utah.
Shin's
Right, so we're just playing
impact
slow
in
and
this
really
round. What's his end game
making
plan?
Hoodie
And it
play
might be because
Counter-Strike.
of this.
I'm nervous for Giantx right now. They're giving us so much space and respect. They can't connect on either side. It could be a 5 versus 3 on B or 5 versus 3
See, the thing is,
on
they
A, and
can't
there's
have
no
low time and
rotation
come to
for
A.
at least 20 seconds.
Like they can't because they're gonna get breach ulted.
Yeah, but they're
It's not gonna work.
sweating themselves.
20 seconds, they've
this
got to
is
make
not
their
it.
mind up. They've got to go for this one now.
This is
Two
not it.
players back by Pillar. Back
They're gonna
to
get
back
breach
Neron. It's
ulted.
going to be Nuki, and it is going to be
you go.
Cloud standing there. There's the ult, and there is the ultimate problem. 10 seconds. They need to get to the site. They need to clear the back of Pillar, and they can't. Nuki holding them back, takes the attention, takes down 2, a third, a fourth, make it 5, surely. Switches to the classic and gets it done with Hoodie in tow. Fantastic
Bro,
roll
get
in
his
the
ult.
end. But I think you're right.
Yeah, that was not it. That was not it.
Really well
like
played
you've
by
got to
Giantx.
see that they have a breach ult, and you've got to
realizing,
realize
hey,
that
they're
there's
not
just
coming
no
up
way
A.
with that
You
little
can have
time that
middle.
you're going to
It's
be
like
able to win
minutes
that
to the
round.
Who cares at this point? You have to come into our triangle setup.
That was kind of
Okay,
trolling. Yeah.
You guys are chill at B. I'm going to go over at A. I'm going to sit at the back of the site. If they come through middle, up events into heaven, I got the breach ulti, baby. I'll sit in the back of the site. You're going to come into the 2 Cypher traps. You're going to come into the cages. You're going to come into the breach ulti, the aftershock, the
So here we
flashes,
go.
swing together,
Ooh,
and then the
timeout.
flood's going to be there within a matter of seconds. So Carmine Core, they had so much space. Maybe we need to see them prod a little
Double
bit more,
low.
especially when they see an ulti on the board. Maybe they do what Narrate did
Oh,
the,
no.
the
No
previous
timeout.
round, where he was able to get all the way through B heaven into spawn. Maybe they can try
Off.
that again if they
Off.
have that much space again.
Your ult, fast B split.
Just unleashing ult straight away as a wander through.
Oh,
That's
flash
gonna be the
against
operator
that.
noted as well. Yeah, I can hear that going. Oh my god! He went through, but Redgar there in support, ready to back up his boy. But now Tomasi with the trade out.
Oh.
They're actually closing the gap.
Wow.
Well done! Carmine Core! How the hell have they done that? They've just swept the site. They've got the plant. And now you've got Nuki and Cloud, the heroes from the last round, with a 2v4. This is obscene. Still plenty of kit for Cloud, but he's going to have to bide his time, find the right moment to use it. There's still that mid control there. This allows all the eyes from the players on the side to be focused on CT. Stunning shot from Cloud. This could be the correct follow-up. Magnum going to be isolated here. There it is, confirmed. Tries to make the
Magnum
run.
got out.
Cloud trying to close down. Magnum gets out with his life, though. Readjust, reposition. A tap on the spike. Nuki wants this to half. He doesn't quite get it, though. That's unfortunate. Magnum on the pickup. This could be it. Now down to 1. Nuki, how much can one man do? It's not going to be enough. Carmine
Wow.
Core. Map 1. It's theirs.
What a close map.
That was a great round. Great half. Great game.
Yeah, actually fantastic to see.
Could he have
So that's
halved?
gonna
I
be
think he
a
got
long way
Astra
off
sucked
their
off it.
shoulders to already put up a good performance on map 1. Now, it was their choice of map, but I think we have to look at, historically, how they looked last season, all the other issues that they've had at one point. This will mean the world to them, and we'll be back with map 2 in just a moment.
Yeah, I think all the Carmine Core haters disappointed right now. Definitely disappointed for the Carmine Core haters. NA saves Carmine Core. How's Sideshow feeling? See, this is the thing. I don't think Sideshow will be feeling like like again, I feel like all those people expecting him to be like super anti Carmine Core or laughing at them and stuff are gonna be disappointed. Because the whole reason that Sideshow called out Carmine Core was because they were doing fucking bonkers shit. It wasn't because he hated the org. How's Redguard doing? I mean, he did okay. He was 14 and 12. And look, it was a close game. Could have gone either way. Both won one pistol round. Like, kind of a back and forth. I mean, this was just a close game. There's really nothing else to really say. Check pinned. NA saving Pacific, NA saving Latin America, and now NA saving EMEA. I'm afraid NA is the GOAT region, says Canada man. Try and save your own region first. Kid said that? When a kid becomes such an NA fan? Kid doesn't even watch fucking NA. He just sleep when NA's on. Yeah, is this NA save you're talking about? This guy? Hold on, let me just get the highest rated NA player of all time. Oh. What is his all-time rating? Actually, I broke it. It won't let you. They only want you to see Ye's bad stats. It won't let you. Let's do a random quiz. Store logos close up. No, what do I know? I know Hallmark. Who cares about John Adams? Vowelless fruit. What's that for? Children? Can I pick the zodiac sign for the time? No. Now let's just go to the one that I know, which is mine. Now the others I have no idea, so let's try this. Jan 21st to February 29th. Oh, we just swapped. I'm gonna guess that this is Gemini. Fuck. The one after mine. Scorpio. Sagittarius. Let's fucking go. August to September. Capricorn. Fuck. Capricorn. Fuck. Capricorn. Yes. Libra. Fuck. Cancer. Pisces. 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 Fuck. Pisces. Aquarius is Jan 21st. Aries, March. Gemini, May. Leo, July. Libra. Pisces is Feb. Taurus is April. Virgo, August. Unlucky, I guess. How was I to know? All about Brazil. I don't know that much about Brazil, to be honest. I could have done that, but I don't think many of you would be interested. Music missing Marvel. Official languages of the UN. English. Fuck. Russian? What's that mean? This is wrong? Chinese? Oh, let's go. French? Spanish? Nope. It's not spelled like that, is it? It is. I'm stupid. Spanish. This has to be Russian. What's this? Instead of Chinese, shouldn't it be Mandarin? Anyway. What the fuck will this be? Dutch, Portuguese, Japanese, Korean, German. Am I stupid? Is there an obvious one I'm forgetting? What the fuck? What's a popular language? What is it? Arabic. Average score is 85%. Most people are like me. $30 picks in 60. Can I pick 30 flag for the given Asian countries? 60-second. China. Boom. Pakistan. Boom. North Korea. Where's North Korea? Israel. Bhutan. Afghanistan. That's wrong now, I think. India. Nepal. Bahrain. I think it's that one. Qatar. Cambodia, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Iraq is you. Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Lebanon, Malaysia, Syria, Russia, South Korea, Kyrgyzstan, Indonesia, Bangladesh. Oh fuck, I'm running out of time. I couldn't see Saudi because it was green. I didn't realize there was that little time. Unlucky. Are we back in? No.
You have Nukia, who has a lot of experience on the Cypher. Redgar, even though he still denies it to this day, he's kind of like an OTP. He loves Omen, and he will play it a lot of the times. So I think that following the trace that Pipson is leaving, we should be, you know, falling towards that.
Well, we're going to find out shortly which two comps we're going to be
British
seeing
Airways.
for the first time ever in EMEA on Sunset. Of course, Karma Court, they took map 1, which means if they take this one, they're going to get a 2-0.
What's the
I cannot
Australian
believe we're going to get a day where Heretics and K-Core both 2-0 on day 1. Very, very, very exciting stuff. Yeah. But it's not over yet because it was very, very close on map 1. It could have even gone
United
towards the end there. But again, for a team like Giantx, if it's anybody that's going to be able to go back into the drawing room and talk about what to change, what went wrong, it's going to be this Giants team.
It absolutely is, but this is also within a series right now. I think looking into the future, into those elimination matches, or into that upper bracket match, depending on how this best of 3 falls.
What's this one? I know this one.
Comes. But
what
I
is
think what Kukuka said about this squad, this 4-person core heading into this match, they're comfortable on those roles from last year.
I know the Australian
one. They fall behind in the meta as well.
That I don't know.
But the meta still hasn't been established, or still, you know, that's
what's a French airline?
That's why we've seen so many changes. I think that
they're always on strike.
It could have happened with any other map. If maybe Icebox would have come
what's
in a
the
different
German
time, we
one
would
called
have
as
seen different metas, or maybe more, you know, taking more time for it to be established one. And also, I think just because the teams are actually growing in different directions, there are ones that think, you know,
that's what this is.
Some parts of the game are more important than others. Some do not rely on that much utility, and so on.
I flew with them to Berlin. That's why I know what that is.
with a lot of different faces. Now, do not forget, Giants might have been traditional, but
Emirates,
they are
how did I
also the
forget?
ones who chose to come
Arsenal.
to Sunset here today. So I really think that there are going to be surprises even in that traditional style.
I mean, we've been talking about N all day. What's Pipson got for us?
That's a Sage.
That is a Sage. I mean, we've spoken already a little bit about what we're expecting.
Sunset
we're not going to get
Sage.
a double duelist, and right over to the Gecko.
Interesting dig.
Right over to the Gecko, but my
Let's see what
eyes
they do.
have got to actually lie in the fact that, okay, sure, the Gecko's coming in, you have that double controller, but on the side of Giantx, you're lacking a lot of that information now. Having that Sage as that Sentinel, sure, you get to block off, slow down some of those choke points, but you don't get that lurk ability.
So
and
again,
then
if
also
I'm playing
have that
Sage
bait.
on this map, it's for A splits, personally, or like pushing deep into mid
that you can do. I'm really surprised
and walling
because,
off one side and pushing that way. That's, I think, the only reason to play Sage, to be
Are they
honest.
going to expect, you know, that double controller also with the Gecko supporting someone that we already know to be a stellar duelist?
Yeah, and also
The official broadcast chat is pure cancer. Wow, what's happening?
Before, and it's time
Solo
for us to
Gecko
go
is
into
interesting, yeah.
Sunset, the first one here in VCT EMEA, and throw this
With Sage, you can get
to
on
your casters,
the
Pandy
box
and
on A.
Peel.
Oh, you mean like
So,
the fucking
You don't.
like one
You don't
outside,
need
eh?
to do it. It's fine.
Stop making Peel happen. It's not going to happen.
That's what I like to hear. Now, yeah, a whole new battleground in front of us now. Again, I caught a little bit of a look at this through, I think, game changers at points. Played it a handful of times, but it's a little new to my eyes here, right? Like, I'm quite surprised that in the opening series that we've got coming out, you know, the first look at Giantx, they've opted as this is
There's just something funny about the name Giantx.
Come into
Like their logo
first
should
and
just be a
foremost,
fucking
hopefully with a plan in mind.
like
but
DRX
thoughts
should
here?
swap
What's
their
caught your
logo with
eye? Is it the map
Giantx.
choice? Is it the composition?
Now that's a
What's-
Giantx.
Where are you at?
Well, this part of Sunset is
If
just
DRX
like
ever
split
played
2.0.
Giants,
This
they
is
should
just being a
definitely-
split, right? And then it's kind of like an
should
your
definitely
Haven
have a little
meets
video that
split,
says
where,
that's a
like,
Giantx.
you have that middle, you kind of like want to push
Okay,
back
let's
A
see
a little
how-
bit, but the Sage pick is interesting with the breach.
Gonna
They're
wall
going to
this
be
up,
really
yeah.
explosive here on all the rounds. Basically, they have to
So
be.
this is gonna be tough.
Okay.
Pistol round now.
Pretty
You've given
tight
up this. I mean,
Beginning.
obviously it's gonna take a while to
It's-
break
it's
as well
free.
potentially.
They're not going to have much trouble with that. It's just, what's the
Replay
retake
of-
going to
yeah.
look like? Yeah, it is kind of like running back to
Deja
almost
vu.
map one. Yeah, exactly that. So very similar scenes in this. Nuki is going to be at the forefront of this though. Tomasi going to take the contact and take down Fatinho. Blind work from Nuki, but he does get Magnum down, but it's all Carmine Core until then. Cloud with a terrible surprise. Tomasi and Nori going
That's
to go
two
down and fall
flashes.
for it, but it's Hoodie left in a 1v2.
Have a
Playing
smoke
a little
though.
further away from this. Still has Kit to play with as well, but he takes a glimpse.
Ooh, Shin, nice.
And Shin gonna take that with both hands every day of the week.
It was looking really good
Oh, we
for
had
the
a mini,
attack,
yeah?
getting up through middle for free, getting through market, getting that Sage wall down. But it was just so interesting. They lose the duels.
Been a calming
Carmine
core
Core
fan since
coming
that
through a narrow
13-2.
choke point, through a narrow wall. How does that happen? How are they not able to stabilize that? That is crazy. That's just a testament to how good the Carmine Core players are playing individually. They're just hitting all of their shots right now. And if Giantx wants to be able to win this game, they need to step up their personal individual game and hit some more shots. It
Has
can't
to
be
be.
all on Cloud.
Nope.
It
Oh,
can't
wait.
be on Cloud.
Why are you
Nuki,
doing these
doing
shots?
their,
It
like,
makes me think we're
1-2
about to
combos.
go into
They need
attack.
everyone to start contributing and helping stabilize.
Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop
time
with
to
the
wake up
wide
because,
shots of the thing.
Again, if you
Just
roll
give
your
me
mind back to the
this.
start of the first map, at least it initially looked quite good for Giantx. They had
Yeah.
a good beginning on the first go of things, and then obviously we saw the issues start to begin, but that's neither here nor there. This is a bit of a wake-up call because Carmine Core not going to be letting off the gas at all. They want to carry on as they were before. Now this time around Giantx, I mean, you're on Classics. This is just a fact-finding mission, maybe get the lay of the land, kind of see what you're up against, see what's out there, and just go through the protocol list, and
Why?
that's going to give you nothing.
They have no smokes to work with. It's like this. The round's probably going to be lost anyways, but what you want to do, your objective changes. Get the orbs, try to get a couple of kills, maybe take away some weapons, take away some shields. But right now, I mean, looking good for Neri, looking good for Carmine Core. I don't know what's happening in the camp of Giantx. Why is Redgar walking out there? This is like reminiscent
Seal.
of Nuki just like walking up.
Don't
and around.
question
It's
it.
Like, just do something
Stop
together
thinking.
and have like a
Welcome
game
to
plan that
Redgar's
shifts.
world.
We lost Pistol. Oh
He's
no.
gonna
Okay,
drag
we
you in.
purchase up the Sage Wall. We have a chance to, like, if we get an opportunity, we can win this round. Why would we just do something where we just throw away our chances right now when we have, we can come
See,
back
sometimes
and
when
push?
you've
It's
been
not
doing
over.
this, you know, you
So,
learn
yeah,
not to
I
think.
think seeing these
You gotta learn
frustrations
when
early
not to
season,
think.
one, you could
Not
say,
to
hey,
question
they've got time
things.
to fix
This
it,
is
sort
the
of
kind of
stuff
play
that,
that I'm
you know,
talking about, by the way.
we
Right? If I'm
shape
playing
a
this
couple of
agent on
things,
this
sure.
map,
But it's worrying that we're seeing
like,
it in
what's the
first game
advantage of
zone
playing Sage
instead
over
as well,
something
that these
else?
sort of problems
Sage is the
aren't
only
something
agent that
take
makes
a million
doing
years
like
to fix. It's
wall
almost ethos
this,
coming into it.
run
10
here,
more seconds.
like
So they're gonna
safe.
try and make a go of it, see if they can get that plant down, maybe get
Right?
themselves
You can wall this, run this
building up
way,
on, I
and
imagine, hoodies
you know,
all day,
anyone
yep.
standing here has to go all the way around or destroy it. And
That's
by
it.
the time they
Any more is a
destroyed it, you'll have
bonus,
time to get
and I
there.
don't think they're gonna get much out of it here. I think we're down to just one, and even then, still.
So this is
individual
like
even
why
to
I
the
would play
very
Sage.
end.
Or obviously the
They got
opposite
the
as well
orb
for
the
A splits,
spike
right?
plan,
Like
but only
wall,
one player took
run.
damage from Carmine Core there. Everyone else, they kept their light shields or their heavy shields. So not a lot of economic damage. Sure, we saw the orb being placed, but that was pre-placed. We need to see, when you're on an eco round, you need to start doing something that, okay, this round's lost. How can we set ourselves up for success in the 3rd round or the 4th round or the 5th round? And that means getting closer to your ultis. It means taking away the economy so you can finally break the economy of your opponents. We're not seeing that.
Okay, we've got
from
one
Giantx
Ghost,
in
one
that round.
Vandal.
We're just seeing sloppy play and just like mentally checking out almost. So they need
I
to
don't really
work this
get
round. They
this
need to
either, to be
grind it
honest.
out.
Like,
They
you got a
need to win
Ghost,
it.
why
And
do
we
you
can't see any
bullshit?
sloppiness this round.
Okay, well, you heard him.
Just doesn't make sense to me.
IGL Steel telling them what to do. Let's see if they're up for the fight, though. This is
So they try and go for a
gonna
fast
be
A here.
I'm worried. It's
Red
worrying
Guard
signs,
seems
but
to
it
gonna
doesn't
be the
mean
lurker in
it's
this
anything but
comp.
over, so it's all good.
Which I guess
Coutinho,
makes sense with these agents.
really the one who's a little bit of a problem, as everyone else did back away a little bit. Left him a touch
Who won
isolated,
Heretics
no
or
punish off
FUT?
the back of it. No one from Carmine got
Ooh.
overextended.
Take a
Would have
guess.
maybe
No
followed
one tell him?
that early contact. So I'm kinda
Oh,
curious to see how they
not
work
for Jay.
this
Why
map
did
again.
you tell him?
A lot of pressure
Next
shown.
time someone does
Presence
that,
shown
don't tell
towards
them.
A.
Let them
Yes, they
guess
pumped the
first.
brakes, considered maybe, you know,
And then laugh at
testing
them
out,
when
is
they're
that
wrong.
rotation there? Is there that flank coming in? What do we do now? But a minute on the board, and there's been no attention shown towards B. Already the rotation from Carmine Core are all here.
It's kind of looking like their starter rounds on split a little bit, taking the space aggressively at the start, pausing, waiting for their abilities to come off cooldown, and then the big hit comes.
I want to see if they stick the landing on this one. Coutinho going to try and bail him out
Okay.
on the first there. Good follow from Nuki.
So
And
this
again,
wall
keep in mind,
again
this is 4
is
rifles against a
fine.
little bit of a shaky purchase on the other side because he's going to be just still in that bonus situation. Tomasi's still going to find Hoodie. Good timing from Redguard to make sure that stems any problems that could have built from that. But it's Magnum now, and it's Magnum
See
gone.
again, with the Sage wall
Giantx,
in
3
situations like this, and
standing,
that's
one
I
in
think
place,
another reason
and
why
they
Sage
weather
is
the
just
storm.
out of the map.
Yeah, that was
For
really
me,
well
you
played
want
by
to play a
them. So
comp
what they do at the start of the
with
round
Sage,
is
like the
they
remember the
take
old
first
bind
any
comp
lobby
with
control.
Sage?
They make
Like that
sure,
makes
hey,
sense,
if you're
right?
gonna be
Because you
aggressive
had
here,
snake bites,
get out of
and
here,
you had
because
Sage
we're coming
slows,
in
and you
and
had a
we're
Brim
gonna come
Molly,
swinging.
and you had a
If we're
Raise
close,
Nade,
we're gonna
and you had a
do
lot
it.
of like
And then it
post-plant
pushes them.
delay
Carmine
if you
Core
wanted
keep
it.
playing a defensive setup on A site, and what that does is after
Right.
enough time develops.
And so, because when you
Giantx,
do a wall
they
like
get
this,
their
you are
stun
giving
back.
up that
They get
space.
Fade Eye
Yes,
in and
they
use it,
can't
but they
like
have the
charge at you
abilities, they
straight
have the
away, but
nades,
in the
and they
post plan,
funneled Carmine Core into these very
you know,
narrow spots, and then
when they're
boom,
in the
hit
post plan,
comes,
this is
and there's
space that
nowhere
you
to go.
can't
They
have
just get
attacked.
crunched on.
And I wonder if they're going to try and set this present every single time. I want to see how committed both teams are to trying to get that
See,
A
this would be
control
a
early on. You can
potential
see
nice
bodies behind it
punish
on
with
both
the
sides.
Sage
Utility
slow out here.
both sides around, but a fast rotation.
So they
This
perhaps
is
hear
different.
enough there
Early
to
glance
convince
towards
them
A,
to come
yes,
in.
show bodies to it, but look at the pace in which they are eyeing up that B site already. They're going to note this one. Magnum, red alert. You can see Nuki already trying to turn the screws a little bit of his Magnum's connect. That's already gone. And now down to the remaining
And they're
few.
ready
Carmine
for it.
Core all too ready for this though. And now it's starting to wane.
And look,
in
they're
numbers.
happy
You've got
to
Coutinho,
play a
Red
kind
Guard,
of more
Cloud still trying to
retake
catch the cross, still trying to punish a little here, and
setup.
way overextending. Cloud going to get picked up. No plan yet to be had, no safety to be had. CT still very much open. Redgar overwhelmed.
This is the thing, if
There's
you're going
been
to
no
charge in here, you got to get that
opportunities.
spike
Magnum,
down,
that
man.
was clean.
Anyone call for some boba? I just... Okay, start of the round plan. What Giantx trying to do? Oh, okay, let's show our presence over at A. But then they hear, hey, raise his satchel.
Still doing a good job on commentary. Yeah, in the first couple of rounds, I think he was a little unsure of, you know, which is fair enough because he isn't a commentator. A little unsure of, like, you know, when to speak, how long to speak. I think that he's very quickly picked up on, like,
but as they're running over to
you
B
know,
through market, actually
when is the
Carmine
right
Core
time to
beating them
speak,
on the
when to,
rotation.
you know,
They're getting to
when to
Boba,
go in,
and
when
they're
to
able
not.
to fight before Giant is able to get into the
They've
site.
actually forced
You gotta
this,
be
so that
quicker, or you
3
gotta
rifles,
pause and wait for that second
Guardians
interval. Wait for
stinger.
your breach stun to come off cooldown.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see this kind of like
Well, the Steel's bullying the players. I mean, I think it's something that comms need more of, to to
Giantx
be
are
honest.
going to be trying to back this
You know.
up. Do they expect the second body? They do. They still check for Tino. Great to find Martin. Shin tries to hold it down.
Praise when
Booty.
it's deserved, but
Ow,
also
just completely
criticism
overwhelms
when
him
it's
in the end.
deserved.
It's down to Massey and Magnum, and this one's looking lost. A 1v3 is a lot to ask of Magnum here.
So just a
Bit of a bloodied battle to
bit of a,
begin
yeah,
with,
big
really.
team fight
Giantx
here.
happy to brawl out this time, though.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now for Magnum. Not a situation you want to be in, but if you're able to get the first one,
Oh my god, and the ult to follow.
It's gonna get half.
This is a little scary to me. Oh my god, he's got a little angle. That little gap could have been everything. Cloud is going to catch him. No full defuse to come in, but I saw a world where that could have spiraled drastically out of control.
I like how Cloud isn't afraid to use his ultimate in that situation. Most people would be like, hey, like we're gonna win this round, it's 3 versus 1, it ends up being a 2 versus 1. You don't have to use an ulti. It's good. You want to secure this round, you have breach ulti for the next one, you need to start stringing rounds together. And right now, what we're gonna see is the economy is very brittle right now for Karmine Corp. If Giantx wins this
they have a
round
res.
Here,
they one off Razel. I mean, this could be a big round, and you want to use these ults this round because they are on a save. This is a big swing round.
Online. 1 kill.
So if I'm them, I'm getting this ult orb once you cleared this out.
He can take a fight early, die, Sage can res him, and then he'll have Rocket to enter with.
Contact.
I mean, I wouldn't even rely on the res. I'd just go for it.
Yeah, see if they clear diligently. They don't know this time. Martin wanted a bit more, had another bite at it. Narrate actually doing well to continue the trading back
can they
and
res
forth,
this?
slow down the
Probably.
hit and allow a little bit of a flex to look towards the other side.
There it is. So they get the breach over.
That's going to be Hoodie back on his feet now. But they know the plan. They've seen the gameplay.
And look at this. 4 people here. If they breach ult them,
they know the stage res is coming.
it's over.
Come with fall 4.
This is so good. I love that jump across.
Oh no!
Was willing to
They're dead.
himself. Oh, buddy! He's caught so many with that. 2 punished. And now Redguard going to claim the last. That was unbelievable. What a bailout from Hoodie.
Honestly, that round was such a
I mean, I did kind of call that. I'm kind of surprised somewhat.
The Sage in the backlines has the res, lets the team fight, lets the round develop, comes in, gets the res off, but we know Karmine Corp identifies it. Hey, Sage has res, they're gonna res here. Let's get ready to fight when it happens. They come in, they do the big fight, the wide swing coming in from the get-go. They win those initial fights, but then the breach ulti. They're stunned in a corner. They can't swing, they can't fight. Aftershock makes them move into the open. Nope, they can't. They get just torn to shreds. Really good utility usage, really good decisions from both teams. It could have gone either way, honestly.
Yeah, that was fantastic to witness. Loving seeing Giantx stabilize in such a manner as well. As you
But
said,
they didn't fight the rest, did they? They fought like...
It
was like they were all here thinking about fighting the rest, but they chilled and waited.
Keep note of. I want to see if Karmine Corp can be dangerous in these rounds. If they can, maybe score
now
a
it's
couple
an
of points
eco, as I
themselves.
said,
If
big
Rock
round.
going to come in, all going to go up, and it looks like Giantx do want to take some control towards that CT side to make sure they take some of that space away. Vitinho having none of what they're selling. Maybe a little over-invested, but they want this round. And already, Karmine Corp actually looking to springboard off
nice
that.
util,
Magnum
holy.
with 2, and the upgrade to the rifle. Now, you can see the
Off for
investments
one,
still
not
coming
bad.
down. That's going to be Nuki gone. This is now down to 2v2. Redguard
Nice
holds
from
the line,
Redguard.
desperately controlling and does.
Dig that.
Keeps
I mean,
this
don't
on
dig
their
this
side.
wall.
Before
Not a fan of
things
that, but...
got dire.
Yeah, this is the game that keeps on giving right now because well, I don't know if I like that Raze rocket push into Boba there. Really questionable. You have the site.
The problem
5
is,
versus 5. You can save
still
the
didn't realize
ulti
was
if they come in. They start killing your
they
teammates.
feel like
maybe.
somewhat maybe
They're
they
about
have
do
to
the
do that
retake. They pop
because
their
they've got
Raze rocket to
Razel.
defenders. Maybe then you counter rocket. Do you need to start it there? I'm not sure about that because as soon as Magnum gets those first 2 with the Sheriff, boom, Martin
give me the
pops his
fucking
rocket.
map.
He's on the way in. He gets.
I know they're
saved 1 for
playing.
1.
Give me the fucking map.
And then that could have
So
been
they put a Sage
really
wall up
scary.
here.
Redguard
Right, they're actually
bails him out,
pinging
though,
it, funnily enough.
and we're chilling.
Put a
So
Sage
we've had a
wall
couple
here.
of those
If they
now. We have
raise
the
all
Hoodie
this
bailout,
and your
now we've got the
postman
Redguard
is all
bailout,
this,
But again, for Karmine Corp, you're
you're
looking
in
at
a lot
rounds
of
around,
trouble.
which we're not getting, right? That's 2 rounds back to
Right,
back.
like you
said,
have to
they've
kind
done
of
really
push
nicely in
deep
this regard.
because
They've
of
made
their
it,
Sage
you
wall,
know,
which is why I
quite
don't like it.
dangerous, but speaking of dangerous, mid-walk, straight up the guts. That's going to give away the game.
Now
Obviously,
this
utility there, the walls
is
are
why you
closed.
picked
Massey
Sage.
doesn't get the full glimpse, but he caught a little bit of a pixel moving. They know this is a B hit coming in. Magnum
again,
now
it
going to
got
be ready
destroyed. You
himself.
have to,
Try to catch that cross. Already, Martin going to catch the
more
heels
ready
of
than that,
Cloud. This is
but-
already looking a little bit dangerous.
They're very
Really trying to
fast,
lead the
Karmine
way.
Corp.
Clear the sight. Oh, beautiful
I think
snap back to
Eng's
his
time in
attention.
NA.
Magnum gone down. This should be the gates opening, but with all of that noise, all that attention, Karmine Corp have players here, but look at this position. Nuki. Oh, what? How are you turning around on that? I'm baffled if I'm Nuki, but it doesn't matter. The plant's now down. Even if they're on both sides, the ults are in though. You can already see it. The pit put into play. That's going to make it
The
difficult.
distraction.
Martin on the front line going to send away Vitinho. Follow up from the utility. Paint Shell going to come in towards this one. Martin trying to close that gap
wall
down.
goes up.
Keep them further away. Keep them at arm's distance. And tap
They're
on the
low,
spike. And no one biting.
Okay, you hear them both.
And there it is. Oh, great one
shot
from
by
Shin.
Shin.
Good trade.
Oh!
Hoodie. Hoodie, there we go. Hoodie the one.
They
The
just
last man
smoked off this
standing.
side in the
And they want to keep it
3v2.
all secure and
Gotta
safe.
smoke off the spike, you would have
So
thought.
is it Hoodie, Redgar Hoodie? Whose turn is it next?
That's true. I mean, you can pick and choose from
No
this
smoke
roster,
on
to be fair,
spike.
but every single time you think Carmine Core's just on that cusp of something, one of these players is stepping up.
I like the approach from Giantx there, the vision to kind of put that Sage Wall deep into CT spawn to
Skin
stop
diff,
the
I guess.
rotations. And we saw what that did. It's
a simple skin diff.
They were worried about someone coming through middle and flanking through top mid. They took their time through market, fighting that Boba, not letting Magnum take them all out again. And then they worked their way into the site. And then they got into the site, they stabilized a little bit, and that Nucky flank is just getting caught. It's like, it's pretty unlucky, but it's another one of those situations where it's like, if you wait, if you are the person that's in the lurk spot, that's in the flank spot, you need to wait for the round to develop. It's not your job to take the next step, because people, especially with like the Sage Wall being placed at top mid early in the round, they're going to expect something. They're going to expect a
I mean, yeah,
flash
to be
round.
fair, Giants there, what they could have done, like, once Nucky has walked up this way,
It's something
and
that they
obviously he
have to
hasn't
consider.
heard anyone
So
come
you
in
have
with
to
him,
wait.
right?
And
So
when
he
the defenders
feels,
start
and he's
moving in
seen
from both
multiple
the
of them
site,
running
they start
that way.
moving in from market to site.
I'm kind of
That's your time to
surprised that
strike. You catch
part of
them
them
at the
maybe
back.
didn't think,
You
let's
go
just
too
run
early,
back the other
then they're gonna
way.
be potentially
And
looking for
Nucky's
you
got
or
a free
clearing you
kill.
out.
Like, if he
So
sneaks into
another
spawn, I mean,
situation where,
the round's over.
yeah, it's like, it's unlucky, but at the same time, it's also maybe a little
You
bit
know,
too
you're going
early.
to plant on the other side of the map, and Nucky's going to get a free one.
In this, because by my eye test alone, they've just hit the timeout.
Kiss your right nipple with the 50 bits.
But what are you meant to say? Because yes, there's obviously things you can
They got
extrapolate,
improved
but
posture is
a
the
lot of
reason for the
rounds going away
buff.
from them,
I mean, yeah, he's
arguably
playing
in the
pretty
last
well.
four, have been down to someone kind of almost over exceeding expectation, doing exceedingly well, which is fantastic. Obviously, for Giantx, you'll take it when you get it, but I mean, for the Carmine Core side, what are you meant to say in those sort of timeouts? What are you meant to do? It's just like, okay, just don't get 1v4'd, I guess. Like, I don't know what you're meant to do in those scenarios.
I wonder if they have to shift their focus from A towards like middle or B instead, and just change the setup a little bit. Because, well.
I mean, again, this round, apart from maybe Martin, I'm not seeing as much threat here. And yeah, Nucky's not allowing much problem to happen. Great for him as well. Building towards the ult. Happy to be keeping this clean. Yep, Martin's still alive. How much danger can one man cause? Not a great deal. So at this point, yeah, it's going to be a formality. So comfortable round in the end. Giantx is going to take that cleanly. And again, for Carmine Core, we've got to see what that timeout was for now coming into the next one.
Yeah, and it's just like with this composition, double controller and the Cypher, you're looking to kind of leverage that and play this like super defensive setup. But right now you're going against the Sage that's going to cut off rotations, the Breach that's going to
give
completely
me this.
just destroy
What is
anybody in the
this?
site. Fade comboing with that, with the
Bro, I
Prowlers
want to
to
know
clear
what's going
positions
on.
out, the eye to
Let me
scan
know
the
what's
site before
going
they
on,
go in on the wall,
EMEA.
to be really
I
the
know
Breeze to be
these guys.
really
I know who's
explosive
playing.
behind all of
I know
this
it.
utility. So right now, like maybe
I already know
you
that.
shift your focus. Like you're always doing these A fights, but we're never really contesting middle or getting these flanks off. These guys, they don't have a sentinel.
They go for
don't
a
have
fast
a flank
A
watch.
hit.
Do
Blast
something
back
through
this
middle.
way.
Try to get in the back
Bosh.
lines. Try to get behind them and disrupt them. They're just playing so scared right now and trying to stay ahead of the fight and go head to head. They don't have the utility to do this though. They can't stop
I got
this
Red
exit.
Guard lurking. I mean, to be fair, you could do like a nice Omen flash across here as you're coming in. And then look this way. VP4615 with the Prime. Thank you.
A little bit of the map under control, so they can't go for those instantaneous stacks. They can't really hit an easier rotate this time, so they could have been caught. But for now, you can see them gathering towards the top of middle. I wonder if they're actually going to try and make a play through this. Try and catch Redgar. Well, not going to find much of that.
So that hits
Omen
no one.
Getting spotted at mid and breaking the camera.
But now they were ready. They were trying to go for a mid fight.
I'm surprised no one.
But that means that they're here pretty quick.
I'm worried about a flank here.
And again, though, look at the counter side of this
Time
as
the
well.
deeper wall.
Plant's going to come down. They're going to have full CT swing control. If they fancy it, they're not going to. They're holding close to it. But 5v5 post plant. This is miraculous at this point. But we're going to see the utility still in play. The TB taking the cause of paranoia, but it's Hoodie to strike. Martin goes down, and 5 still stand for Giantx. You can see Fatinho waiting as well to see if anyone
This is
dares
tough
to
now.
go ahead. Able to catch the cross as well, sit passively on the side. This is individual. This looks messy from Carmine Core. They do not look like they've got
This guy
themselves in the right
didn't
place
swing.
here. Giantx.
Like, doesn't even have a
lapping
gap
this one
to
up.
swing. He broke the wrong
Gorgeous
block.
round from them. That is another Andalusia.
Oh, no, he could have got
flawless
through.
coming through, but you couldn't ask for a better
Why
round.
is he
It
not
felt
swinging
like Carmine
when-
Core were just a passenger in that.
Yeah, they look like a a shell of their former selves, a shadow of their former selves. Because right now we're just
I thought maybe
we
that guy
see
was
them
too small. Maybe he
on
thought it was too
defense
small. I don't know. But like when his teammates are
split, and
just
they're
like when
moving
they
together
swing
so
and
well,
see him
so
there
fluid.
straight away, like
Here it's just like it
Swing.
feels like they're playing into
Smoke?
their agent
You
role a
might
little bit
notice
too
you
much.
can like
need
I don't know if you've heard
be
of this
able to
guy
detach
Jing.
from that and realize like, yes, I'm Viper, yes, I'm Omen, yes, I'm Cypher, but I'm gonna get a little bit down and dirty.
But
Instead
you
of just,
may
like,
have seen
sitting
him
back and
just
playing off my camera
run
or
through
my
a smoke
scripts,
before
I'm gonna
and
start
get many
moving up
kills
here.
from
Like,
doing it.
what they're doing this round, if they
You
do it
can
with
swing
guns
through a
instead of,
smoke,
like, pushing
particularly
right
when
to the
someone
tower,
is in a
they wait second,
gunfight looking
that's
the
what
other
they
way.
need to do. What they're doing here, they do this on a gun round, they're going to be chilling. They should have done it a few rounds ago, though. I wonder if it's too late.
It might be. It might be a little too late in the day,
Oh.
but couldn't be going better for them at the moment. Individual fight by individual fight, and Narrate's going to
What?
take that every day of the week. Happy enough to connect the shots from the Sheriff, leaving Cloud and Nookie in a world of trouble. And it's almost like you know what you're talking about sometimes, Josh. It upsets me when it works out so well. But you were absolutely on the money. This
I mean-
presence in middle, trying to actually pressure throughout the map, has worked wonderfully. Now, can Nookie and
I mean, if
Cloud
they
do
wall
something?
off, I mean, you
Potentially,
take
but
this.
certainly
You go and
an
get those
uphill
guns
battle.
now.
Plant going to come in. They have
grab
recovered
the
weapons, though
guns.
not many, to be fair. Only one actually on Magnum. I thought they might get a
They're
little
going to get more now because the Sage Wall actually protects them to be able to pick up the guns, stabilize, break the wall, and enter this retake 5 versus 2 together.
Yeah, Narrate now getting the upgrade. Cloud trying to get a little bit naughty with it. Tomasi's having none of
Don't know
that,
about this.
leaving Nookie in the 1v5. And we've seen some naughtiness already in this game from individuals. I think this one might be a little bit beyond his reach. Just going to close it towards it, see what he can do. Not enough. Tomasi fantastic in the end, but still, Carmine Core collectively doing really what was
Ult's a
needed
bit of a question
earlier.
mark, but
Yeah, if they had done this a few rounds ago, it would have looked a little bit better. They do it here. They still have a chance to
It's
end
funny
half
seeing, like,
5-7.
the agents and
so
then
it's
just
not like
Magnum.
the biggest deal in the world. They have the Raze Rocket going into this round for the defense. It's going to be interesting.
Just
We
a
do see
Cypher
the Sage
chip.
Res is in play again. We haven't really seen an op yet from either side. I wonder
We
if
all
that
did, yeah,
is
they
going
used
to
the
be
Gecko ult.
something that either team, like maybe going to the second half.
okay. I mean, I think
Is it going to be the Sage?
we
Is it
could
gonna
get
be
like
the
a
Raze?
very
But
close,
right
like
now, yeah,
everything
it's-
13-11 game here.
There's so
I
many
think.
options for both teams right now.
It looks
I
very,
think Carmine
very
Core
evenly
should do
matched
this
teams.
Play again, this 3-person A thing. They're gonna get. I mean, they do have the rocket.
Maybe that's enough. We'll see.
Maybe.
That's the leverage
They have a
factor,
res
isn't
again
it? Is
on
that
Nookie.
going to be enough to dissuade the approach or even give them that potential advantage at the start? For now, a similar scene, though, that same battleground drawn over and over, this early utility exchange. But already, it looks like Cloud going to be trying to pressure towards middle. That is a big amount of presence he's showing here.
So they're trying to
Drake kinda
fake a
getting
B split.
a little curious towards A main as well. This has drawn the attention, and Cloud
I
survives.
mean, you do get the
Martin
kill.
does follow up eventually and notes there's only one in middle. This now puts it all on the plate of Narrate. He's got to be so ready. Only
Nice
going to
from
take down
Shin.
one, but it gives away the
Nice-
game, and
nice
Shin's there this
reposition.
time. Much better look from
Okay,
Carmine
Carmine Core,
Closing
7-5.
towards the scoreline just a bit here. 5-7. It is recovered,
Switching
but it's
sides.
certainly not comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, 5-7 is. It's not comfortable, but that recovery, especially those last 2 rounds, were so necessary for these guys to be able to have a chance closing out
Going
this
for
game,
Pickums to ruin
closing out the
twice?
series 2-0
Yeah.
even. But like, I love the reactions that they had there. So I was like, oh, this A push, is this gonna work out? But I think the second time that Giantx goes out middle and breaks that trip, it stimulates this reaction from Carmine Core. They say, hey, we've lost top middle info. The tripwire's down. They can go into mid, they can go into market, they can flank us. We have to connect. But what they do is
Yeah, I mean, it's like the
connect from
Premier
A,
League in that we
and
know
they
who's
connect
going to
from
win
A,
it in the
they-
end.
We clear mid together, and they do it so well.
Bro.
And what that did is it
I don't know if you
Giantx
watched
is like,
Chelsea
okay,
versus
let's
Man
go into
City,
A
but
now. And
Man
they go
City
right
did not
into
win that
just
game.
like the trap set up here. Boom, just lining them up.
Okay, second half commencing. And we don't know the reps of these teams, right? We don't know if Carmine Core even has this really in the map pool that they'd want to be facing so early, but I mean, they didn't veto it, so there's always the chance to come out. But for Giantx, putting a bit of an early marker on this one.
Still have the wall and the orb.
If you could see what I just saw in chat.
Explosive hit.
Yeah, looks like Redgar's going to try and slow that down at the very least. Going to be forced away from this now, so has to rescind away and give up a little bit of that early challenge, but Nookie doesn't. Going to find Martin. Fantastic angle from him. Narrate there, falling as well. This is lovely work from Giantx. Couldn't ask for a better start. Redgar, nasty with his work. And it feels like a formality towards Magnum. What more can one man do? Well, he's making a damn good go of it. Yeah, Hoodie might be backing now, going, maybe I'll chill out a little bit.
Just
What,
kidding.
do this wall, hop on top,
I don't know, I'm you know, Magnum
leap
believer.
over this
Let's
wall.
see.
I mean, the spike's down in the middle of B site. Like, these guys can just, they just need to play
Sage
together
value?
and make sure that Magnum can't isolate any individual
Like
duels.
Redgar's do?
Like right here, this is really sketchy for Redgar, because if Magnum gets this kill, 1 versus 2 is a lot more winnable than a 1 versus 3. You
Absolutely
can't
is.
give that opportunity.
No, I think Redgar might be noticing this. He's slipping back
Yeah,
into
it wasn't
careful
just an
positions
N-word, it
like,
was an
"Alright,
N-word
guys,
with,
I won't actually throw. So he's going to
9s instead.
sitting back a little bit deeper. Magnum very aware of this
Because
though,
they
but,
really thought
similar
that
scenes
was
on
going to be the
other
thing
side.
that...
Doesn't get noted initially. Cloud clears up.
Oh, they'll never know what
Perfect
this means.
Start there for Giantx.
It's
They'll
got
be happy
9s
with
in
that
it.
one.
Yeah, they definitely love it. And honestly, that wingman going out with a spike there, getting denied before Dizzy could blind the defender, that was kind of like the end to the round. It's just like, okay, spike's down in the middle of the open, Sage slow comes in, breach down on the slow, people aren't able to move. Like, what are you going to do? You can't even get out of the choke at that point.
Big win for
And so,
Giants.
honestly, with a double controller plus Cypher, they should be a little bit more slow,
Yeah.
fluid. They don't have the explosiveness.
You
They
want to
don't
play
have
slow here if you're them.
They don't-
And
I
also
mean, they
against
have
this
Gecko.
comp, you want to
That's
play
it.
slow,
That's
right?
it.
You want to bait Nuki's
You
util
don't
out.
have, like, on the other side of it, they have...
Try and find little lurks and stuff that you can do.
I mean, Redgar's kind of got a blind.
Yeah.
Now, I would assume no Sentinel, they are going to shut the door
I'm trying
somewhat.
to help you out.
Yeah, I know,
You know, like,
but
why
I
are you
already
putting yourself
caught
back in the hole?
myself. I already caught myself, though. I belong in the hole if I say that. I've committed to the hole.
Going into this one,
Just
though, we are
wall
going
off
to see the
mid, so this is what I
Sheriffs, the
mean. You're just
classics,
gonna
bits and
like
pieces.
wait
It's
for
not
this. There's no
a
reason
great
not
kill
to.
to report for Carmine Court financially into this round. For Giantx, you want to see clean slate, though. You want to see them try and keep this tidy, aim towards that double digit as soon as possible, get up towards 10 rounds if they can. But taking their time here, Carmine Court.
Enjoy sign Canada,
Going to
man.
be tested.
They see this.
Patience.
Are
They
you
see
on
the
his T?
stage wall. They're letting it kind of just like let it simmer. They know that. Oh, okay.
Okay, that
That happened.
Yeah, no worries, and they will have to fall away. Respect a little bit. There's bodies behind this. The Cloud stuck around and
Oh,
Nuki
that
by his
was,
side. No problems here.
pretty
This
quick.
is looking very clean. This is much more of what Giantx would have wanted to be happening on
No
the first map, but
Guardians?
they'll take it
No,
here.
because they
Sure.
understand the good gun.
BO3 for a reason, and as long as they can bounce back on this map, that's all that really matters, because they could definitely have a chance on Lotus. But I do want to see Carmine Core trying to play into this composition a little bit better, knowing that they have all this info denial, putting the Viper wall up and down to deny the info at middle. They know that Giantx, they only have the Sage. The Sage is the only person that really has any sort of abilities. So that wall going up is the only thing that's going to prevent
The
lurks.
death of
When you have
TMV.
Cypher and Viper and Omen on the team, you have 3 potential lurkers you have to take care of. So you need to play very proactive and push around and get info a certain way. And you can punish that if you're Carmine Core, if you're spread out, if you're looking for those lurk timings, if you're constantly denying the info. So we need to see the slower game plan coming out and not giving away too much like information of what you're doing. I like what they're doing here, slowing things down.
Yeah, I feel like they may have heard you. I feel like the
Yeah.
game plan is kind of into effect. We'll see if they can
They
kind
got
of
the
stick the
Viper up
landing
here,
once
though,
they
so
get
that-
to that point, but just kind of taking that default around the map, kind of
Yeah,
showing
that's gonna push
a little
you
bit of something,
back.
but not too much. Congregating back around towards the spike, collecting that, and it looks like potentially heading back towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have rather them keep
So
more
clear
map
out
control
with
before they
Gecko,
moved. Okay,
Flash.
they're
Okay,
going
they
back
are
into
going
yeah.
back. All right.
They're gonna do something. They're gonna like fake this A. Yeah, fake the A reclear, push them
See, I would
back,
prefer a
group
fake
up towards
with
B,
the
wait for
Gecko,
the
so
reaction
you
to
can always
happen.
pick
Here's
up,
the
get it back.
over-rotation back into CT spawn for the defenders, and now it's gonna be, yep.
Nice goal, though.
Redgar.
Nice. Magnum takes down the isolated man. That should be there. The green light, that's the site open and ready for the taking. Plant going to come down. It's a long rotation on this map too. It takes
This is an
time to
interesting
get back
Viper wall
over
they're
here.
using
Fortunately
as
enough,
well.
you do still have Nuki near enough by.
Threatening
yes,
this
still got
lurk
Cloud
against
towards
the no
CT side,
Sentinel
but the
comp,
odds
this
you
could
are still
actually
gonna
be
make their
pretty
way
good.
over. Utility with Hoodie is still in play. The post plant though, already going to be on red alert. They know that someone's close enough by. Cloud
love the
trying to try and
post
set
here.
something into motion here. Fatino getting very close as well. This looks like it's
Hopefully
the
they
go.
killed
Fatino
Redgar,
trying
so
to
there's
make
no
get some
smoke,
pressure,
so
but
they
need to start
should be
working towards
okay,
this one.
but
Gonna force Tomasi out of a comfortable position. Forced to fight. The flash is
Still gonna be tough.
fantastic. Nuki the one to make the most of it, and now it's a little uncomfortable. The defuse is starting. Hoodie's not going to be getting off that. Gets pried away in the end, leaving Magnum the
Nice from
only one
Giants, wow.
alive. And the
Yeah,
defuse
don't
in the
love
end
this.
goes through Cloud, the
Especially
last
because
line
I'm
of
surprised they
defense,
didn't go
and
for
it
a
worked.
late
So
lurk
much trust
through.
in Cloud there, but for good reason. He's been definitely one of these major key pieces. Both maps getting so many multi-frags and great utility usage. I was actually thinking, wow, this round's actually really well played from Carmine Core. They did everything they needed to do. They slowly worked the map. They denied the info. They waited out the duration of the Sage wall. If the Sage put the wall up early, they went back into, they kept the control over B main. They went
Will
back
I
to
watch
A,
probably
they
the
did
heat death
fake
of the
nuclear,
universe? Will I
they
keep getting
stimulated
flashbang like
Redguard
that?
and pushed
Maybe.
into B main, fell right into the trap. They had the 5 versus
Okay,
4.
Kami take a
They had
timeout.
the site for free.
What's the third
They had
map?
the spike plant for free. But then, what do? They all go back into B main.
was kind of hoping they'd split out a little bit further, take a little bit more of that space. I mean, it's always a chance of someone near enough light, but still, they'd had a decent enough lay of the land. They could have maybe gone for that, I guess, slightly riskier fight, but still, I mean, they'd at least held some of that side control.
I think their Viper Orb was towards A lobby to help with the control of lobby / the reclear. Their Viper Wall is towards middle. They're like, what else do they have there? They use the Raze utility and the Gecko utility
Brentford
to
beat
get
Man
into the
City?
site to begin with.
No.
Like, what do you have there for the post plant? When you have a comp that doesn't have a lot of post-plant lineups, you have to get in their faces. You have to just brawl out. Cypher doesn't really have anything. He's just got to brawl out. Viper, you don't have your orb. Your mollies aren't going to do anything by themselves. You got to brawl out. So when you're in this composition, try to split up. Where's the late mid lurk into the market flank and getting the backstab? Where's the person that's been inserted? Like, you
Who's the best football team of all time, and why is it QPR?
You did the Omen
I think
flash all the way
why
through
is
this
that?
line.
Oh.
Why
I
does
was
the
like,
Omen
why
not
does it
walk
say
through
10-2 upside
tiles
down?
and then get a backstab either through spawn or late through market? You have the opening into
I think
the site
statistically,
already.
someone did an
So
analysis
we
on
need
this.
to
The best
see
team
them
of all time
clean
is
up in those
Ajax,
types of
1970 to
See if it's something
73.
they can potentially explore now. Again, it was Carmine Core's timeout. That's just passed, so whether or not they can maybe implement something, but again, by that point, you're probably going to imagine that Giantx are going to be on 11 rounds. It does become a very uphill struggle from that point onwards, but you know, for the sake of good practice, for the sake of getting those reps in and kind of showing that capability, why not try it out now? But we wait and see.
And they do it on
Looks
the
like
rain
for
night
now,
and stuff.
the prescription given
They probably could,
is
to
a
be
little
honest.
more mid-pressure.
Sage
With
actually
Cruyff and the
keeping
like,
the wall
probably,
here.
yeah.
Going to use it either reactively or save it for the post plant. They know Sheriffs can't bust down a wall that quick. They don't have any rifles. I'm going to say, oh, there it is, reactively.
Yep.
You can't come through here. You have to break multiple blocks.
And Cloud,
finally
so
trying to
prepared
use
on the
this
other
wall,
side here
but-
as well. They've just followed them forward
Wow,
straight into
fuck
his
me.
loving embrace. Huge work from him, picking up 3. And again, all the threats navigated. Giantx just manipulating Carmine Core around this map. Nothing was really available to them.
Man, this group is
They had
close.
nothing and they got
Like, this is
nothing.
this
They
is
do
what if
have
FUT
the
go
Gecko
out? Like, these
ulti
two teams
online
don't look
right
that
now.
bad.
If they choose to use it, it could be really valuable. They know that the Sage is playing around top mid / market area. They know the Omen is on the solo.
Steak bacon with the 6 months as well.
These melons are looking better.
I mean, yeah, they aren't that
It's gonna be interesting
melonish
to see
anymore.
if Carmine Core can deny enough info, get enough space and map control, and then utilize that big fish to open up the route.
Disgusting's been pretty good.
That's nice.
It can be if you want it to be.
Appreciate that, thank you.
It's better than Peel.
I didn't come up with that. Alright, I'm as much of a victim as you are. As it stands, though, it looks like the initial battle for that kind of deeper A main control, A lobby control is comfortably, is proactively sitting, it was until then, in the hands of Giantx. You can already see the Magnum trying to keep a little bit more presence noted over here. You can see them trying to draw this around, but it stands
Get it at the
patient
stun.
beginning, yeah.
That was good. The race sees nothing. Omen reacts, puts the smoke down on B. Still, letting the round develop Carmine Core. I need to see them inserting players more aggressively. They have the Cypher trap. What's he going to do? He's going to wait for someone to try, like, Raze to push through and flank. They're going into a 4-man B main hit. They don't have the comp for this. Is this going to work?
Use
They
one
have the
now.
fish. It might.
That guy has
Well,
flash.
that has to be a real big fish here for Narrate. Let's see what he can get done with this one. Going to try and at least close down already. Basically denied. No even follow-up. Redgar gets away scot-free. This is perfect for him.
And the Flood with the Fade ulti.
Oh,
Oh, no.
dear. This is looking like an absolute tragedy. Cloud already going to find Magnum. That removes that one backline threat potentially. Now the swing.
Oh.
Yeah, this is
Wow,
done.
Giants.
Put a bow on it. Wrap this up. This is all but over. Tomasi tries to make a last stand, but this is Giantx with a grip on this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Carmine Core is... I don't know if
Giants
they're
looking good.
overthinking things or they just didn't have enough, like, good enough game plan or specifically what it is. But, like, I don't hate the idea of it. They're following the thrash in, trying to get in there, but no one's peeking with it. And Redgar's able to
Why
peek
they're
out,
Americans casting
destroy the
AMA and
thrash,
Sideshow and Burn
have
in
the smoke
America?
up
See, it's
main,
funny
throw the
because,
Omen blind,
like,
and
these
have his
days,
teammates all flood. They know no one's coming through market because that Sage
like,
wall's
Bren and
up.
Sideshow
Carmine Core
don't
didn't take
live
enough
in
map
America,
control.
really.
They don't
Like,
know
Bren
about the
spends
Sage.
a lot
They
of
haven't
time in
broken it. They
Korea.
haven't
Sideshow
made them
lives in the
worried about
UK.
top mid. They
So
haven't
it's
made
quite
them worried
funny,
about
like-
A. Raze has full control over A. You need to do something to deny
But they,
info or take map control so that you can actually split or audible. You can't do these
Yeah, and
full
Steel was
exits.
already
You
in
don't
Europe,
have the
but-
comp for it.
Yeah, it looks uncomfortable for Carmine Core here. Maybe this map just not quite in the wheelhouse yet. Whereas for Giantx, it is looking fantastic.
I like this.
And Magnum
Oh my
I
God.
love this.
Yeah, how's he gone this far? Nuki's the one to find Tomasi, but again, how the hell has this man gone here? And he takes
Line
his
him up.
time.
Line him up.
He should have a second here too. Yeah, absolutely. Executioner coming towards the site now, trying to facilitate that cross as well. There is still a problem. There is still a man here.
Outsized problem.
Does this round have its silver lining? Not this time for him. Narrate going to clear him out as well. That's lovely work from
Honestly, I
Carmichael.
think
Finally
putting the
exploring
smoke
map
on
a
the
little
side
bit
here kind of
Right
gave
up the
away
guts
maybe a
through.
bit that he was here.
Giantx leaving Nuki and Redgar with, well, an unpalatable end of a round. What they're going to do with this one, I mean,
Now you're
you might as well
12-5
give it a
up, so
go.
you don't need to be like...
Swing, miss,
That was a nice
Narrate
try.
there, happy. And now Redgar, well, it's all but done here.
Yeah. Up into guts through mid, Cypher on the flank.
You liked that one, did you?
Yeah, loved it. So the Viper dying there, Tomasi, unironically setting the Cypher
See,
up.
this is a
mad
weird
for
situation where
that big
maybe
flank.
saving
They
is
thought the
correct
threat was
because they're going to
dealt.
buy no matter
Right
what and
through
they'll have
around
enough
the wall.
money
Okay,
to.
yeah, cool.
Done.
Took care of that.
You've already got
And
your
then
ult.
I guess the
You kind of want
cerebralness
as
of
many
Packers
buys as
to
you can. I
realize,
think
like, hey,
saving
I
there
lined
is
two
actually
people up.
correct.
There's got to be a third person here, right? There's got to be someone else defending the other part. We saw the Sage peel back from market to pick up this top mid. Nobody came from A to pick it up, so they're really heavy focused on A main right now. There's got to be a third person here, and they snuffed them out.
Again, this feels like a moment of reprise from probably the bigger issue is that that's not a repeatable round really for Magnum. Maybe you could learn something from it. Maybe they could learn a little bit of something of potentially threatening.
But it might cause...
pressuring the
But
back
is
line
it
a little
really
bit
going to be that
more,
much
getting those
worse?
into
Like,
play. But it's not
because
something
again,
that's gonna be
we haven't
the
seen an
instant
outlaw bought an
sell, you know what I mean?
EMEA.
It's not
I don't
something
think we're
that's
going
instantly
to
gonna help
anytime
out. So
soon.
it's still a problem, bigger picture. This isn't the big solution.
So like
I mean,
the light shields
timeouts
versus
used.
full
Seems like they
shields
wanna
doesn't
go
make
for
that
it.
much of a
Have,
difference, to be
two
honest.
ults, play with, I mean, it's a
Because
res
it's not like they're going to buy an
so
outlaw.
can't scrap that, but still,
And
I don't
you
think
want
it's
as many
panic
buys
stations,
as you
but I guess
can,
why
right?
not
Because
have a
again,
chat
the
while
only
you
way
have
this
time?
game continues is if you
with the
keep
res,
losing.
they
So you
could
just have to
definitely
see it
opt
as
to
like,
do something aggressive at a
you know, we
different
get
part of the map
1900,
other
then
than
we
A,
like
because
then we get
what they
2-4,
could do
then we get
is they
2-9.
can
Like
pick
this is the only
to
thing
play
that
a
really
back up. They
matters,
can go for
right?
an aggressive
Because
fight,
that's the only
roll
way
it
the
out a
game
little
carries
bit,
on.
res them, reset. And
So they're gonna
that
buy
might be the
like
plan here,
you're in a
because Carmine
1v4. How many
just
do you think
exposed
you're gonna
top
kill?
middle. They've shown that this is
One
the
maybe?
play that they have. They're
Well,
not
they've got
afraid
3
to do
people
it.
alive who can
It's,
drop that guy
you know,
anyway.
as long as they keep the threat there, they don't even have to
Right,
do it.
so
but it's
and they
cause
have to,
Giantx
but and
think,
the only
hey,
way
this
the
is a
game carries on
possibility.
is
We
if
have to
they
keep this in
keep
mind. We
winning.
have
So
to
if they
play
keep winning,
certain
they're
plays.
probably
We see
going to
this
have enough
wall,
money
we
to
see this
buy
tempo,
no
we
matter
see the
what.
turnaround.
Right,
So
we're
it's
already
gonna
at the
be
point where
interesting
they
to see if
like
something's changed up.
they're
here.
gonna
We
be
do see
fine.
the Sage on A this round. She's wait,
No matter
sorry.
what.
That's submitted. Sorry. When things are this small, you know, you can't really tell what's going on.
Surprised that's an issue for you. TP early, and well, I said it's hard to repeat this, but that's going to certainly help our matters for a whole couple of seconds.
Walk into B instantly.
Yeah.
Oh, they have walked into B,
I mean,
and
they've got the
I
side,
don't know
right?
why
Like this-
Giants are.
You've sacrificed one for that.
So
Maybe
far
that's
off
all you're
here.
going to get. But I look at that post plant. Remember, those post plant positions were a real problem for them before. They weren't able to brawl out on the site, particularly. They were struggling in that regard. Now we have to see if
they
they
got
can
'em.
maybe do better with even less numbers. It was a 5v5 last time. Now a 4v5.
If you're Redgar, you
Couple of
probably
ults, though, some big ults, some controlling
ult
ults.
something
One
here.
to Massey's,
Market
two.
maybe.
Martins is certainly something to keep in mind.
I wouldn't have
Connection
ulted that.
for
I would have
Redgar,
ulted
but maybe not
this.
a great deal of time to utilize it here.
You know, just
Cloud
clear
already
all of
starting
this
to
for your team.
lean towards the side. Stunner of a shot there, though. Takes away Redgar. Magnum
Why are we
on the
rushing
follow-up
so
this
much?
time, scrapping it out here.
Why did we
Letting
have
go
no
of the
one
side
B to
at
begin
all.
with?
Nuki, Fatinho, and Hoodie's options are dwindling. I think they've realized that as they fall away. Looks like a recovered round here for Carmine Core after what I didn't think was repeatable, but Shin, how they're doing the work.
I think what allowed them to do this was
They need to-
Giantx actually took a gamble there. Why did they take a gamble? They're up 12-6 in this round, right? Or in this situation.
Sure.
They don't, like, they have 6 rounds to play with where they just need one of these instances to work. So if Carmine Core
But
did
FUT
this
versus
fast A
FUT
thing,
winning
and they did
versus the
fast
loser of
mid
this
thing to
game?
flank A,
Oh
they
man,
get
that's
shut
tough to
down,
say. Like,
or
I think it'll be
Giantx
very
goes
close.
active,
I think
right?
this group,
So
it
what happens here
is going to end up
they
being
didn't come into
4
our setup
pretty close
unlucky.
teams.
We thought that they were going to try to go for this A split thing again. Didn't happen. It's not the end of the world. They still have 5 more map points to deal with. They still have the Sage res. I don't know why they're not leveraging that a little bit more.
Throw it into the mix.
Yeah,
Might as
try
well.
to do something aggressive with it, but they're probably going to put the deep wall
Yeah,
in
like
B
go
main
for a
and
big mid
try to
fight.
do another oh,
So you're doing this aggro, send your
Hello.
Yellow.
Sage in there with it.
Well, there's proactivity to say the least.
The Sage
And
wall and slow to stall the B hit so that they have time to rotate back in.
Yeah, you're already seeing it. Fatinho getting on his running shoes, wants to get over there quick, just in case. Pressure starts to build, Narrate going to try and get the information. Notes a player on the site and going to follow up with the ult. Trying to find something, did not connect. It's a problem.
Nuki alive.
Gets away with his life. Nuki still breathing, still standing. That means the res is still in pocket. Fatinho falls, so does Hoodie. Redgar making a stand and a half. 3 kills,
2v2
Nero
though.
back to back. Leaving it in an even affair, but with the plant now down, it tilts slightly back towards Carmine Core's side, but can they hold this
He's gonna have his ult
plant?
again.
Fade uses Eye, clears out Market, has a Prowler, clears the site.
I'm just scared seeing him in these positions, though. I just get a little scared.
He's got the Thrash, the Viper mollies.
Should be good, right?
Molly. They have enough to
Should.
just stagger.
Yeah.
Here's the first.
Redgar. Wait,
Oh.
Redgar slipped the net.
He saw it.
That
was so tight.
I've got heart palpitations at that one. There was a moment where it got a little too dicey, but there's still life in the Carmine Core side, right? This is 3 in a row. Now, hey, they had a lot of rounds to play with, right? Giantx, you said it, they're not in a massive hurry, but you don't want to get into, one, the poor economic situation from this. You don't want to be down on your ults. They're slowly building a couple up here, but if you're Giantx, when do you worry? Because normally it's double digits for me. If I see KC hit 10, I get a little sweaty.
Probably when it gets to 12-10, you should think about really leveraging something. The fact they haven't used Sage ulti yet, kind of scary. Not gonna lie.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
They still haven't. They're just doing their standard.
But, I mean, they keep going for this triple stack on A, and it feels like maybe Carmine Core figured that out, and they're just seeing that B is kind of the weak part.
There's the trap wires. The Raze gets the deep line on A, though. And they're just trying to leverage this.
They're trying to get Fatinho set up here, but again, with this Viper Orb, it's always a problem, man.
There's the paranoia. Similar scenes, we've seen it before. Fatinho knows his reactions here. Early exchange of utility near on a chess game, but the commitment on the swing, didn't expect that. Fatinho goes around, finds Shin, which is a problem. They lose out.
And again, it's just the
element,
same thing over and over again. Great pressure on A, come to B.
It's
just the same thing. I mean, it's just literally the same route over and over and over again. What are you going to run all the way?
Still a mile away. They got a late mid lurk as well coming in. We've got a little bit of layering to this one. Nuki still going to be doing damage though.
The
That's
wall's going to stop the lurk though. They're going to res Redgar here.
But now with that wall in play, probably denies a little bit of that option. Recongregating around towards CT though. Giantx are being halted. They can't quite progress, and there's the ult being considered. This is huge, but it forces a fight, and Carmine Core are winning it!
Hold on.
I'm getting a little nervous, Josh. A little bit, tiny little bit nervous. How's the money?
Interesting.
Still good?
No, I think they do one light buy and then they buy out the next couple rounds. But honestly, like I thought, okay, 12-6. They're not afraid to do these gambles. Cool. They're doing like
they did stun, but like
3 on A. They're not
that's
afraid
a 2021
to just, close it out. They lose a couple rounds and they go into the standard setup, and they're giving so much space. Their Omen is the only person between the enemy and B.
I mean, they just called the same thing over and over again.
Across the map to A lobby control. He stops
now
watching.
They're on a Sage.
Sage wasn't watching Market.
Well,
like,
they got
there's
the
so many
Sage over
gaps
this
right
time.
now because they don't have a Sentinel, and they're playing this like super spread 1-1-1-3 setup. They need to like do something more together where they actually try to control the round.
Hello? What is happening? Is he going to get timed himself though?
They know he's there, the camera.
Yeah.
They must have had a step.
The camera must have...
Yeah,
right?
something's been seen. Redgar is very...
He had to have been seen on the camera or something.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, I think the camera's just around the corner, so it's
like,
definitely seen.
Was someone going to cover him if the peak came from Redgar? I'm not sure.
Not particularly certain on this.
You
Again,
full
this is
save on
around the
12?
sheriffs, so this is more than likely going to be 10 to 12, and as we, at least to my mind, that is when I do hit the panic button slightly. But
yeah, you
for
want
now,
as
if you're
many
looking for
buys
Cloud
as you
and
can. So
Fatinho,
you want to
silver
be
lining
like
for them,
aiming
you are
for
looking
what?
towards building that ult. If they can maybe get another step closer
You're going to
here,
get
potentially that'd be
2,900
ideal.
either way. There will be a
Not
correct
going to have an
number.
opportunity for Fatinho, really, to build much more than this is given.
So you need what?
As it stands, Cloud's got his ready to go for when is required.
You're going to need, let's say 4,000 just to be safe.
On your mental climb, but Cloud
So you're
does
going to
have
need
a rifle as
8,000
well.
credits.
Does he get the chance to use it?
And you're going to get
No,
4,800.
Looking out. 1v3. All right, that's
Oh, no,
a
you're going to
shot.
get 5,800. So.
You're gonna make him sweat
So
here,
you
Nuki.
need, you want in the
Make them
bank
work for their dinner. They gotta get a move on.
2-2-0-0.
Nuki is gonna make this one
Which some of them do,
painful.
but some
Give
of them
himself a
don't.
chance. Oh, the oh! There is something about this man that is always so dangerous. The time is running low. Magnum's patience is being tested, and he's done perfectly well in the end. Got a
So you
little
want
bit
about
scary
like
there.
2,000
But
credits.
again, they survive.
They survive to fight another day. 2 more rounds.
And then you'll be able to buy both
They
no
do have
matter
the
what.
thrash back on narrate. It's going to be interesting
Like
to see
even like
if they do this
worst case
4-man
scenario,
V hit
right?
again,
Like
or if
you
they're
get no
gonna use
kills,
it.
nothing
They
happens.
know that Giantx, they get the Raze on the aggressive A line. If they set Raze up on this A line and they're playing alone, and you do the thrash and you run up behind it, are you able to catch that? There's the I saw the pings on the map. They know about the Omen Flash. They're talking about this Omen Flash. They're actually changing their setup for the first time right now. They're reading, hey, the last time they had the Thrash, they went B with it. Let's do this like aggressive B player, peak or something like that.
Yeah,
So again, they're going for the same thing.
This is
Like
just kind
over
of
to
setting
B, but they see a different setup. They see the Sage. They go, okay, let's come to the Sage. So they recognize a different setup. They go, we don't like this. We want to avoid, you know, this guy.
When it comes to their kind of control towards A, normally a bit of fade utility comes in, a little bit of a scrap from Fatinho. None of that this time. So it's different. This is going to be surely catching them out. And Nuki.
Why? Your team's all the way through B. They have all the info here. Your teammates have a info on mid. They broke the Sage wall. You know that they're towards A. They have to be there. There's no other place they could be.
Yeah, this is scary times now, and all of that information free-flowing. Narrate wants to kind of turn those screws as well, get that pressure building towards CT, secure that space. Smoke goes up as well. That's going to be deep down towards that CT side to facilitate this plant safely. And if you're Carmine Core, you're starting to smile a little bit here. You're starting to feel out this game because you've just got yourself a plant safe on the site. You've got good control. No lurk's going to be coming in, but that's fine. They can kind of dig their heels in a little bit because they've got utility, but there's a counter flood. Redguard just walks out, takes down one, but a quick trade out. Fatinho falls, and he's stuck on the side. He can't do a thing about it. Martin can't punish, but he knows where they are. This is the issue. They are running out of time, and they're running out of bodies. Redguard is doing everything this man possibly can. Hody in unison. There's still a chance. Redguard, he's not stopping the defuse. Redguard! Are you kidding me?
Oh no.
That was actually so much.
Oh no.
Again in Hody. You got me right.
Oh
yeah,
no.
You got me. I'm sticking this defuse. You're gonna multi-frag.
Oh no.
Hody with so many big moments for his team. Maybe not even like showing up. I mean, Cloud was the other person that was doing that. So it was a little bit of a team effort there.
Oh no.
There was a real chance.
Any comms?
Taking us to overtime. I wish
any two detained?
A little bit better, a little bit slower. Played a little bit with the.
I honestly think he didn't know that the guy he was shooting at was detained.
Final map, Lotus.
But then again, maybe he doesn't know someone's not holding for him, but that's tough. It doesn't call the number, that is right. It doesn't say it. And it was kind of weird because he detained. I assume they thought that Redguard maybe was the only one detained. And he didn't know that the other guy, because they were quite far away to be honest. I was quite surprised they did get both.
Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso.
Oh no.
Ask about Lola. Caballo Grande. Lord Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Oh, we go to map 3.
I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
This was Air China, Korean Air, China's Southern Airlines, Qantas, JetBlue, Air France is what it's called. Southwest Airlines, Japan Airlines, Singapore Airlines, Thai Airways. That's what they were called. Only one is not the NFL. What? Red Horner, Gump Worsley, and Joe Malone are among Hall of Famers. Burt Bell was the NFL. That sounds like the NFL. Counted the Hartford Blues. I think the Hartford Blues is the NFL. Played a shortened 10-game season in 1943 due to World War II. I think that is the NFL. I haven't heard of any of those. That one is the NHL. Let's fucking go. Anyway, I'm actually gonna take a break. Sorry, had to be done. And my question to you all today is, who's winning map 3? As we get this banger song. Let's dance. Hold on. I'll be back in a second.
It's a solid response from Giantx on map 2. They bring everything even, which means we're guaranteed a map 3 in this series. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Kukuka and Ash with me back on the desk. Before we get into it, we got to address how that game ended. Ash, we don't see that very often, do we?
No, you don't. And I mean, that was 2 players detained there into that defuse, and no one goes to check beforehand, allowing all 3 players to survive to allow that defuse to even happen. And even then, no one has eyes on it. At that point, you cannot let that go.
I mean, it was also the nade, from FUT, like preventing those things from happening. But I think that in between all of that, you get lost in the sauce and you forget if you heard the tap or if you haven't heard it. And Record just sticks it. Like, he knows this situation and he's been there. But hear me out. K-Corp were taking the right measurements round after round, and this could have perfectly gone to OT because, it's literally a matter of checking or not checking.
Yeah, it was very close indeed. But thankfully, some of the adaptations we saw from Giants allowed them to have a pretty sizable lead in the end, because the Sage, I don't know how we feel about it, but let's talk about the war usage, Ash, because you were spotting that they were doing this quite a lot and it wasn't really working.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of questions about the Sage, the fact that you were going to be lacking a lot of that information, and it looks like on the attacking side, Giantx, they tried to make up for that with cutting off.
Oh, wait, they're in 100k versus 100k?
Well towards that
Black Sea versus San Francisco?
Continue to get just shot down, but they ended up switching things up in the end and made that comeback.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, they were using these walls, to get deeper onto CT and to use them differently. I think that, at the beginning, it was just trying things.
100k?
This is all like testing from what they've been doing on Prax. And then
who people betting
after
on?
that,
Giants?
it was reading more
a lot of
into what he
Giants
could do with
support.
it and just trying different things. And we can totally respect
What's
that.
the egg thinking at this point?
About 100 Thieves then, all right? So, my impression of 100 Thieves is that
no one cares.
Boostio's got them headed in the right direction. They are willing to take fights. They're not trying to play to only get the trade out. They're happy to send it a little bit, be aggressive on defense, that kind of thing. One of the
your Sentinel, traditional Sentinel, with another Sentinel that is Sage, technically, but still was sending in the cast, and I think it's very important. Like, I think that Keiko should have abused that situation
This
way
still
more.
called
The fact that
Sideshow? I
they
don't have him
could
as a
not
friend on
watch over
Discord.
the flanks, but with someone being on the flanks. Rega was doing that, but it's literally just one person.
I mean, this is what we spoke about when it comes to Giants, right? They do have those players, Cloud, Hoodie, Red Guy as well. If they needed to be
Can we have a
bailed out when
co-stream with
things aren't
Sideshow?
working, they will be bailed out.
I mean, I wouldn't say no. I didn't know he was gonna do EMEA, to be honest, but I guess if there's no America's games on, it makes sense.
Again, it really feels like on the side of K-Core, they are cooking, like N is
I would do it.
things. Giants
See, people always ask me to do ones with Sliggy, but I think for what...
Expecting that again on Lotus?
I mean, I would like to see some Gecko. I remember
See, it's interesting, right? Like, I'm gonna talk to you about how I think about streaming. Right, for me, there are some games where I'm dialed in, right? And I'm only focusing on the game, and I'm not looking at chat, and I'm not looking at fucking anything else. And I'm dialed in on the game. And that's what I kind of say Sliggy is more all the time. But there's other games where I'm, you know, more loose, right? It might be between two teams that I don't think are that good. It might be not that interesting of a game, right? If it's a more boring mirror ascent comp, like, you know, it's like, if I don't think I'm going to learn anything from the game itself that much, you know, I'm not as in on it. So I think when people ask for me to co-stream with Sliggy, I don't think Sliggy could ever co-stream with anyone. Just because the way he does it, he's like too in on the game. It just wouldn't work. With Sideshow it probably would, because he's more, you know, he's just chilling and watching, and, you know, just talking about what he thinks every so often, which is kind of what I do for most of these games. But I think, yeah.
You know, to develop as a player.
Like obviously when you bring in a second person, I mean, like when I have Elevated on, right? It's a different vibe. Because you're kind of then just talking as, like, you know, as people, you're not like in on the game. You know, you're asking each other questions and you're making jokes and stuff like that. You know, you're not like, oh, Comic Core, look at this B split, and oh, look at what they've done here. As we get to the old fucking boring meta. Fuck, if it wasn't so late, I'd start walking. I didn't walk today. I know, it was disappointing. But the thing was, I was planning on probably walking today. I'm too tired to walk now, to be honest. My eyes kind of hurt. I don't want to walk now. But then I should. I'll walk tomorrow for sure, because there'll definitely be some boring maps then. But
ultimate flex player.
Yeah, I mean, that NA blood coming in, right?
He can play everything.
Apparently, and you know, he was very locked in.
I'll be walking tomorrow, because I mean, tomorrow we got so many games, so I'm gonna have to walk. Again, I'm gonna miss the RRQ game, but other than that, I should be up for every other one, I hope.
Now that he's headed over to the EMEA scene, and I think something that I'm looking towards, the Fade in the Sky, I think with the Lotus changes makes a lot of sense for both these teams as well, with the new 50/50s that were added, just that additional ability to clear out those angles.
That blinds me
I can't wait
less.
to see who's going to come out on top here and send
again,
this
it's kind of
back
my highlight.
into game
like
with your
that.
casters who are officially known as Pansy and Steel, aka
Feel.
I once again refute that. I'll take Stanzy.
Yeah.
Any of those, like any options, I'm down for that. No, vetoed. But yeah, let's focus in, because map 3, actually kind of a big deal now, right? Because Sunset came out as a bit of a curveball to my eyes, but great to see Giantx kind of finally showing a little bit of something on that. Almost petered out at the
So what,
end,
13,
but
11,
across the line,
13,
right?
10?
They got there. Carmine Core on map 1.
Map 3, overtime, Gigabanger, 18, 16.
Close maps.
Yeah.
Now, map 3, I have no idea what to expect
Flexi
between
sweating.
these two. It was left in the veto, clearly. They were happy enough to go there, but which team's actually comfortable here? I couldn't tell you for love and money, but already Fatinho finds the first. Quick trade out. So Tomasi not letting that go.
And as we all know, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish here. So this third map going to be very important to get a good start into the season.
I think already, just at eye test alone, both of these teams have kind of proven quite nicely for us a couple of problems, or, you know, a couple of things that they could fix down the line, and but also the potential's been off the charts. I mean, map 1, I think a lot of the Carmine Core fans will be happy with what they saw there. Giantx fans will be happy with map 2, you know.
Well, they're
maybe a
expecting
couple
some kind of
issues,
reaction, but actually
still,
Common Core are a bit slow.
overall, pretty good performance.
Oh,
Free
they
site
don't
here.
plan for this, which
And
I'm
I
a
like
bit
what we were
surprised
talking about Narrate earlier. Obviously, like I'm stansying for Narrate a little
Did they
bit
just say
here.
steal
I
his
think,
casting?
his-
I mean, you
his
might be able to
flexibility,
hear
it's
his
not
voice.
just, like, playing agents,
This
it's
isn't
like
a
playing
permanent
agents,
thing. This is
different
just
agents as well.
his hype work isn't there
So,
for whatever reason.
You're gonna see this 4 versus 4.
Great
retake.
bait.
The Sheriff on the Killjoy. Love that personally.
All right, I'm looking to see what springboards them
I
forward.
don't.
Looks like just the paranoia was
Attack
set through.
side
They're
is
going to go
fine.
for the
Well, it's
challenge
better.
already. A little bit of a trade out on the side. Magnum and Nary still going to be on this one. Shin tries to get the little diffuse started. Dips away for a second. And Verdinho
So again,
found
I
it
don't
is
get
clean
why.
from
I mean, even
Carmine
if you are
Core.
pushing this, if
Yeah,
this
that
is your
was
plan,
kind of interesting that round. Just from the
I
get-go.
mean, yeah, they had a
just,
guy
like,
in here.
once that initial fight happened,
thing I
and
don't
it came
get
down to
is,
this
like,
4 versus 4, it was clear to me that there
Planting
was like,
here is
okay,
just so
what's
good that you
next?
should just always
Neither
do it if you
team
can.
really knew exactly what was next. We saw Giantx.
Instead, they
they're
kind
like,
of
okay, we already
tapped,
have people walking towards C.
realized
There's a
they
big
wanted
fight
to
happening
push
at
down
B. Maybe there's
waterfall,
an opening that
flash.
I think it's 2-on-1. They get into the site, they get the plant, but it didn't look
And
like
that's the
Carmine
kill,
Core
really.
had like a really good plan behind it. But then they come in for the retake. They have one coming late through waterfall
Why did
area,
Magnum buy a
free
sheriff?
respawn,
What's he
and
playing,
they come
Killjoy?
in and they just win their duels. They're so good at just doing the basic stuff well that this is
Yeah,
what's
I don't love a
kind of
defense side
carrying them
Killjoy
right now.
sheriff. It's not for me.
Continues now, obviously going to propel themselves forward.
Attack
in this
side,
round.
do whatever the
Bulldogs
fuck you
coming
want.
out. There's still
Defense side,
some
not for
an
me.
SMG in the play, but beyond that, pretty comfortable on this buy. On the other side, Sheriff's and a Ghost, so
Like,
you're looking
damage
at fine
abilities on
standing, if
pistol round
possible, working themselves
are really
completely
good.
into this game. It's still the standard
really
we hold
good.
across the board here. I want to see these rounds kept
You know,
as
like when everyone's only got 100 health,
Just get a good read,
dealing,
I guess, if you're
you know,
Giantx trying
30
to get a good mental
is actually
picture of what you're
like
coming up
really
against
useful.
it. So you can kind of test out, and this is a brutal side to try and
It's like
break
shock
into.
darts, right? Like shock darts on pistol, cooking.
Tomasi already going to find one. See the utility being worked, but this is good. This is fact-finding for the bigger buy rounds, but still, Carmine Core have bodies here. They've got a boatload of utility, a boatload of bodies, and yeah, Red Guard's gotten a little bit closer, which is nice, but again, this isn't the round to be looking at, you know, the bigger picture. You want to see them trying to get those little bits of information. Testing out the timing, 40 seconds now. Clock going to start becoming a factor soon.
Just classics, except for the Sheriff on the board. They're baiting this. Oh, this is so smart, actually. It didn't work out, but it was smart.
The theory.
The
Theory's
theory
there.
behind it. They
The
opened
classic,
door, they made
let's
all this
just
pressure, they
wait,
made this noise
we're
towards
EMEA.
A. Hey, like we're over here. Cut noise completely. Don't peek, don't
Sexo
jiggle,
made
don't
any
make
goofy
steps at
TPs
all.
yet. He
And now
TP'd
Carmine
into
Core's like,
spawn
oh,
on
we've already
split
been into this
with his
rotate.
ult,
What are
but
we
it
gonna
actually
do?
got a
We can't
kill.
just rotate back
They
to
lost the
BRC.
round, but
Let's
not
just
really
push in
because of that.
together. They push in. If there
Other
was
than
a-
that, I wouldn't say he's done anything
that
too
was-
crazy.
that
He's
was
actually
like,
played a
they're
pretty
probably
good
not
game.
gonna win the round, but at least they can get a kill or two. Maybe they get a kill, they pick up a Spectre or a Bulldog or a Stinger, and then they're able to use that to get another kill.
Oh yeah, it
It's
was
like
against
that,
an eco,
you know,
so yeah, that was
things
pretty
kind of
bad.
spiral.
there, yeah.
But just starting with that one thing, that was their opening. It almost happened. The vision was there.
Hey, let's see if that continues as we get into the real meat of things, right? This is still a bit of a bonus round, though. We do have Bulldogs out, so 4 Bulldogs is still the SMG in play.
So they put a smoke there
So
and
this is
then
just,
silent push
you
this
tilt
way.
this towards Giantx, but oh my god, getting proactive, and that's dangerous.
Nice
Who are you going to be
fucking
found
round.
near on
Nice
first?
fucking
And look
plan.
at the time left.
Love that,
It's
the
a minute
smoke in
20 on
here.
the board. They've got so much to try and
Killjoy
navigate now,
Viper
and they've
push. I
lost
mean, obviously
all
it
that
has the
impact.
potential to go
Funneling
disastrously
straight
wrong,
towards
but
that
it's a
C
bonus
site.
round, so it doesn't
Looking
matter
like
if
they
it
wanna
goes
try to draw
disastrously
this
wrong.
out, but they have
That's why this is
no
such a
real
good round to
way
go
to
for this
get
kind
in
of
there
plan.
cleanly. They have very little left with this. Cloud, yes, can facilitate something, but this is uncomfy.
Very different approach than we saw in the last map, where they had a very similar composition. They had the
And now you got
Cypher
no
instead of the
control over
Killjoy,
here. That's
but
why
they
it's
were
important
very
that this guy
static in
doesn't
their
die.
setups. They were doing like the 2B, 3A
I think it
stuff.
was
They
a
weren't
Killjoy
getting
Viper, so
down
maybe you
dirt
think the
here.
Viper would have pushed,
Killjoy and the
maybe
Viper
less of the
pushing up
Killjoy,
A
but
main. Through the attacker Viper wall, maybe.
Time. Time.
They pushed up and cleared A main. They pushed him back and they got the opening kill. We didn't see that from Carmine
don't have
Core
dog?
at all, really, except for one round on defense when they were on eco last game.
And look at the time this is costing them, right? They had to reclear all this space.
Smoke.
So no one obviously
You're like,
watching behind.
this,
so
when
they
you
had
see
to
the smoke,
reclear
go
this
B,
down
go B,
20
go B, go B,
seconds
go
or
B,
so
go
now.
B.
By the time they're getting towards
Get
the
there,
site,
get there, get
you've
there.
already
What's
just
this?
had,
Oh wait, that's
on
your
the other
smoke?
side.
I thought
Nary
this was
putting down
regular.
the
Oh, he
utility
did put
to
one
clear out,
down.
make sure No one's over by Mound. They're forced in towards B here. There are very few options. Fortunately,
Oh, guys,
Redgar is
come on.
hitting.
If they're putting
Takes
down
away
the smoke
Shin, but that plant is still
with such
precarious,
little
still
time.
dangerous, and they're swinging the smoke. They've denied it, and that is
Okay, you still win
everything.
anyway.
That is huge work from
Or just win
Carmichael.
like that. That's cool
Yeah,
too.
Giantx just had no options there. They have to go back and re-clear A, but when they go A, they're trying to open the door. Hey, fake A, go B. But what is that actually doing? It's pulling all of the players from C to where? towards B, because that's the first stop on the way back towards A is to stop at B. So we see the flood coming in. They're coming.
The initial idea was really good.
Waterfall. They're just sprinting in. Once they hear that spike is starting to get planted, they're like, this is our opportunity. They either have to stick the spike and they're a man down, or they get off of it and we just do this brawl anyways. Really good reactions from Karmine Corp right now.
Again, full
Completely
share.
different defense than we saw last map.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the comfort of where their map pool's starting to lie. Obviously, this is the beauty of early season, right? You have no idea what the map pool's really going to look like from these teams. This looks a little bit better for Karmine Corp. Obviously, Sunset was Giantx's choice, but regardless, they do look quite nice here for now. We'll see if that continues as Giantx are going to be having to, you know, suffer through this round, really. Yes, Sheriff's a little bit of utility here and there, but very little to report. Oh, Redgar still trying to be dangerous, trying to take some space. Vitinho taking heads as well. They're not going down without a fight. And the UI's not going down with the round either. But you know what, that's fine. We'll catch up. There it is. Nookie and Hoodie, the last two alive, but maybe they could get a little bit of damage as well. That could be good. These are rifles. These are expensive pieces for the puzzle for Karmine Corp. And options and opportunities later on, potentially for Giantx.
Problem
Nookie
I mean,
there, lockdown on the horizon could be
oh,
lovely.
do they not know where they both are?
Not
Okay,
going to
Magnum's
make any mess of that.
doing absolute
Nookie
work here.
Very comfortably, and it should be Hoodie as a formality now with 38 seconds. This should be very difficult.
Yeah, this is going to be almost impossible. First kill on Magnum could be a thing, but the high-low setup would narrate.
Shouldn't happen, right?
Wait, he's still alive. I thought for sure that guy was a goner. He's down to 7 health. I thought for sure one bullet was going to do it with the Sheriff. But yeah, I mean, all you can really hope for from Hoodie here is maybe
You gotta die.
Maybe take away some
10 seconds left.
money.
Something.
Get it more than just one ulti orb. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that round just gone. And I need to see something more from Giantx here. So when we talk about like the game,
Karmine Corp win this, my may pick him to 0-2. Yeah, mine too.
Too many things to be
Unlucky.
They don't have like stuns from Breach. They don't have like scans. They have the dog from Sky, but realistically, when they're
What do you think of this Vandal?
on attack, they need to take a little bit more map control and do more fakes, do things with info denial, try to break out the Killjoy utility
Timeout?
a little bit earlier.
I keep thinking when they come to this, it's it must be a timeout.
On their setups here. They're not even playing anyone C right now. They're doing an aggressive B play right now. This is really cool, and we're going to see all these coming in play soon too.
Yeah, a bit of variety, trying to take that map space.
They have the
Social
wall up,
presence here.
they
Magnum, I mean,
peek.
putting shots down
Prowler
range and hoping
sees
for
nothing.
connection.
I mean, they're playing full retake C. They don't even have any
ult.
ults.
B attempt of maybe trying to walk someone out. I'm surprised they didn't commit a bit further towards it. Tomasi, fantastic pick up towards Hoodie. Oh, come off it. A follow-up too just seems almost unfair.
Nice
and
fade
Giantx
one.
are left in tatters. They've got very
Man,
little
this
space.
kid
They're
can
stuck
play
in
anything.
no man's land. They don't know much about the back lines, really. They just have to try and face forward or walk back into the unknown. They are in danger, and the damage off the tap of the orb. You can see the reaction. Tomasi wanted to punish Vitinho, trying to calm
that might be a double.
That could be, but I don't think it's going to actually connect as well as he had hoped. It's not. And now they're starting to struggle here, starting to clutch at straws, trying to find any options available, but Karmine Corp already starting to surround this. They aren't putting everything out here. It looks like the swing comes in. It's a 1-for-1.
That's the spike.
And that's another issue. Vitinho flies in, though. That's fantastic. Vitinho still with a
Oh,
chance.
did he try
37
this?
seconds. Spike back into play. He's got his ult and a 1v2. Difficult. Spot out already. I'm
Nade?
pretty sure he just saw Shin there.
30 seconds left.
Toying with this. He's got to know both players nearby. How much can he do? Paranoia is sent down. 20 seconds now, time ticking. Paint Shell there to try and find some safety. Pops the he's getting paranoid, he's getting nervous, he's getting worried. He wants to plant, but he won't have the time to get away from
Wow, they
this.
actually
Not at all.
just
Shin played it
walked
very
around
well
both
there.
sides.
If he'd left it
They
a
read
second
that like a
later,
book.
That could have been dangerous.
And Karmine Corp is just steamrolling right now. They have so much confidence. You can see it in all the individual decisions that they're making. You can see it how they're calling
Timeout.
the starter round plan with the 3 people B, leaving C completely wide open. They don't care. Now they have the Viper ulti unlocked. They have the Killjoy ulti for the retakes on whichever site. We do see the attacker Killjoy ulti as well, but are they going to use it here? Are they going to buy? They could get Vandals and Light Shields. They can't really do much more than that. They have to take attack. They have to think about what are we going to do here.
Great timeout.
5-0. We're not really playing into our.
There it is. I mean, Giants tough start. Very tough start.
We don't have options.
Did not
We can't
expect this, to
cancel
be
our
honest.
plan
Just
once
a
we see that,
random
like, things are looking a little bit bad. We're
crazy,
just
like,
bleeding out here. What can we do to
13-0
stabilize?
start.
How can we like make this a little bit easier for us? We haven't seen them work towards C.
13-0,
really.
5-0.
We've only seen them go on into B when it's like these late round situations where they're not able to go here or there. So they need to just like pull something else out of their strat book. They have to have more depth than this, right?
You'd hope so. I mean, they kind of took that look towards that C-side initially when, again, though, you look at what happened, the fact that
TMV has always been a fraud with Preds, so it's not a surprise.
The entire plan, and that got scrapped.
Look, my Preds, I would say,
like
are
mixed,
sure,
I don't even say like upper
but
hand,
they're
I say
about as good as
comfortable,
anyone
they've just
else's.
been really not put out of place by Giantx.
You just remember mine.
Here when it comes to at least the early rounds, it feels like. We didn't even see the end goal of potentially that 3-man stack in B when we saw them kind of like pushing out. There's a lot of unknown with Carmine Core that's been working, so I'm a bit worried that Giantx don't even see the full picture yet. They're still trying to catch up on what's in front of them. It does look like the light shield, vandals or rifles just coming out here. Judge in play as well. That's for Hoodie. So they are starting to really feel the
They're gonna lock down here. The Raze is here.
Through this. I mean, the lockdown's there for Nuki. Maybe this is the chance. Maybe
Destroy
this
it.
is the
That's
round
good.
that can pull something. Oh no! No! Look at the patience. Look at the patience. Look at this man. Oh my word! Oh my word! The turn. He got two. He got Redgar as well. This is devastating. This round's already in tatters. By not checking that box, things have just gone nuclear.
You know,
Spike's
you talk
down in
about
an awful
Redguard,
spot.
You talk about how much experience he has and what he's bringing to the table as an IGL
They
here.
want,
but we're just
I mean.
seeing we're out of options. What do we do?
Could Viper
Let's just go
spit this if they
5-man
want.
B from the start of the round. We have Omen ulti. Why are we not trying to fake like we're taking control of an area, denying info, using the Omen ulti to pull rotations, to scout out what's happening in the site? They're not even clearing their corners. They don't even spam the box at the start of the round. They're not doing the fundamentals right. It's like the whole team has a mental cloud blocking them from doing just like the simple things right now. And Carmine Core is doing the simple things flawlessly.
I'm a little bit stunned, especially after a timeout that you just had kick in. You'd think they'd come in with the best approach possible. They'd maybe get their head straight a little bit here. Yeah, again 3 still standing. Money's gonna be really swelling to the Carmine Core side. They can start getting a little bit more buffer behind them, and they felt no bigger threat. Yeah, a couple of ults are still here, but they're gonna be down on sheriffs on a very.
Who put big points on Carmine Core?
I'm worried about this. This
Who put big points on Giants?
What? How did he get Redgar then? Thank you for the slow-mo, because this just seems, I watched it 2 times and did.
What you see is what you get.
Yeah, apparently. But I'm worried for Giantx, because this is where you'd think with Pipson being coach, with Redgar as an IGL, they should be able to give you these solutions, and they're not finding it yet. Now we're starting to see Carmine Core flex a little, right? We've got a little
back
more
on the
aggressive
save.
here from Shin. Paranoia have to be invested to force him away, so he's going to be taking away some of that critical utility they're going to be dwindling on here. Already Fatinho trying to find a fight early on,
for a reason.
not really falling for this.
Yeah, you see the same pack, the Fade, the Raze, the Omen, fighting together this time at C, leaving a little bit of exposure towards A. Viper getting a little bit interested in what's happening over at A. Hoodie's out, saying, hey guys, there's nothing here. Maybe we can come back. Killjoy's got a couple of mollies to stall, but that's about it. They're leveraging the Raze rocket, the Killjoy ulti for this retake. They know that there's no real counterplay from the attackers. If the attackers decide to go A, what are they going to do? But Viper, already getting into the site, is going to reactively place this Viper ulti here if needed, but getting spammed through the smoke is just like,
that's a spot as well.
It's assault on the wounds right now.
Yeah, this is insult to injury sort of level. They're going to start struggling with this one because they've just lost out on Hoodie, which is rough. And again, Magnum got the follow-up. He even noted the second player there.
No, you know it's Killjoy Viper
They
here.
already have bodies towards
Again,
B.
looks like we're going to gear up for a B
So they
split.
don't have any real threat here yet. Carmine Core feeling not pushed out of position, not feeling worried about it. And you're looking at the time, we're down to 20 seconds on the board. So this is when you're running low. Again, there's the utility in play. They have a complete control of this map. Redgar slipping a little deeper is about the only thing that they got on their side. And it doesn't even matter. The spike's finally gone down, but you've got 3 players and a prayer, basically. And what do you do? Now you've got the lockdown coming in against you. What are you meant to do with this?
And you're 2 men down. You can't even trade, really. You do.
Oh
no! You hate to see that. It's just like, everything's over, and then it's just like, it's even more over at that point.
My eyes!
Laugh it off. Do you just get sad? Like, what? Oh, man. It's just like...
My eyes.
At this point, type of thing.
I mean, it's the revenge arc, right?
Road manners. 1,000 bits. I don't even know what is bits.
Was rough. It was
What's
a
that, 10
really
pounds?
rough season for them.
$10? Is that what 1,000 bits
I think
is?
we saw glimmers of hope throughout it, but I mean, they gutted it from the inside out, right? They completely rebuilt this roster.
10
They got
whole
arguably
bucks?
one of
13-0? Just to say 13-0?
In the game behind this team. They went to market and they got themselves a squad. Already seeing this is fantastic for them. 7-0, this is a big confidence booster. Again,
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say
still
13-3.
that hasn't rebuilt massively. This is a huge
And Jackpot TV with 3 months. Thank you.
Prize to put on the mantelpiece, but we go back in. Buy back in place. Couple of ults in play here for Giantx. They have an opportunity to do something with this, but Shin once again rinse and repeat.
Oh my
and this
God.
time he draws blood from it.
Yeah, man. So right now, your Giantx, you have to be thinking, what are we going to do to get ourselves our first round on the board? And they have 3 ultis to work with. They have the cabbages from the sky. They could use the Omen ulti as part of a fake with the sky ulti once they get the information. They can hunt down the Viper with the sky cabbages.
Okay.
And the ulti doesn't matter because when he just walks in and just takes him out.
I mean, that's just a stupid play, but it worked, I guess.
Reasonable things.
If it works for you. Now, they still got these.
Plant will be coming down. This is the best opportunity.
Nuki's probably going to ult from tree
They
here.
can get themselves a little bit more situated, right? The post plant can be a little bit more comfortable, but we're going to start seeing those ults being lent upon. Nuki almost just trying to hinder, slow down, keep them back. You can see the temptation.
Yeah,
Cloud's really chomping at that bit. He's like, but what if I get the timing right? I can get 3. Guys, think about what I could do here. And the timing could be right.
Oh, the
Depends on
siege.
Shin. He does catch Shin. That opens up the
I know
floodgates
this
to
guy's
the
here.
potential of the lurk. But now look towards the side. Fatino's still waiting patiently. And
Am I
actually
crazy?
denies the ult, doing any sort of
Well,
damage.
no
leaving it
13-0.
all on Magnum in a 1v3. There we go.
Whee!
Response
Yay!
made
We
for
won a
Giantx,
round
but it
because
was a
we
long
got
time
this
coming.
kill on
It's
the
just
Viper, I
crazy to
guess.
see that the first round that they get on the board, they have Omen ulti, they have Sky ulti, and they have Viper ulti at their disposal. And what do? They lose first blood instantly, and then they go and walk into a Viper ulti 1 versus 1 to open up the round there. That is just like, this is not...
Are they taking a timeout?
That's not what
Maybe
you
to
wanna
chill.
bank on, right?
I keep thinking it's timeouts because they keep going to their faces. I've been conditioned.
How we should
And there's music as well. Why is there music?
Get him, but you know, when we look at
The Pacific had music as well.
Right, like there is a reason that round is not a repeatable round that you're going to be looking back on going, awesome guys, do it again. You're looking at
Oh, we are in a timeout.
and what can we implement going forward to try and salvage
Second
this
Giants timeout?
Yeah. Well, if I'm Hoodie, I'm definitely telling, hey, Redgar, I'm walking out A for free every round. This is so free. You guys can go towards C. There's a lot of, you know, you're going to have to fight into 3 people.
Excited for a long
Shin's
day
doing this
tomorrow,
play where
kid.
He's getting out behind Mound, teleporting away after
A lot
gets
of
that
Valorant
value.
to be played.
But if we're able to get into C area,
Forto
guys
Giants going
rock
out
it on the
first, who
base.
do you think?
3 people
Fuck.
there. I'm going to walk out A. You can send 2 more people back
Man, that's
to me,
tough.
and then you guys can do
I
a fake
want to
onto
say
C
Giants,
with the
even
raise
though they were
rocket,
my
see what value
Morocco.
you can get, and then we have just the Killjoy or just the Viper on A. We can easily go in 2, 3 versus 1, get that kill, and then Hoodie can.
I mean, you could
post
sleep
plan,
now. What?
pop
You
the
don't need
Viper
to be
ulti,
up now.
stabilize on the site. Is that the play they're going to do? There was a timeout. Is that what they talk about? I hope they have an actual plan with these ults.
So if Comical wins, does that mean that they've now passed the Giants gatekeeper test and off a reel now?
Well, here we go. Let's see if
Well, that was Giants of last year. Maybe Giants of this year are just shit.
Get you in there.
Who would have
As
thought?
It stands, patient beginnings. It is similar scenes though. You're absolutely on the money. Hoodie, once again, no real challenge over by Rob. Yes, we've seen one challenge early on, which did go Casey's favor.
No, I won't be up at 6
Again,
a.m.
Not going to get anything for it. Looks like they're going to be leaning through towards B, and there's players here. There's a disaster around this corner. This could be a horror show for Giantx if they continue along this path, and they're going to go for it. Coutinho going to lead the way. They are just behind these smokes, and the flash is just a disaster again. Look at this. Magnum gets a freebie onto Coutinho. They now know the plan. The ult's going to come in.
Bro,
though.
what
That
is going
could
on?
Give them a bit of stability here.
They might end up closing this round with this Viper ulti really well placed to save.
Still, they got a big
basically
kill on
all of the
Magnum. Now look
waterfall
at this.
entrance here. The Flood having to come
This
through
round's
heaven,
over.
and not even a great amount of space
Red
there.
Gull wins this
Redgar
round.
in position to get a great back.
Unless the Viper dies.
Takes down Hoodie of all the people, and then Nary's next man in. This is so punishing. Redgar and Nuki, though, still in this one, still having an opportunity to do some damage. Look at this timing. It's exceptional. Tomasi isn't stopping, though, and neither is Martin. This
Literally
is
unlosable.
just horrific for Giantx.
Unlosable.
That is heartbreak, but what a way to play it back through for Carmine Core.
The thing is, like, I don't even know if Giantx would have deserved that round
No,
in that situation.
your
right?
expression at the start of it was just horrific.
But like we see a Hoodie going out A, and then he's going to come back to B, group with a team. I see the vision getting into B, get that flank, get the Viper ulti down, we're going to win. But when you go into B, you can't just go into B and just expect that to be it. You need to get into the extremities. You have to take control over Blue or Heaven or Waterfall. You need control of space to deny the amount of places they can flood from. Yeah, sure, they have Redguard on the flank, but they had no info C. They didn't even have info B. They could walk into a 3-man trap again. You know, Martine could be there behind the box again. Did they even clear it?
And now, a little bit of a... I want to see the difference here. Again, we do have this similar look to an extent, at least coming out from
I mean, they
Carmichael.
force
set this
because of course
precedent that
they do,
will
but...
put players towards Mound. This time it is a different player, though. Just the same. Shin before, going to be picking up that mantle, rotating off the back, because look at this. They have so much of the map for free. They know this. They can instantly put bodies towards B, towards A. They can just leave him to his own devices. Does Fatinho connect? That could be critical, and it is fantastic.
Nice on the
That
phone,
is
Megan.
site ready for the taking, but now what is that?
No
Threads
way.
the needle so perfectly to find Redgar and Fatinho and basically make this one back.
Still worried about a lurk in here, because this turret shot someone.
The plant will come in uncontested as it stands, as Hoodie basically using himself as the bodyguard, right? I'll put my life on the line for this. You better get that plant down.
Oh
He's
my God.
overwhelmed. Martine so quick to swing around that corner. Back down to the 2v2 now. Nari's still standing, though there's still a problem until then. Cloud holding onto the line. TP gets taken. Shin falls to Cloud.
So they actually knew where both were because the door opened here, and they obviously knew that the Sky was on site as well. So that was actually winnable in the 2v2, but
being won right now off the back of Hoodie walking out saying, hey, it's clear, hey, I think the Viper's playing in tree every round. The Killjoy lurk into B from Nuki, realizing, hey, the turret's in blue room right now. The Killjoy's probably towards the A part of the map. They know it's just those two to deal with. The Rocket coming in with the Omen blind into tree room, the Rocket taking out the Viper, Killjoy falling, and it's like everything's looking good for you. Can you rely on that again? Are you going to combo these ultis with the Sky Cabbages plus the Omen ulti? We haven't really seen, we saw the Cabbages, but we haven't really seen the Omen ulti yet.
He got the rocket. Come on, come on. That just seems...
They're so shook. They're so shook because they've lost Redgar there. Shin's been winning that duel a lot, so they're just like giving so much respect.
and he's redoing the one way as well.
But look at the rotation, right? They've got so much faith in Shin. They're leaving him solo here. Yeah, he's playing a little bit further ahead, so he can kind of... I guess there's still time for them to get to the side, but he's felt that pressure. He's decided
Where is
wisely
Scream?
to back away,
Oh,
give
buddy.
up a little bit of that space. The first
Have I
time
got
we've seen
news
them
for
really
you?
check on this to pressure this point well. Shin sends down the paranoia, dips away further. Still going to make them work for their dinner. All this utility to just clear him. Nuki backhands him, but flying through the air. Oh
What?
my God! There's no way he's doing this. 3 kills. Giantx can't catch a break. This one, just put a fork in it, it's done. It's overdone, if anything. Nuki and Hoodie, you're gonna need to dig your heels in. Show me what you're made of here.
Stick a fork in me, Jerry, I'm cooked. Oh my goodness, it's just like... Just anybody that's played Raze for Carmine today has had such a huge impact with the abilities.
Okay, first step.
First step.
Hoodie, no more steps. Okay, this,
Yeah. I'm almost
Oh
speechless
my
at this point
goodness.
because it's like, it doesn't matter what Giantx is doing right now. You could tell from the way that they're playing these rounds out that they don't have depth to their game plan. They don't have confidence in their game plan, and they don't have confidence in what's happening right now. Hopefully, like going to the second half, they have way more comfort on their defense side. But right now, it looks like they're just drawing blanks. They don't know what to do. They have all this space at A, but they don't use it. They have like a congestion at C, but they can't get an early kill or early stabilization there. And then they just say, well, nothing's working, let's just go B. But they're going to go into B, and we're going to see all of Carmine there again.
Look at how, yeah,
I
look at how
genuinely worry
risky
about
like
the
they're
bigger picture
playing.
map pool-wise for
They
Giantx,
just don't
because
care.
We saw, yes, Sunset looked okay. I wouldn't say
They're
it was
just playing like
perfect. They got
completely
pushed, but
free.
Yeah, okay. I'll bank that for another time. For now, you can already see this. Yeah, this is starting to look really worrying. No one actually punishing that as much as it could have been punished. They managed to keep themselves alive. But also then remember, they've had no real glimpses of the rest of this map. They have no information on C.
How are we going down B so often? How is this our strat so often?
See it now.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Maybe
Like, this is like what you do.
Maybe.
Well, you don't do. You do it once. You do it once when you have a Viper
Use it for
spit.
something. Right now, it feels like they're just going through the same motions, the same steps. But those steps haven't worked for them. Why do they think it's going to work now? Of all times. Maybe fake TP in. The Killjoy has not played C a single time. He's had setup on A and B every single round this game. But
And look at the lack of biting on this fake, right? Look how deep you're seeing Carmine Core sit, right? There is that, deep play to them.
So the
but
shot comes
again,
from this
they are
side,
not
so they...
leaving B. They are not leaving A. They've not fallen for what Redgar is trying to sell by any means. And the ult, if anything, I don't know how many that would have fought potentially. I think so. And
coming
that
back
actually
to
might
C.
help sell
Oh
this.
my god, it gets all the way into C. They know, and the flood is coming here,
Yup.
but Redgar's space
The only
is
one.
the only thing that's going to be
helpful.
Oh, wait, no, Hoodie's flank timing could also be really good.
Oh, this is all going to be ridiculous, isn't it? Nuki could try to do some damage. Carmine Core, though, in for the scrap, in for the brawl. Redgar comes back around. Now the time. Cloud trying to get that plant down, trying to do something with
3
this
seconds.
one.
He has a
Last
second.
He has
one
a-
stand, he can't do it anymore.
Oh, Hoodie!
Wait. How?
The flank finally happened. That they were chasing each other from basically a lobby all the way
Oh
through.
my god.
At the last basically second of the round, that flank comes in. That is absolutely
ridiculous.
absurd. There was they had no chance.
There was no time.
But that's what they're thinking. He's like, Tomasi's like, oh, there's no time. I'm not gonna peek. So he stops, and because he stops, Hoodie's able to actually flank him.
That's
That is
crazy.
absurd. Wow. Like, honestly, it's just like. Honestly, they can have that round at that point.
Yeah, you're
you
gonna
know
let
what I
them
mean?
have that one?
Yeah, just let them have it. It's just like, okay, we're 9-3. You know what? 10-2.
Yeah,
let him have it. But, you know what? If he's gonna do this around the world flank like this, honestly, he probably just deserves it at this point. Oh
That is
man, yeah, he ran away because there was no
obscene.
time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
9-3. I've
Okay.
seen stranger
'Cause you
things.
could argue this was looking 10-2 sort of deal going on here, but live to fighting another day.
But it felt like a
9-3,
dominant
Castle White,
9-3,
doesn't
to
really
be fair.
matter what
Some
we've
not
seen
all
so far as the
9-3s are
Giantx
born
were
equal.
hitting a brick wall. They were
This one
not
felt
able to figure it out on their feet.
Not
And
great for
Carmine
Giants.
looked sharp. They looked very solid in it. I don't think we really got to see them tested particularly, so I'm kind of interested to see how they look when it's their turn to paint the picture on the attacking side, right? When it's their turn to test things out, how do they fare? We already have a little bit
Of course, we're
different look
fucking
here.
playing the
Taking their
slowest
time
pistol
over
round
towards that C-side of the map. It
ever
could be a
seen.
challenge on Redgar potentially.
What else
But
is
again, they're
new?
spreading-
Welcome to EMEA.
They're not putting all their eggs in
I
one
do
basket.
feel
They've
like
still
the
got that
sky
pressure over
picks
towards A. There's
haven't
more space
been
they can take.
The funny thing
great.
is, I see like the same kind of idea behind Giantx's defense. Viper towards A with the alarm bot from the Killjoy, the turret as well, and then the 3-pack onto the C site. We see this, the defense from Giantx, but they couldn't break it. When they played against basically the same thing, swap out Sky for Fade. That's what Carmine Core was doing. But we're going to see this A play.
Okay, it's on Hoodie to try and hold him back there. Oh, that's just unfair. Barely past the watershed, and look what's happening. 5v4 now. Cloud, Redgar, Nuki, and Fatino still trying to hold this together. But look at Narrate's position. Oh, what is going on with these players? Carmine Core are hitting everything that's breathing. The only strike back coming from Cloud, but okay, that's lovely follow-up, taking another step forward. This is only a one-man advantage now to their side, and maybe Cloud, I mean, they're taking no more chances. Yeah, it's a
Score 'em
three-man
all.
swing, and Redgar's positioning. I don't know if he's got anything more in him. He can smoke
Not planning
them
for
off,
him.
but there's 3 players. That's 3 bodies you can commit. The pain shell almost being the additional. Yeah, that's,
man.
Yeah, nice.
That's gonna work.
NT. No, hey, look, it might work once and it doesn't.
Roadman Roadman easy.
That is double digits now found.
Thanks for the 2
Carmine
months.
Core,
Why
and
were
it
FUT
looks
so
good
bad?
doing it
FUT
again.
weren't that bad.
I'm worrying about the map pool for Giantx here because this is not looking like it's
First-
Yeah, it's definitely not looking
First
good.
map was very
Look at
close.
these
13
teams
to
playing
3.
this map and how they're playing this map.
That's
the
what you
only
think?
real difference in their composition right now is Fade for Sky.
Yeah, they weren't
Everything else is
that
pretty
bad.
much the same. But the difference in just the understanding of why they're running the agents, why the agents in certain positions. It's just
First map
the
was, like,
understanding from Carmine
close.
Core and the confidence behind the plays and the
Coulda gone
comfort
either
on the
way.
agents. It's just, it eclipses
There's
what
some weird
Giantx
plays going
looks
on.
like on the exact same thing, basically.
Boo played a life game.
Get to see Outlaws out to play. If they do very well for themselves. Cloud.
Second map, I think the neon pick wasn't it, to be honest. I think the neon pick wasn't good.
This goes. Again, I think Carmine Core just taking their time.
And
There's no real hurry to
I
things,
don't
show
really
little
see
bit
a
of
reason
presence,
to
but kind
play
of
neon
backfilled
over
again, though. You're still
Raze
gonna see the kind of similar scenes, right?
or
Redgar
Yoru
served towards that C
on
now.
bind.
Instantly going to alleviate the rotations, but if they double dip, there's a problem. Then you only have Redgar holding half
Why
of
the
the map,
fuck are we
essentially.
doing lineups?
And, that's now worst fear
Why are we
scenario. He's gonna
practicing
make
our
sure he
Viper
scares
walls
and doesn't get picked up in the meantime,
40
but
seconds into a
again, as
round?
long as Carmine Core don't leave this too late, down to the 22nd marker when things can get a little bit precarious, I'm fine with this.
Raze just
Zero
indecisive
suit
right
center
now. I
with
think
the
there was a
5
good
months as
idea
well.
behind
Thank you.
Giantx.
What the
Plan
fuck
with
are we
the
doing
defense,
holding that wall
having
up?
Omen just get baited out.
Why are they waiting?
it's going to come into A. It's going to be a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, bodies are here.
I mean, I guess he was waiting to see if I guess he was waiting to see if they came to the site. Felt a bit weird for him to just be like,
I don't think he likes what's on the other side.
you
He
know,
can
just
smell
holding
something on
the
the other
wall
side of that wall. And Tomasi has found Fatinho. That's not the telling part. This is now going to be on red guard to try and hold back so many players trying to come through his way, and he just can't withstand the pressure.
this is a
Too
mistake
many
you see
players
often,
coming
I
through.
think,
This
on
might
these
be
kind of
fight
like
life here
save rounds where we want to like
Giantx.
bait
Maybe
them
thought
into
they
where
had,
multiple
something
others
in the
are.
hand there as they're coming towards that A
Like
side,
this
but
wall would have been
quick rotations,
very
big
good to
adjustment
do
towards
if
B.
you were just here alone
Very well
and you actually had like
Yeah,
4
like
players
the
on
idea
B
of
or 4
Giantx
players on
starting
C,
the round.
right? Because
Omen
that's going to
shows
be the
himself at
reaction
C.
of
Here
everyone.
comes the reclear from the
Like
fade.
when you
Oh,
see
there's someone at
this,
C right
you're
now.
not
A's
going to
probably
charge into
open.
that.
They go towards A. They get completely stalled out by the Viper wall. There's the 4-player fight.
Like, you-
I feel like Giantx maybe
No one's
they shouldn't
watching,
even put
looking
the
at you
wall
put
up.
down this
They
wall and
had
think,
the
fuck
stab
yeah,
there,
let's
and they
run
probably-
behind that. I can't wait to see
Carmen
what
probably thought
surprises
A
is in store for us behind that.
people towards C.
Like I feel like yeah, you want to
That Viper wall comes up.
you want to
Wait,
disguise
we
where
go
the
here.
strong
The wall
strong
finally
part
drops
is,
15
and
seconds later.
actually you know
Oh, wow,
we've got
there's a lot of people here. We're going B now.
3 people in
I feel
here.
like that wall might have actually, unironically, made them lose the round.
Yeah, really hindered them.
What
So-
about screaming whenever a
I
first-time
just-
chatter asks where
I do
scream?
think this
Okay,
might be
yeah, I will.
spiraling out of control here. If maybe we saw the
Just
start
pin
with
any
Giantx
where
kind of
screams
hitting
and I'll
that they
scream.
Came into this year on the second half, even picking up everything they needed, right? Like everything's starting to look good for them. It's not been that.
Steel just said the exact same thing.
They are
Me and Steel have just been saying the
struggling
exact same
strings
things the entire time.
One of the things to note this round is
Steel's
we
in
still
here.
have
Sideshow's done that
with
before as
Yellow,
well.
And we have 4 players with light shields. So it's going to be very interesting here. The Killjoy about
Where's
to have
Navarra?
really
Navarra!
with this outlaw. We could see. Oh my
Tomasi's
god.
got it too.
And
It has to be a
they
first-time
might
chatter,
get this
I think.
fight here at C right off the rip as well with this.
Oh, let's
Instantly
see.
peeking, getting under this one way with it because
They
you
cut him off.
don't even
Magnum's
have to
just
hit the
saying,
head.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Here we go. Does he actually get what he wants? Red guard denies it.
one way.
Okay, that's fine. Tomasi's still got one. It's you know, there's still a chance. He is nowhere near here, by the way. Tomasi's gone walkabouts. He's so
Jeez.
deep on A. I was like, which Viper is that? Why is that? But, I mean, massive progress. And that's going to cause them scramble.
Oh, we got an outlaw.
They're not
Yeah,
sure
it's-
what the hell's going on? They've
I
just seen
mean-
a huge brawl over towards C. But players
It's only
stuck up
Nookie
here.
who wouldn't
And
be a
this-
one-shot.
Putting the wall up after taking out the alarm bot is threatening the CT spawn push. This guy's coming to re-clear, find out
Still
what's going
sorry.
on. Huge rotation out of C to come in and defend this A site. I wonder, is Carmine Corp going to end up going B, or are they going to run all the way through and go C with this? They have no one to connect from C lobbies, so maybe they just, yeah, let the round simmer a little bit.
They've got the opportunity to do it as well, right? It's like they've got every chance to do this because these rotations, these positions, these kind of contact points have come through from... Yeah, that's stunning. Okay, Nookie denies. No rotation, no B site. You stayed right there. That's it. That's all you get given. Hoodie going to add insult to injury, but this one is looking kind of wrapped up here. Tomasi not getting what he wanted. Position, duly noted. Lovely.
Okay, Giants
That's the
win,
Nookie
but
you want to be seeing that kind of... I guess
it's a long
the
way back.
backbone of a team. We haven't seen that sort of level yet. I mean, it's very early days.
Where's
but
Scream?
Still, I'd love to see that start come through here with Giantx.
And when you're down a man like that for Carmine Corp, I feel like you have all that space towards A. You
You
can
got
do
it.
so much more with it. So I wonder if that's one of those rounds they go back and review. Could they have, in that 4 versus 5, walked into CT? Could they have taken that fight there? Could they have rotated a player back into B main or into C lobby?
And Mike gifted a sub to Percy too. I'm not doing this the whole
Could
time.
they have kind of rocked the boat a little
I'm not
bit?
doing this the
Break
whole
door,
fucking
Go
time.
towards B. Make it seem like it's going to be a B
I'm not
and
just
make
some performing little
go back
monkey.
to A.
Roadman
They've done
is
these things.
13-4,
They
you
probably
think?
had the opportunity to, but I feel like they just like let that round slip. Yeah, it was their bonus, but like trying to force that one way at C, that was a little bit questionable.
And Mike
But,
will gift you a
4
sub.
versus 5, 40 seconds left. You still have round time to work with.
Yeah.
Let the round develop a little bit more.
We
You
need a
don't have to, like,
Zelsis
make this
scream? What's a
round
Zelsis
end.
scream?
So Giantx getting another
What's the
victory
difference
in the
between
round
you
there,
and a
little
monkey?
bit more
If I was a
space to
different
breathe,
race,
and
would you type that in chat,
maybe
Mello?
we could see something happen. We didn't get to see a whole lot of things. They didn't have depth on their attack side. Maybe they have depth on their defense, though. We don't know. We have to see this first.
Okay, diving back in. Always nice to hear Stevie. If you're an EMEA fan, you'll remember Stevie from obviously last season as well. Nice guy.
I met him.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was
Nice.
He was nice,
guy,
yeah. Yeah.
Dresses really well as well. It just like puts all of us to shame. It's atrocious. But again, digress here, and we go back into this one. So let's see if there's been a little bit of a correction brought into effect. Maybe they just want to really keep this fine-tuned. Coach for Carmine Core. That was a Carmine Core timeout, keep in mind, after that one round that slipped
Obviously,
away.
I get what it is, but
the brakes so
it's kind of an interest. Normally you see them put it here.
I mean, it's almost instantaneous. They are just straight in towards the site as best they can. Nuki, considering, does he stick around? Does he commit? Does he back? He's absolutely going to try and filter a little further away, but he loses life for it. And look at this, Carmine Core just shredding them. And these kind of in-between fights, uncertain if they wanted to commit or not, has cost them their lives. Yes, Cloud succeeds. But they're in a 2v4, there's so much more to do here. And Carmine Core didn't even get towards getting the spike down. This was just halfway through towards the site. And really, this is
they've lost Shin, but...
so precarious. These positions, they're so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think Giantx is cooked and they know it too. There's not really much that they could do here. Waiting for a potential flank. They have no info. It's what's happening. They're waiting for Carmine Core to potentially make a mistake, overextend, offer up an isolated duel. Yeah, here it is.
There it is.
Not great.
But can Hoodie keep his life? Can anything happen for him? No. And Cloud couldn't trade it. So again, this is when the numbers come into play. But I like this timing from Cloud. I like what he's trying to do here. A chance given. He couldn't quite
get down, Mr. President.
I liked the attempt. Wasn't to be. Carmine Core really happy to let that round sit for a little while.
They're on 12, right?
In that position.
And that's where the Sky nerf
How was
or change is really going to come into play. He was out of flashes.
They were okay.
Maybe he has another flash. Maybe he's able to get a kill.
They were below average,
his teammates to bail him
but
out.
not
Maybe
as bad as maybe you think losing to Heretics is. Heretics were actually
things that
pretty
could have
good.
done with Old Sky that here,
like,
not really an option.
Like legit.
Speaking of not many options,
they were
Giantx really
pretty
running
good.
low.
And Carmine Core, like you're seeing now, like Carmine Core beating Giants, and you're probably thinking, whoa, these teams were completely different last year.
New lease of life here with this roster looking fantastic. Red Guard
I think EMEA is going to be
still standing,
competitive.
and actually Cloud going to take down one. But look at this, Cloud is the backline, the backbone, and the only one trying to do anything here, leaving it all down to Narrate in a 1v3. Cloud's just, oh my god.
Charging
this
him
guy's
down.
sharp
It's a waterfall, it's a 3-on-1.
I don't know what's happening. I don't think that was a good choice. And part of me feels this is very doable, because you look at the clock, they've still got a minute, right? Like, do they just stay together? Do they stay as the duo, right, on the other side, which I imagine they should do. But it's like, it leaves so much space, so much of the map.
They should stay close enough together that the Killjoy is able to keep her abilities online, and then they can hear the A door open. So
we're
if
doing
there's
these
gonna be any
replays
play
mid-round.
Then they have the heads up.
Oh, they got that little thing in the bottom corner?
It's too far away.
Why didn't they readjust? It's an extra man almost, right? That's literally almost like a, well, 2.5, right?
Yeah, all you have to do is be close enough to A to keep the abilities online.
And they get a warning system. Like, whenever he gets somewhat close, this is a real blunder coming out. Narrate now, opportunity beckoning. This is looking done, and that is devastating. If that's how you go down, Hoodie just powering forward. It's done.
GG 13-4. Road man easy.
But what a damn good game from
was correct in the
Carmine
end.
That was really well played by Carmine Core.
Yes,
and even there, that last round.
Yes, first try. Definitely first try.
Really didn't understand the map. It really didn't look like they understood their composition. They have a lot to work for this next game, and just to make sure that they don't look like this. But Carmine Core looking really good. This is a really good debut for them. So I'm hopeful.
God, what is? See, it's funny how Canada Man says NA has saved EMEA, whilst Amy2 just spams USA.
Big tick in the box, and I think a lot of fans are probably sitting on the fence.
Division
What do we
amongst
expect
the
from this
North
team?
Americans.
What are they going to be like? How good can they perform? Is this going to be shades of the last roster? Are they going to be a whole new collection? And I think a lot of people, if you're being smart about it, would have put your money, put your credit towards Giant, right? Giantx. They're the team that's the safer bet. They had the core together.
Wow.
They had a great player coming in the form of Redgar, proven IGL, all of this stuff, right? So if you put your...
Well, I did not think that Carmine Core... Wait, fuck. One of Carmine Core or Heretics are going straight to playoffs. Check the pick'ems. Yeah, there can't be many people right. Wait, did no one get it right? I mean, this might need an update.
This is Valorant. Heritage.
Surely someone got it right.
Father.
This guy got it right. Okay, this top guy here, he got it right. Okay, yeah. Wait, is it just 2 people though? I don't know. There's some people who got it right. Okay. It just hasn't updated. If you want the group code, just type in !pick'em. Pick'ems. And you can get the code for all of them. And if you win, I'll give you a gift sub. I'm Seraphim. Thanks for the 20 months. NA Tier 2 is EMEA Father. Okay. I don't know why in the codes, by the way. The Americas one is just numbers, but... yeah, tomorrow, long day. I won't be up for this game. But from probably this one onwards, we'll be streaming pretty much all day. So, goodbye.